All right. I think we're live. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. If anyone in the chat can hear me, just push 1. All right, I got a confirmation. Thanks for the confirmation. Welcome back to the Black Brain Trust. This is episode 408, Economics. Please hit the like button as you come in. Share the video if possible. Also hit that notification bell so you get all the updates from the Black Brain Trust, including those posted on the community tab that we post weekly. A docket and description beneath the video for you to follow along with. If you want to engage in the discussion, there'll be a link in the chat for you to click on. When you click on the link, make sure you raise your hand so that one of us can acknowledge you, or else you will not be advanced to the panel. As an FYI, we are not certified financial planners. If you want a certified financial planner, go to cfp.net, look up one in your area. We do not give out financial advice here. Also, as an FYI, Rain Woman does offer life coaching. If you are interested in getting your life together and want to talk to somebody, Rain Woman does offer life coaching. She does have a channel you should subscribe to. Help her break 1,000 subscribers for 2020. All right, let me start from the top. See who's in the chat so far. Smooth Vision Media. Respect to you, bro. Mr. Pump and Dump, what's good? Happy Friday to you as well, bro. Excalibur, salute. Willie Little John, what's going on? Rain Woman, good evening to you. Tony Davis, what it do? Terrence Forrest Jr. Wayman Brown, what's going on, fam? You should be wrenched up now. Red Lion, peace. Complex Design. Howard Cooper, sup? GearZ.net. Excuse me. That hash got me. Art New Star, what's going on? Howard Cooper. Judah, man. All right, let's get started. We're on time for the first time in a long time. All right. First item on the docket is from businessinsider.com. Elon Musk says you still don't need a college degree to work at Tesla. Here's what he looks for in applicants instead. You still don't need a college degree to work for Elon Musk, the Tesla CEO tweeted on Sunday. Yes, Musk said when asked whether he didn't require potential employees to have a college degree. Musk's answer echoed one he gave during a 2014 interview with the German automotive publication Auto Bild. There's no need to even have a college degree at all, or even high school, Musk said after being asked whether he considered which college a job applicant attended when evaluating a prospective Tesla employee. If somebody graduated from a great university, that may be an indication that they will be capable of great things, but it's not necessarily the case. If you look at, say, people like Bill Gates or Larry Ellison, Steve Jobs, these guys didn't graduate from college. But if you had a chance to hire them, of course, that would be a good idea. Rather than a degree from a prestigious university, Musk said he looked for evidence of exceptional ability in an employee. If there's a track record of exceptional achievement, then it's likely that will continue into the future, Musk said. Musk said that when interviewing job candidates, he would ask them to give a summary of their career and describe how they solved some of the most difficult problems they faced. To make sure some interviewees are not taking credit for someone else's work, Musk will ask detailed questions about the problems they describe. If an interviewee wasn't responsible for solving the problem, the person will not know the answers. Musk, for his part, received undergraduate degrees in physics and economics from the University of Pennsylvania. So let's take a quick gander over to Tesla's site. And
I see we back at it.
Yeah.
What to do, Mark?
I'm chilling, fam. What's on you?
Shit, man. Friday. You know how we do.
Yeah. I don't remember the site looking like this, but
What site is this? Tesla?
yeah, I don't remember it looking like this. Let's make some changes. So let's look for, you know what it is? I'm thinking about SpaceX. That's the difference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the difference. But since he's talking about Tesla, let's look at Tesla's openings.
Mm-hmm.
So service technician. As a technician at Tesla, you will deliver exceptional service to customers. And ensure our vehicles are running at their best every day. Technicians are the part of each service location, definitely balancing incoming appointments, fulfilling daily service orders, and reinforcing our commitment to the ownership experience. With excellence being the passing grade, your ability to produce results and find ways to drive efficiency will directly impact and support Tesla's mission. You'll have the opportunity to develop valuable technical skills through a combination of training programs and on the job training, while working in an environment that's fast-paced, dynamic, collaborative, and mission-driven. So the responsibilities: execute basic work on cars, and after training, perform high voltage related work with or without supervision. Partner with team members to drive efficiency and resolve complex issues, not to be confused with complex design. Work with a collaborative attitude and team spirit in an ever-changing dynamic environment. Follow all Tesla specified repair guidelines to the accepted quality level. Take ownership of the development of your technical expertise by creating and maintaining an individual development plan, IDP, with the support of other team members and management. Operate a variety of hand, power, and shop tools. Perform equipment inspections. Perform pre-delivery inspections, PDIs, of new cars. Perform detailed daily record keeping and reporting, including records of time, expenses, and material. Support other service centers as needed. Clean and detail vehicles as needed. So what are the requirements? a high school diploma.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Yet another position that doesn't require a degree. Carry on.
Yeah. Demonstrated ability to learn new technologies and processes and adapt to change. Ability to innovate and solve complex issues and present new ideas. Ability to follow oral and written instructions with attention to detail. Proven ability to effectively handle multiple priorities, organize workload, and meet deadlines. Experience working in a team-based environment and achieving common goals. Evidence of a safety-first attitude. Basic command of the English language. Basic computer skills, including navigating web browsers and using standard applications like Excel and Word.
That's it?
Valid driver's license in the country in which you are applying. 2-year minimum driving record with a clean driving history. Must be at least 18 years of age. This is Tesla.
So an 18-year-old, high school diploma or GED, working understanding of things like Google Docs, for example, right? The equivalent of Microsoft Word that I would think that a majority of people are familiar with if they've never actually used like the Microsoft suite, right? So Docs. You created a doc.
Docs, not the doxing.
Not that, yeah. Not that doc. We talking about, docs, like a document.
Yeah.
So you've done that. You have a working understanding of how things like how a browser works. You've done like either a hard reset or a restore on a device before, right? So you got some technical, you know what I mean? Like they really not asking for much. Like listening to the job description, really what they're looking for is a lot of technical soft skills, right? The ability to learn and adapt. Right. And really to like compose yourself, like, in a professional manner. Because a lot of what it is that they're going to be having you do is shit that's proprietary. It's not something you go to a college and get a degree for, and you walk right up in the Tesla like, yep, I know what you're doing up in here. That's not what this job description is giving off. They're like, look, these are the basic minimums, right? But the key features of a person that, like, let's say he walks in and has these bare minimum requirements are going to be these things. Like those are going to be the other things that you were talking about there, Mike.
Yeah. I can't imagine, those who are looking for work now can't seem to find it based on these, based on this criteria. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's in plain English. Plain English.
I mean, and that's
technologies and processes.
Yeah, and Mike, that's the thing too. Like, again, like let's take this notion or this idea of doom and gloom. Let's like throw that silly notion in the trash. All right, let's just speak like truth to reality and facts about shit. Okay, so this is your new entry-level job when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution. Just look at the requirements. So if you can't make the cut for something like this, where they're just do a GED, there's not too many jobs nowadays even where a GED is a listed requirement. A lot of jobs are like, dude, bachelor's.
Yeah, but yeah, Tesla's a fourth industrial company.
Right. So they're telling you, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's try to like let's take the blinders off and let's look at this for what it is. This is a fourth industrial based entry level position. This is what entry level is right here.
Yeah. This is Rich builds before Rich even understood Tesla.
Straight up. This was Rich builds after Rich builds today is like 2 years at Tesla. Basically. You work at Tesla for 2 years, you could do the type of shit that Rich does.
We got 60 people watching and only 22 likes, man. Please hit the like button. if you're not going to participate.
Like one other thing I did want to point out that it said, and I thought this was genius. This is just coming from a former HR manager.
Mm-hmm.
So they have in place, what was it? Independent development. What was it called? IDP.
Yeah.
Independent development plan. Like they want you to set the course for where you want to go. Mm-hmm. And then they're like, all right, based on where you want to go, we'll chart the course to put you in that position. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Start out here, go here. Dude, they rise people through the ranks hella quick. Mm-hmm. All they got to do is see aptitude and a willingness to learn and adapt. They'll mold you.
Yeah, but based on what we're seeing in the management, it doesn't seem to be a willingness to learn and adapt a lot of things.
That, my brother, is a whole other subject.
Right, right. All right, let me get to the next item on the docket from cryptobriefing.com. YouTube is censoring crypto content, channel owner says. YouTube has, let me expand this out. YouTube has been cracking down on cryptocurrency related content with a new wave of rule enforcements, according to several hosts. Since December 23rd, the site has been deleting individual videos from cryptocurrency channels. Some hosts have also been given warnings and strikes, which temporarily prevent them from uploading content. Several channels have been affected. Chris Dunn and Node Investor were among the first hosts to report the problem. Chico Crypto, notable for this involvement in Cardano's canceled MMA fight, was also affected. The crypto lark, Ivan on Tech, and Crypto Tips, and dozens of other channels have also received notices. Who's affected? YouTube has not publicly stated that crypto videos are against its rules, meaning that users must read between the lines to deduce what is being targeted. Chris Dunn has noted that his own videos were removed on the grounds that they were responsible for the sale of regulated goods and contain harmful and dangerous content. The wording of these notices has led some commentators to argue that YouTube is deliberately cracking down on ICOs, referral links, and other marketing activity that is related to cryptocurrency. Others believe that the crackdown is simply the result of an overactive algorithm that YouTube might reverse its decision in the future. Will hosts leave YouTube? Many YouTube hosts are considering moving to the decentralized and uncensorable video platforms such as PeerTube, Libri, BitChute, and DTube. Incidentally, Twitter is also planning to create a decentralized media platform, though it is not explicitly aimed at video hosting. It is an attempt to challenge heavy-handed content policies. That said, if YouTube chooses to reverse its decision, it is likely that it will continue to be the go-to site for crypto video channels. YouTube is currently the second most visited site on the web by Alexa ranking, and with an estimated 28 billion monthly visitors. Google, Twitter, and Facebook have previously banned crypto advertising before partially rolling back those policies. YouTube's content crackdowns are a different case, but they may not be a permanent one. So,
Mike, can I play devil's advocate here for a second?
All right.
Okay. Fresh off the heels of COPPA, mm-hmm. Do you think that this is a move by YouTube to absolve themselves of any sort of possible indictments that could be had because their platform was used as a medium to, say, funnel some money to a questionable crypto wallet, for example?
Could be a variety. I think you might be on something.
You know what I mean? Because kind of how I read COPPA was that, so if something is to happen, they become implicit in it. Right. I mean, I think, there was a lot of, I tried to like listen to that argument from a multitude of discussions, but trying to keep my business hat on, I'm thinking, okay, as a business owner, why would I do something like that if I was YouTube? And the first thing that I'm thinking is protection.
Yeah, because YouTube could be seen as a conduit, and they're trying to not be.
Exactly. And I wanted to say, like, because think about it. I think YouTube is a very pervasive medium as it relates to that, and it's easy to embed, referral links and things of that sort into the descriptions of videos and stuff like that. And, you can even use like bit.ly links, right, to kind of mask where those actual links go and all that. See, so I mean, if I'm YouTube's legal team, I'm just looking at all this, and perhaps you take the safe bet. You say, okay, look, let's start cracking down on this, because who the hell knows what may come down the pipe with this shit.
Well, this is just.
What's your take on that?
No, this is just the beginning. They updated their guidelines last week, so this is just the beginning. Today it's crypto. By January, February, it could be the whole manosphere. Everybody in the manosphere can get their channel scalped immediately. Unless you're the Black Brain Trust, where you don't have those sort of viral issues. We don't have all of this conflict with DOX and people and things of that nature. We don't have those problems here. So YouTube could potentially swing the axe one more time, one more game.
And it appears as if they are here.
Yeah. I see Lionel has talked about this on his channel. I wonder if his channel might be impacted by this. But the point of the matter here is they're going after the content creators one genre at a time. Today, it's crypto channels. Tomorrow it could be street racing.
I know, right? Promoting an illegal act. I mean, that's kind of like the slippery slope we find ourselves in, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I was asking, like, okay, do you think this may be policy driven? To absolve themselves from any sort of. Hold on a second, dude.
Yeah.
To absolve themselves from any sort of possible indictments for a video, right, that's then used as evidence in a crime or some shit, and it was posted on YouTube. And because it was posted on YouTube, because we've seen evidence of this shit a multitude of times, dude. Some dumbass posts him doing something stupid, next thing you know, the cops are coming down on him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what if it's something that's monetary based, or something like a crypto crime or some shit?
Yeah. Well, and they also take into consideration, they went after Professor of Black Truth, or Jason Black, whichever. I never see these guys on the same panel together, but whatever. They've been scalping him for the last 6 months. There's potential. What I'm saying is, to make a long story short, potentially they could start coming through the manosphere and mowing the grass, so to speak. Mow the lawn.
Yeah, and I'm not, and I was gonna say something, but quite honestly, man, I don't want to open up a Pandora's box here, because sometimes it's like you can say something, and then next thing you know, you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna go ahead and delete that one from the conversation.
Yeah. If anybody walking around as what they call a BIE, you could be the first to get clipped in the mowing of the lawn, so to speak. So to speak. King Damiette asked the question: is there any alternative that can stand up to YouTube? No, you got to create your own platform. That's what Tariq Nasheed is talking about this right now. He was talking about this last week. He's going to create his own platform, get off of YouTube, because they're coming.
I mean, it's like this. I mean, it depends on what your approach is and what your aim is, right? Because you can syndicate to a lot of different platforms, right? It's not it's not always maybe like the most advantageous thing to do is to, you know, maybe leverage like one proprietary platform, right? Like if you kind of syndicate across different ones, then, you know, it kind of shields you, and you know, that's just some strategies, but others, I mean, you know, we'll see how this platform thing turns out, because oftentimes I hear the talk, but I don't think the right approaches are taken. If we're talking about like a true Black media platform, it would have to represent itself in more of a tech firm type of veil. Would you agree, Mike? Like if you were going to create a you know like a Black centric, you know, media platform, I mean, it would have to kind of take on sort of like a tech aura to it. I don't think you know what I mean? I don't think it can be something where it's just kind of like, you know, and for those who are this, don't take any offense to this, dude. It's just a name that kind of came to my head, but SYSBM.TV or some shit, right? like that doesn't really, you know what I mean? And that's kind of like when you hear these talks about that, usually you're kind of just hearing it from we just need a space to just go to talk about this shit. But that doesn't really make it a viable media vehicle in my book.
Yeah, let me get to these questions.
Go ahead.
Klondar asked, what's the backup to keep in touch with the Black Brain Trust? We have an alternative, we have a backup channel. It's just the same name, the Black Brain Trust. So it's called Black Brain Trust, I think. Ijisa Eni asked, Jason Black and the Professor of Black Truth are the same person. When have you ever seen Humpty Hump in Digital Underground in the same place? Ask yourself that.
Fucking Humpty and Shock G in the same room at the same time?
Yeah. You know, it's only one of them that goes to the bathroom where they didn't show up that day.
Wait, one goes to the bathroom, the other one comes out.
Yeah. Yeah, let me get to the next article, man, because
all right, go ahead.
Crazy. All right, this one is from Bloomberg.com. China sentences ex-chairman of Hangfeng Bank to death. This is behind the paywall. The former chairman of struggling lender Hangfeng Bank company has been sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve by a Chinese court for making illegal gains over $100 million. Jiang Jun was convicted for moving 754 million yuan, $108 million, worth of Hangfeng shares to his personal account between 2008 and 2013, according to the Yantai Intermediate People's Court. He also took bribes of more than 60 million yuan together with another bank executive, according to the Thursday ruling. A reprieve death sentence may be commuted to a life sentence if the person shows good behavior within the allotted period. See, it's the difference between capitalism and a market-based economy that China proclaims for themselves. Western capitalism, where your private corporations run the government, which would be a plutocracy for all intents and purposes. And in China, if you cheat the people, they put a bullet in your head. That's the sort of game that they play. or at least if you cheat the government. But you cheat another Chinese person, you're dead. That's how they see it. I won't spend too much time on that because we can go on that all night.
You know, some of the virtues of a technocratic society, but I digress.
Yeah.
Play that game if you want to.
Oh yeah. Play with that super chat money. Crazy.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you gotta be crazy to do that. Expand this out. All right, next item on the docket is from Forbes.com. You can now use a 529 plan to repay student loans. I thought the whole purpose of the 529 plan was to get you to save up for college, not to actually.
That's to pay for that shit.
Yeah.
Save up to pay for it.
Yeah. Just in time for the holidays, the Setting Every Community Up for Retirement Secure Act was signed into law on Friday, December 20th, 2019. The act, which was the most significant piece of retirement legislation introduced in over a decade, includes provisions to help individuals save more for retirement and achieve financial security. The Secure Act also features important changes for education savings, including expanding 529 plan benefits. 529 plans are tax advantage accounts designed to save for college and private K through 12 education. Families contribute after tax dollars, which grow on a tax deferred basis and can be withdrawn tax free if the funds are used to pay for qualified education expenses. You can withdraw funds from a 529 plan at any time for any reason, but the earnings portion of a non-qualified distribution is subject to ordinary income tax and a 10% penalty. One of the most common concerns parents have about opening a 529 plan is having leftover funds after the beneficiary graduates from college. Prior to the Secure Act, qualified education expenses were limited to $10,000 in K through 12 and certain college expenses. The Secure Act expands the definition of qualified higher education expenses to include student loan payments and costs of apprenticeship programs, leaving more options for families. 529 plan account owners may now withdraw up to $10,000 tax-free for payments toward qualified education loans. However, there is no double dipping when it comes to federal education tax benefits. Any student loan interest paid for with the tax-free 529 plan earnings is not eligible for student loan interest reduction. Ooh. The $10,000 limit is a lifetime limit that applies to the 529 plan beneficiary and such in each of their siblings. For example, a parent with 3 children may take a $10,000 distribution to pay student loans for each child for a total of $30,000. Interesting. The law provides a new way for grandparents to help a grandchild pay for college without affecting financial aid eligibility. Normally, distributions from a grandparent-owned 529 plan are reported as untaxed income on a student's free application for federal student aid, FAFSA.
So they have a scheme for your grandparents to kick in on the tab?
Who benefits best from this? It sure isn't melanated people. A student's financial aid package may be reduced by up to 50% of the value of untaxed income. For example, if a grandparent withdraws $10,000 from their 529 plan to pay a grandchild's college expenses, it could reduce the grandchild's financial aid eligibility as much as $5,000. Now, grandparents are able to avoid this negative impact if they wait to take a 529 plan distribution until after the grandchild graduates to pay down their student loans. Assets held in the grandparent-owned 529 plan do not affect financial aid, and since the 529 plan distribution was taken after the after the student graduated, there is nothing to report on the FAFSA. It's impossible to predict what the path a child will decide to take. Parent may open a 529 plan when their child is very young, only to find out years later that the child isn't going to attend a traditional college. 529 plans can be used to pay for any eligible post-secondary institution, including trade schools and vocational programs. But Prior to the Secure Act, costs of apprenticeship programs were not considered qualified 529 plans expenses. Apprenticeship programs provide on-site training to prepare workers for careers in various fields, such as manufacturing, healthcare, information technology, and construction. Students who are pursuing an apprenticeship may use the tax-free 529 plan distributions to pay for free fees, textbooks, supplies, and equipment required for a registered apprenticeship. Your state may offer an income tax deduction or tax credit for 529 plan contributions. However, some states only offer a tax break when distributions are used to pay for college. If your state does not conform to the federal law, 529 plan distributions used to pay student loans and apprenticeship costs may be considered non-qualified. So I think what's happening here is that although they're making these sweeping changes and it's supposed to be, the biggest things in over the last decade, most Black people don't even qualify for this, since most Black people don't have a 529 plan. And how this works is that, like the article is saying, you may not, you don't know which path your child is going to take, whether or not they go to school or not after high school, post-secondary education.
Right.
So what I'm saying here is this. Tesla says you only need a high school degree or GED, so therefore, say
it again. God damn, dude. Jesus Christ. I knew you was about to go there. Because that's what I'm saying. I'm just like, but Tesla telling you that you just cover with your GED, and fuck with some Cybertrucks. Come on, man.
Yeah. Oh man.
Or shit. You want to build some rocket ships? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Going over SpaceX.
No, I think this whole 529 thing is just stupid. It's a waste of money.
It's another, dude. It's another financial product.
Yeah, it's a vehicle. So
yeah.
There's no such thing as a 529 plan in China. People just go to school and that's it.
They go to school, man. Yeah.
They don't have all these sort of vehicles out there.
Even in European nations, they do the same thing.
Yeah. All right, this one is from freightwaves.com. Commentary: trucking industry observations heading into 2020.
Now, you know what, Mike? I have a feeling that this is going to be an interesting article because, there's this whole sort of automation discussion is started to kind of catch a flame a little bit, and trucking has come up as one of those industries that either A is going to be hiring more or B is going to be largely impacted. And there's a lot of arguments being thrown up, kind of like both, but you already know what our position is. So yeah, let's dig into the article, man, because I think this is going to bring some things to light here.
All right. Yeah, I'll spend some. The news we pay attention to every day is news about Celadon's Chapter 11 filing on December 8th has consumed the trucking industry. That news has been very well covered by FreightWaves and other news outlets. As reported in FreightWaves, Celadon's bankruptcy is significant because it's the largest for a truckload carrier. Celadon's bankruptcy is also interesting because it followed on the heels of the SEC charging the company with accounting fraud in April. And on December 3rd, the SEC indicted William Eric Meek, Celadon's former president and chief operating officer, and Bobby Lee Peevler, Celadon's former chief financial officer, on charges of corporate fraud and accounting malpractice. Basically, they hid Celadon's financial losses through accounting shenanigans. Celadon is only the most recent and most viable or visible in a spate of trucking company bankruptcies in 2019. By certain accounts, nearly 800 trucking companies have already declared bankruptcy in 2019.
I'm sorry, wait. 800?
Yeah, 800 trucking companies have already
in 2019 alone.
Well, The economy's doing well.
Okay, carry on.
Mm-hmm. On December 18th, Convoy announced that it had reached 100% automatic freight brokering in top freight markets. The image below illustrates what this means. This follows on the heels of the startup having raised a $400 million round of venture capital financing just last month. Convoy and several other startups like Uber Freight and Transfix have been working on refashioning the business of freight brokerage, and venture capitalists have shown an appetite for financing these startups.
Wait, hold on, Mike. Just real quick point. So you're telling me that now in this industry, tech startups are becoming the game changer here? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Carry on.
The theme of automation goes beyond business process automation, such as that reported by Convoy. Other technology startups are working on automated trucks. For example, over the course of 2018 and 2019, Embark and Plus.ai reported milestone accomplishments in developing technology for autonomous trucks, with each reporting successful tests of that technology in cross-country trips.
Automated trucks making cross-country trips. I'm sorry, to carry on.
Mm-hmm. Also, Too Simple announced a pilot with the U.S. Postal Service in which Too Simple's autonomous trucking technology would be used to pilot to transport mail.
Well, wait a minute. So the U.S. Postal Service is even talking about automating? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
You used to get a job at the post office. Now you have to just drop mail off there.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, fully automated trucks may take a while yet to become a reality that significantly affects incumbents. However, Convoy's announcement suggests that business process automation in the trucking industry is closer than we realize.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. This is an image of a Amazon Rivian logistics truck. The profit margins in general freight trucking industry are thin. The trend of e-commerce growth coupled with the practice of offering free next day delivery to consumers has already compressed and will continue to compress the profit margins that general freight trucking companies earn. Trucking companies that operate in this spot market are in a position of weakness relative to shippers, and the volume of e-commerce shipments does not matter if any extra shipment is a loss, creating shipment for the trucking company that transported. This is part of the reason why FedEx would drop off certain parcels to the post office and then let them do the final delivery, the final mile, because it doesn't.
The cost to go the extra few miles actually cuts into their profits.
Right. Further, Amazon is investing in a great deal of talent and capital into building its logistics capabilities. Charlie Dihoney, my hashtag Market Voices counterpart, wrote an article which ran on Freightways on October 29th, Logistics as Lambda Function. His article describes what is happening in detail. As Amazon logistics capabilities have increased, it has started competing more directly and robustly with UPS and FedEx. So for those who don't understand, Lambda is actually what we call serverless computing. This is FAS, functioning as a service. So basically, you're basically just running lines of code without actually touching the server. You can basically spin up services just through lines of code. You don't actually have to have a physical server in place. That's the nature of cloud computing. First, given New England Motor Freight's bankruptcy filing on February 11th and how the rest of 2019 unfolded for the trucking industry, does this year mark the beginning of a shift in the structure of the general trucking industry? Second, given the amount of venture capital available to startups seeking to automate the trucking value chain, the year when digital freight brokers will start to have a meaningful impact. Third, what effect will Amazon's investment in building its logistics network have on the trucking industry? Do you think the next 2 or 3 years will be business as usual in the trucking industry, or do you think we may be witnessing significant changes taking place in the industry?
Dude, I would have to say every goddamn thing we've been saying for the last I don't know how long now was basically summarized in this right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when we talk about automation and all that, you got to understand that goes across. That runs cross industry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it runs cross industry.
Mm-hmm.
Amazon's a perfect example. They benefit in two ways by automation. One, automating the warehouses. Two, the method of transport.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, companies like FedEx, they have to wedge themselves into the mix somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And leverage their ability to deliver parcels. But what they got to do is they got to start automating shit. Postal service, no different.
Yeah, UPS already had his first drone flight. So, for what it's worth, that FedEx and UPS would have to scale out in terms of innovation. So they would have to figure out a way to track wheels and paved road. They would have to move to drones, heavy drones, not a DJI drone that you buy from Toys R Us or something like that, or Amazon. We're talking about big,
like those. Oh man, what's that one?
Like a freaking Chinook helicopter, something that.
Yeah, like the Chinese one, man. I'm trying to remember the Ehong 84 or something like that. Whichever one that one was called. Like literally a drone that fits like one or two people in it.
Oh, this is gonna be much bigger than that for logistics.
Are you talking about like a commercial drone?
Yeah, you're gonna need something massive.
That okay.
Tons of payload. Because
that's true.
If you have something like that, then you're talking about almost you're talking about cutting out the time that it takes to go from California to the East Coast, right? From the West Coast to the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
A truck may take 3 or 4 days, or maybe 5 days ground shipping.
Right.
A drone sort of copter, a UAV or something like that, that can carry 2 tons of that same amount of cargo to the East Coast would probably take a few hours.
Right. Yeah, that is a few hours, dude. You could have deliveries. You could do like 8-hour delivery service or some shit.
Yeah. Well, it would
same day delivery.
Almost same day, right? So
almost.
That last mile, somebody would have to pick that up.
Right.
Right. So I mean, that's
24-hour delivery. Washington State to New York State.
Right.
In 24 hours. Yeah, some shit like that.
Right.
And I mean, and the article also stated, dude, that there's a whole bunch of VC money parked in that direction.
Mm-hmm. You would think that FedEx and UPS would have actually invested some of their earnings into it, but it sounds to me like they're kind of tightening up their wallets too. Short markets.
I think you're going to see Amazon do it before pretty much anyone else. Either that, or if Uber.
Well, Amazon doesn't have a drone license yet. I think they apply, but I don't know if they've been certified. I think FedEx and UPS will probably be more applicable because they have more.
They would have the licensing to do it, but also Uber does.
Yeah.
Well, they have it. I guess in certain states they do. Right. So you could contract with them, much like, let's say, like Uber Freight. You use like an Uber Freight model or some shit.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me get to this next item on the docket from truckernews.com. Let me expand this out. Truckers react to abrupt closing of GDS Express. Trucker response to let me read from the top. With Christmas just days away, Akron, Ohio-based carrier GDS Express closed abruptly Tuesday, December 17th. The fleet shut off fuel cards for drivers still on the road. Wednesday, December 18th, and office staff and drivers were reportedly not paid this week, according to truckers and others familiar with the company's closure. While the sudden bankruptcy of mega carrier Celadon was news heard around the industry last week, smaller fleets can and regularly do close their doors without warning, sometimes leaving drivers stranded in the process. I wonder why there's no real legal action behind that. I find that
Probably because the nature of the contracts that they sign with these dudes. You know, they don't have. There's no protections.
Yeah.
For them.
Yeah. Trucker response to this closing was swift and, for the most part, harsh. Here's a selection of some comments from comments section of Truckers News and from our Facebook page. Ramen. I do not feel sorry for any company drivers losing their jobs, only owner operators. If a company driver knew their worth, they would understand the leverage they have in a $1 trillion industry. Unfortunately, they do not. Tony Puckett. 2020 will see trucking companies drop like flies. Nadia. Covering these individuals and their families in prayer. I'm a daughter of a trucker. He's retired now, and reading things like this breaks my heart. And for the gentlemen who are staying, getting these truckers home, I commend them. I'm not going to read all of these, but another company bites the dust in this whole entire thing. So
right about now, it's sounding as if, and I don't know, Mike, you give me your take on this. It's sounding as if fourth industrialization is very much having an impact on jobs.
Yeah, I think it does. But I also think that they can't compete. They can't. It's not sustainable. I mean, they've been bleeding and hemorrhaging for quite some time. Maybe before cloud computing came along.
Well, they had to have been to like, you got the Celadon guys, being indicted on some fraud shit, right? Cooking the books. That would suggest to me that they've been bouncing the numbers around for some time and it caught up with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one, foxnews.com or foxbusiness.com. Facebook users offer to help truckers left stranded, jobless. More than 3,000 truck drivers who were left jobless for the holidays after their company declared bankruptcy have turned to social media to ask for help or even provide assistance on their own. And some have even offered to drive stranded truckers hundreds of miles or buy plane or bus tickets. Indiana-based Celadon Group announced Monday the company had filed for bankruptcy and would shut down all operations just days after two former officials were charged in a fraud scheme. It was the largest provider of international truckload services in North America. The trucking company had faced significant costs related to a federal investigation, and it must also deal with the debt and enormous challenges in the industry. Chief Executive Paul Sivlin has said earlier this year, Celadon agreed to pay $42.2 million to settle securities fraud allegations stemming from falsely reporting profits and assets. We have diligently explored all possible options to restructure Celadon and keep business operations ongoing. However, a number of legacy and market headwinds made this impossible to achieve. But the shutdown left drivers jobless and stranded. In some cases, they were unable to use their fuel cards to fill up their trucks' gas tanks to head home. Drivers and other staff soon expressed concern or sought help from fellow truckers, and members of the public through Facebook pages, such as one called Celadon Stranded Drivers Assistance and Jobs. They gave us, this is poorly written, 20 minutes to get out. A user by the name Michelle Sloan wrote on the group's page. She added hours later, they just locked the doors. Meanwhile, others began posting to the page offers to drive stranded truck drivers or truckers in need of assistance, pay for tickets home, or announce job opportunities. I run between Jefferson, Seymour, and Indianapolis every day. Another Facebook user posted, we'll be more than happy to run to Louisville or Cincinnati to give someone a ride. I will be more than happy to provide a couple of meals and showers as well. The good deeds extend beyond social media, with people also posting to the page stories of good Samaritans and fellow drivers. I just want to say thanks for the many people offering help to us. It really means a lot, even though some of us have made it home. It's great to see the outpouring of help, according to the post. Yeah, interesting that the article says Facebook users, but it doesn't say Facebook. So it should have just said social media. It shouldn't have said Facebook.
Well, I think it might have been like a page or something that they created, like a Facebook page or something.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, I think the bigger point here is that I think this is all a trend. You tell me, Mike. I don't know, but this is what it kind of looks like to me.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think this is a beginning of many problems to come. I think companies like Walmart, Target, they're safe. They have the necessary business value and acumen to stay afloat. But these other smaller shipping companies, I think they're very much behind the curve. Didn't make the transition in enough time. But I've said this before about IT. There are a lot of companies who operate in legacy format that have a difficult time making that digital transformation. This is an example of this. Had they made that transition 5 or 10 years ago, they would not be in the situation now.
And right now, they're not in a position to compete with, say it with me, startups.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It means from the ground up, a company that is starting up right now, its business model is based on something today, mm-hmm. right? To accommodate today's environment and to scale it out, and not only to scale it out into the future, but actually to develop a platform, mm-hmm. right? That may be like commercially adopted, like, as a standard across the country, for example, mm-hmm. or at the very minimum, compete with others by being the first one to start rolling it out. Like you said, the other companies, they're too far behind the ball. Mm-hmm. There's too much red tape that they have to deal with, mm-hmm. depending on the type of arrangements that they have with vehicle suppliers, the United Auto Workers Union. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like there's a whole lot of bureaucratic red tape for a lot of third industrial based business models. Mm-hmm. Fourth industrial based companies, man, they're built from the ground up to exist well into the future.
Yeah. I'm surprised companies like U-Haul haven't really snatched up a lot of their operations, man, and diversified their portfolio. But
I have a feeling, man, that companies like U-Haul, UPS, I have a feeling they got shit on the low.
Yeah.
Right. I have a feeling they have shit on the low. With UPS had electric trucks rolling around in the streets, and people didn't hurt. I've actually seen a few of them.
Yeah.
And like was seriously like, whoa, what the fuck, really? Thing doesn't make a peep as far as the sound goes. But that's what I mean. They're not making big fanfare about it. Mm-hmm. In some areas, you might see a UPS cargo bike out there because they've been, in certain markets like New York and stuff like that, they use them. So, they just throw it out there. They just,
All right, next one is from MarketWatch.com. U.S. durable goods orders sink in November. Decline is sharpest in 6 months. But people will tell you that the market is doing well, though. The economy is doing well, though. All right, let me go through this. This is going to be pretty long. The numbers, orders for durable goods sank 2% in November, the U.S. government said Monday. This is the biggest decline since May. Economists had expected a strong 1% rebound in durable goods orders in November as a result of the end of the General Motors strike. But orders were dragged down by a major decline in defense aircraft combined with a small drop stemming from Boeing's 0.09% woes with the 737 MAX airplane design. Orders in October were lowered to a 0.2% gain from their prior estimate of 0.5 increase. What happened? Orders for defense aircraft and parts plummeted 72.7% in November, stripping out defense goods. Orders were up 0.8%. Orders for a total transportation equipment fell 5.9% in November. Orders for cars and parts rose 1.9%. That is weak compared with roughly 3% gain economists expected from the end of the GM strike. Excluding transportation, orders were flat. Orders for core capital goods were a bright spot, posting a second straight monthly gain, although that move was a small 0.1% increase. The big picture. The outlook for manufacturing remains grim as business sentiment is sluggish. The outlook for profits is soft, and global trade flows shrink given ongoing uncertainty. But some people will tell you that the market is doing very well. The economy is doing very well under the Tangerine Tyrant. What are they saying? It's not a disaster, but business equipment investment was still close to stagnant, said Paul Ashworth, chief U.S. economist at Capital Economics. Market reaction. Investors do not seem worried about an economic slowdown. It was another record close for stocks, SPX and DGIA. On Monday, and the yield of the 10-year Treasury note at negative 0.92% closed at its highest level in 5 months. So, durable goods, if we look at this chart right here, although it was above 0%, there was only one time that it was above 1% in January.
Mm-hmm.
And then in beginning of April, it was up above 1%, but then it went down.
Okay, so we can attribute that to two things. One, after Christmas clearance sales, to make way for all the new snazzy models that are going to come, in the spring? April. Rest of the year? What does it say there?
Oh, July, it was up to 2%.
Yeah, you get those 4th of July sales, at their Home Depots and your Lowe's, and but just overall, look at the bottom, the graph going on the downward though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, beyond July, everything has been down below 1%. In fact, it has also it's been down. It hasn't seen growth in 2 quarters. So I don't know.
What's that whole definition of things when you don't see? I'm not the guy to be quoting on this, but it's something like if you don't see growth, in 2 straight quarters, those are signs of a recession or something like that, or whatever the case.
Yeah,
I don't know, but if you continue, and this is the thing, and again, I'm not the specialist on this shit, but a lot of it is in my news feed, so I try to keep abreast. But from what I'm hearing here is that it's March 19 or March 20 or April 20 is when it's somewhat slated to basically be an official recession or something. This is what I hear. Right. So if you have 2 straight quarters, right, of dip, and if that continues into that target date from what I hear, I mean, what is one to think? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like read the tea leaves, you know?
Yeah, if you go into 2020 like that, you're screwed. There's no way you can go into 2020 into a new calendar year with negative growth. No way. At least to not be profitable. And from my humble opinion, I'm not an expert.
Yo, Mike. I don't know if you can hear me. I think you might be muted, dude. Or maybe you can't. I can't hear you. You guys can hear me. I don't know. Push on 1 if you guys can hear me but can't hear Mike.
All right, this one is from Bloomberg.com. Trump's trade wars exposed in abiding truth.
And Mike, I don't know what you were saying, dude, but you had cut out there for a little bit.
No, I was muted.
Oh, you were muted. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, I was muted.
Right.
This one's behind the paywall. As the year ends, a partial and brief ceasefire seems imminent in Donald Trump's trade war on the world. The United States and China may sign a deal as early as next month, but make no mistake, the protectionist impulse behind the trade war remains as radical as ever. Nor should it be forgotten that economic nationalism has guided the destiny of all major nations since the 19th century. So this is behind the paywall, but free trade turns out to be something that helps a rising great power until it doesn't. Rising tide, supposedly
raises all ships.
But the black community is in a rubber aircraft, in a rubber craft or something like that. It has a hole in it.
Fucking pontoon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Kayak.
Mm-hmm.
Are you like a river raft? Is that what you're talking about?
Probably using popsicle sticks or something like that.
Like what is it, like palm like palm trees or whatever, and they use like twine. Mm-hmm. Gotta make a barge out of that shit and float it.
Yeah. Let me get to this next one right here. All right, this one's from WashingtonPost.com. America's near record levels of credit card debt help bolster banking industry. Americans have accumulated near record levels of credit card debt over the past year as card companies have increased interest rates and fees. The booming market is helping drive record banking industry profits, but could all become increasingly costly for consumers who don't pay off their bill every month or miss a payment, industry experts say. JP Morgan Chase, the country's largest bank by assets, and Citigroup reported that credit card sales were up 10% and 5% respectively in the third quarter. Profits at Visa were up 17% in the most recent fiscal year, while MasterCard reported an 11% profit jump in its most recent quarter. People like their credit cards. They use their credit cards far more than they use their debit cards, Jamie Dimon, chief executive of JP Morgan Chase, said in July. I don't remember the last time I used my debit card. This is true. To be sure, despite increasing debt loads, delinquency rates remain relatively low. About 6% of consumers were late on a payment this year, compared with 15% in 2009, according to Wallet Hub. And consumers have yet to balk at the relatively high interest rates, industry experts say. Credit card debt as a share of disposable income has been flat for the past 6 years, and many consumers pay off their bill every month. The American Bankers Association said in a November report. Consumers appear to be well positioned to meet their financial obligations in the months ahead, Dan Smith of ABA said in a statement. The industry has thrived despite the 2009 Credit Card Accountability, Responsibility, and Disclosure Act, CARD, sweeping legislation that, among other things, limited the number of fees consumers could be charged. But card companies are again facing scrutiny from Democrats on Capitol Hill. Bernie Sanders, the Vermont senator running for the Democratic nomination for president, and Rep. AOC, introduced legislation early this year to cap credit card interest rates at 15%, a steep reduction from current levels. The proposal met immediate resistance from the banking industry, which brought in $113 billion in interest and fees from credit cards last year, up 35% since 2012, according to Standard & Poor's Global Market Intelligence. A record 182 million Americans have credit cards, compared with 147.5 million in 2010, according to TransUnion, and are currently more than $1 trillion in debt. Consumers will add $80 billion to their tabs this year, according to a projection from Wallet Hub, with the average credit card debt per household hitting $8,701 during the third quarter, up 4% compared with the same period in 2018. The credit card business is very profitable, and it sometimes props up parts of their business, said Ted Rossman, an industry analyst for creditcards.com, and credit cards remain very popular, actually increasingly popular. Interest charges for credit cards have risen despite several federal reverse rate cuts. The average interest rate is 17.3%, near a record high, compared with 17.15% a year ago, according to creditcards.com. The increase has been steeper for consumers with lower credit card scores, to 25.37% compared with 24.34% last year. This is interesting in a year when we had 3 rate cuts. Even if the Federal Reserve lowers rates further, the credit card companies are unlikely to follow suit, industry experts say. The industry has bolstered its profitability by charging a larger premium between the money they borrow and what they charge consumers, and aren't likely to give that up. They say it did not matter that interest rates went lower than the snake's belly for corporations. There is a floor below which they will not charge a lower rate for consumers, said David Robertson, publisher of the Nielsen Report and industry newsletter. Even if the Fed lowers rates again, consumers aren't going to get the relief. The highest rates started after 2008 global financial crisis and were meant to offset the risk of another recession, but have continued even as the economy has remained strong, said Brian Riley, Director of Credit Advisory Services at Mercator Advisory Group, a payments industry analysis and consultancy firm. There is nothing wrong with what they are doing as they disclose it, Riley said. People have not looked at those numbers and said, I am not going to pay it. They are exorbitant. I'm not going to read this whole thing. This is pretty long.
One example, or another example, I should say, it would be Apple and the success of their Apple Card. When you look at like the cash back rewards you get, for basically essentially spending their money. There's people who make a lot of purchases, and you gotta kind of understand where this article is going with it, because it stated that people pay the balance off every month. And they use it a lot. And the reason being largely is because of what I was just mentioning, the cashback rewards that a lot of these cards are carrying now. This is one method that's used to spur consumer spending, right? Here's a credit card, and if you use it to buy things, go here, you get this. Go here, you're going to get this back. In addition to whatever they give you, we're also going to give you whatever percentage. Apple's card, you take their card and you spend their money to basically buy their product to give the money back to them. They give you 6%. And they're like, and if you go spend it anywhere else, they give you 3%. See, so, oftentimes it's like, the cost of usage actually, when you tally it up, is less than if you were just to pay for it out of your own pocket. So what you do is you just buy things that are going to actually give you a cash back. So by using the card, you're paying less money than you would if you just paid your own money. And then that way you just pay the bill off at the end of the month and you just netted a savings. And that's how people are rolling nowadays, is in terms of their credit spending strategies.
All right, let's get to the next one from LATimes.com. California population growth is slowest since 1900 as residents leave, immigration decelerates. Spin this out. The Golden State remains stuck in the slow lane when it comes to population. The number of Californians increased to 39.96 million, with new data from the Department of Finance showing mostly downward trends. They are rooted in fewer births, coupled with increased deaths among an aging population. Sorry. The Golden State, however, has also seen changes in international migration, along with more and more residents leaving the state. Complex is still there, though. The estimates, which indicate that California's population grew by 141,300 people between July 1st, 2018 and July 1st, 2019, nevertheless signal a 0.35% growth rate, down from 0.57% for the prior 12 months, the two lowest record growth rates since 1900, department officials underscored. According to the agency, natural increase with 452,200 births and 271,400 deaths accounted for an additional 180,800 people to the state. Still, these gains were offset by losses in net migration. That is the total amount of people moving into the state minus the total amount of people moving out. Notably, the Eddie Hunsinger, a demographer with the Department of Finance, even though the net international migration added to the state's population, there was substantial negative domestic net migration, which resulted in a loss of 39,500 residents. This, said the department, marks the first time since the 2020 census that California has had more people leaving the state than moving in from abroad or other states. William Frey, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, said Friday's findings follow a trend that demographers have seen over several years. While California has always seen domestic outmigration, people moving to other states, the rate has grown over the last decade. For some years after the Great Recession housing crunch, California was losing domestic migrants, but now as much as it could have, but not as much as it could have, sorry. Now that's starting to push up again, Frey said. The most common destinations for those leaving the state were Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, Oregon, Texas, and Washington, he said. As the economy has picked up throughout the West and other parts of the country, aside from a lower cost of living, some Californians are drawn to areas with no state income tax. One key contributor to the decline in growth is the dip in immigration levels, Frey added. Although California is still home to a large percentage of the nation's immigrants, that number has declined. In the past, California would be growing because immigration would counteract domestic outmigration, he said. The outmigration is in places where housing prices are high, and therefore immigration is not being able to counter that. In Los Angeles County, the region saw overall outmigration even when counting the influx of immigrants. Orange, Santa Barbara, Santa Clara, and San Diego counties also had negative net migration, even with gains from immigration. California was the big destination for people around the country and around the world, he said. It's lost its luster a little bit. The question is whether it's short term or long term. I think the jury is still out. To me, it's kind of a stunner to see that California is losing migrants. The land of dreams and the gold rush and all that now turned the other direction. Frey said Frey said the decline in growth could have implications during the 2020 census count and the ensuing appointment that is based on census figures. It's something to be concerned about, he said. California could be on the cusp of losing a seat if it doesn't show up with a decent count. In an email to the Times, demographer Hunsinger countered that the estimates are for current and historical information. There are also some notable internal shifts within the state. Smaller counties and remote areas either saw population declines or slight increases, with the exception of regions surrounding the Butte County site of the 2018 Camp Fire, the deadliest in California history. It destroyed the town of Paradise, and in addition to killing 86 people, displaced some 35,700 residents. Well, there you go then. If you have 35,700 residents displaced at one time, then there goes your demographic change. I'm not from California, but be interested in what's that?
Man. I mean, the article tells no lies. California's changed a lot in, my 40 plus years of existing here.
Mhm.
I'm born and raised here.
Mhm.
And, California is not the California that it once was.
Mhm.
Right. So as it stands at today. And, a lot of people have left. There's two different periods that I can really point to that kind of marked like points where large sums of people left in a short amount of time. One was the Northridge quake in '94, because basically, dude, like the San Fernando Valley got decimated. Now, at the time, I didn't live there, but my brother and his roommate did. And like, dude, their apartment was one of those apartments that it collapsed onto the first floor.
Mhm.
And him and his roommate, they stayed on the first floor. And that night, they just so happened to be out at my house, where I lived out, in this area called the Inland Empire, out where Super Triz came up. So there was a time where me and Super Triz actually lived in the same city, like growing up back in the '90s. But when that earthquake hit, so much of the San Fernando Valley in particular, because that's an area, it's kind of like a subset of LA, where just in that area, I think it's 1.5 million people. And when the earthquake hit, so many people's homes were like damaged. And a lot of people just walked away from their properties. They just walked away, and it took a few years to rebuild the San Fernando Valley, right? That particular part. But that's one instance where I can think of where just a whole mass of people left. And then slowly people trickled in. They moved out. They moved in from surrounding areas in LA largely, and then filled San Fernando Valley back up. And then the economy collapsed, 2008, 2009, right? So in that period of time, there were a lot of people, man. One, they were paying a shit ton of money on the homes they already had. But then you had people who was owning like 2 and 3 different properties because flipping was big, and because there was easy money in the subprime markets.
Mhm.
You got people taking on all these different properties, trying to flip it for stupid amounts of money
Mhm.
to people who really weren't in no position to like to pay these kind of mortgages,
Right.
right? So then you got a whole mass of people who then left.
Mhm.
And shout out to Rael, he was mentioning in the chat, a lot of people from California moved to Texas.
Yeah.
I know a gang, one of my close homies, man, one of my real tight, one of my closest homies, man, he's in Texas right now.
Yeah.
You know, he's there. Shit, my mom went there for some time, about 8 years, I think it was. Um, you know, a lot of people from California left here, and just like that, just like what the article stated, they went to Oregon, Washington, Nevada. I even went to Arizona for a couple of years. You know, because well, you know, I got accepted for a job down there, luckily. But um, you know, yeah, even I had left and went to Arizona.
Mhm.
You know, but you know, people are gonna put, you know, they're gonna still prefer to stay on the west, you know, in the western states, right? But man, yeah, dude, California, it's and then we looking at now, let's, you know, so now we fast forward to today, and really what you're dealing with is uh, just a lot of people who just simply cannot maintain the cost of living, basically. You
Right.
know, property values are high, but then, and I was talking to a brother just a couple of days ago, and I was telling him, because he's considering taking a job that's out here in California, the area where I used to live.
Mhm.
And I was telling him, I said, well, look, dude, if you're here, I was like, the key to living in California and being able to afford it and pay for it and live and you know and live pretty good, I said, you can't have transportation costs. Like you can't have a car that you're paying in upwards of 5, 6, 700 bucks a month for in order to have. You
Mhm.
know, because I said that's what kills you, because you have to drive long distances oftentimes to get from A to B in Los Angeles, because Los Angeles is huge. It's spread out.
It's like a country.
It is. It's huge. People don't understand how big LA is, dude. It's a big ass city, you know, and it takes a long time to get to places.
Yeah.
So you have to drive a lot and you use a lot of gas. And there's also a lot of traffic.
Mhm.
You know, so it's the cost of living largely has a lot to do with transportation. If you can mute your transportation costs, you're okay.
Mhm.
You know, if you can manage to largely just like, you know, cook your own, go to the store, cook. If you can, it's budgeting, dude. I think people have gotten accustomed to just picking up some food every night,
Mhm.
you know, paying 10, 15 bucks every night. Add that up.
Mhm.
Add up all the other things that you know, $5 at Starbucks every day, you know, 2.50, $3, $5 at Starbucks here. Go to lunch at work here, 7, $8 here.
Mhm.
Dinner, 10, $12 here. You
Mhm.
know, you do it 4 times a week. May cook once a week, and then you know that'll last you maybe a day or two, and then you do it all over again. And you know, when you look at the budgeting and stuff, you know, a lot of people spend you know, frivolously to a large extent. They spend for a lot of things that they don't particularly have to or really shouldn't be. You know, and I'm guilty of it, you know, to an extent. I have a daughter, so I have a habit of just, you know, buying her shit when she wants it a lot of times, you know. I mean, not to say she's spoiled or anything, but just stuff. But it
Mhm.
adds up over time.
Yeah, I think if you don't have a career in Cali, you should get out. There's
I
no
mean, yeah,
there's no point in being in Cali if you don't have something cooking. Unless you're part of the gig economy or you have a direct career related to the location, no way you're
yeah.
gonna survive. You'll be on Skid Row pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you come here and you're gonna just maybe like work part-time or something, right, and go to school, if you're gonna do something like that, dude, I hope you're coming here to stay with some family and they got a room for you or something. Because to think that, you know, you'll kind of just, I'll get some grant money and I'll have a part-time, man, hell no. You used to be able to maybe kind of do that like back in like the early 90s.
Yeah.
Early mid 90s, you were able, even into the late 90s, you can get off on that type of shit out. You used to be able to do that. Not anymore. You know, like, I mean, shit, like me and my younger brother, dude, like when we got our record business cracking back in 97, 98, you know, we ran that shit out of our apartment, dude. Like, our fucking living room was just stocked full of vinyl and shit.
Yeah.
You know, like literally, I had DJs coming through my crib to buy records, dude. You know?
We got somebody with their hand up.
Oh, yeah.
Hill, you have your hand raised. What's going on?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, bro.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Now, this is going maybe like a day ago about certifications. Can you go into like what certification is which is better for resumes, or what certification is good to go for?
Oh man, that's not until tomorrow, man. That's Black Tech Talk. This is
okay. Well, then we good. All right, I'm ahead. I'm ahead then. All right.
Yeah, tonight's economics, man, finance.
Okay.
Next item on the docket is from CNN.com. Living in her car, she was afraid and harassed. Then she found an unexpected refuge. As an Uber driver, Lauren Cush, what a last name.
Yeah.
Tries to keep her Toyota Prius spotless, but keeping it tidy serves a dual purpose. This 36-year-old woman is homeless and has been sleeping in her car at night, converting the back seat into a bed. I usually wake up a few times just tossing and turning, she said recently as she grabbed some blankets from her trunk. It's not very comfortable, Cush said on the tight space. I'm 5'6" or 7, so I have to make sure I have some leg room. And then it's basically it. Cush started sleeping in her car when she could no longer afford an apartment in Los Angeles, where median rent for a 1-bedroom is $2,350 per month.
Man, where was she? See, okay, first of all, where the hell was she trying to live at? Yeah. I mean, dude, okay, if you're trying to live in Santa Monica, yeah, yep, you paying that, yep. She need to tone that hypergamy down.
Yeah, she's now among more than 16,000 people in LA County who live in their vehicles. About a quarter of the nearly 60,000 homeless people here. California's rising homelessness problem has led to an overall increase of 2.7% nationwide this year, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, said in a press release Friday. But while cars, trucks, and RVs can be cost-effective alternatives in place with some of the nation's steepest rents, they lack bathrooms and showers, key amenities for people with jobs but no home. Beyond that, sleeping in them on most city streets is illegal, and they often leave inhabitants vulnerable. I was harassed constantly, Cush said on nights spent parallel parked. People were screaming or there was a fight. Many of those obstacles vanished this year for Cush. However, when she started overnighting in the Prius in a parking lot monitored by a security guard hired to keep watch over impromptu neighborhood of makeshift shelters. I don't have to worry about being being raped, she said. I don't have to be worried about being robbed in the middle of the night. This site is run by a nonprofit, Safe Parking LA, which offers a safe and stable place to park the vehicle, remain compliant with local laws, and have access to restroom facilities. Interesting. Never heard of that.
Yeah.
The folks who sleep in these lots come from all different backgrounds. Program coordinator Emily Uwita Cantrum, said, noting that college professors and city employees have found a haven in protected spaces. Wait a second, city employees sleeping in their cars?
Bro, look, we're gonna dive into something here when you finish this up, dude.
All right. A church in Los Angeles, Koreatown, provided the first lot in March 2018. Since then, the charity has expanded to 8 lots with about 120 spaces across America's second most populous city. In addition to parking, Cantrum tries to connect clients with housing and services such as free gym memberships that offer access to showers. These people have somewhere to be during the day and are productive members of society, Cantrum said. You are probably sitting next to them very often without even knowing it. They just are really struggling to get back into an apartment. Santa Barbara opened one of the first safe parking lots in 2004. As the crisis of affordable housing has deepened, similar programs have popped up across California, including in San Diego, Oakland, San Jose, and San Francisco, which recently opened its first lot. That pilot program provides spaces for nearly 3 dozen vehicles and has bathrooms and showers. We are going to identify individuals who are in their vehicles who consider themselves homeless and invite them to park in this facility, said Jeff Kosicki, director of the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing in San Francisco, where the $700 per month median rent for 1-bedroom apartment marks the nation's highest rate. The rising number of homeless residents has Kosicki very concerned. He added that cities may need to recalibrate their thinking given the shortage of affordable housing. Maybe we need to start having mobile home parks in urban areas, he contemplated. An RV beats a tent on the street. In some San Francisco neighborhoods, RVs clogged the streets. Several dozen recently lined the impoverished Bayview Hunters Point neighborhood on the western edge of the city's famous bay. One of them belonged to Shahanda Beavers, who said she brought it in June for $2,000. The engine doesn't start, so moving it requires a tow. Interesting. Still, Beavers, 43, says the RV beats living in a tent or on the sidewalk. She's in there chilling. You're in control, you're in charge, she said over a breakfast of bacon and eggs prepared on portable gas stove.
I thought that was a plate of chicken right there.
I didn't even look at it. I have a house on wheels. Now I can just start saving my money, Beaver said, referring to her $1,000 monthly Social Security income. I can put it in here, fix it up, and everything will be all right. Having gotten numerous parking tickets, Beaver said the idea of a safe parking lot could appeal to her as long as she can stay independent. Mental health problems have prevented her from holding down a job, she said. Life beats you down sometimes, and everybody don't function the same way, she said, spoken like a true sister. The RV has a bedroom, a small bathroom with a shower, as well as a kitchen living room space with a couch. Beavers recently took in a woman she met on the street. She cheers me up, said Megan Sue Belafonte, who said she lost her husband to cancer in 2015. When she's feeling down, I can cheer her up. Belafonte, 64, said her husband's illness drained their finances and left her destitute. She was living in a tent until Beavers invited her to use the RV's couch. I cook breakfast, I clean out front. We listen to music during the day, she said, noting how much better it is having a vehicle to sleep in. On a recent night, the church parking in Koreatown lot fell silent as occupants shut off their engines and got ready for bed. Kush was eager to get some help since the next day would bring in new opportunities. Safe Parking LA had connected her with a computer coding program for low-income women. The 16-week intensive course offered by the St. Joseph Center in Venice has been lauded for its efforts to help people exit homelessness. Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos recently gave the organization $5 million.
Oh God.
Excited by the possibilities, Kush stressed the importance of a recent night sleep in her orderly Prius. It only could happen, she said, within the confines of the safe parking lot. It's painful and it's wearing me down. She said, living in her vehicle, but at the end of this, I'll be able to get a better paying job. I'm hustling. I'm moving out of this situation. This is not who I am. So, Complex, you had a whole lot. You said you could answer this. So,
man, so if I noticed there's been like this new YouTube sensation. I guess there's some sister who has a pet snake and she lives out of a van. Right. And what often pops up on my feed too, because I subscribe to a lot of like build channels where they like, build cars and shit, build stuff. And so I've been noticing, and I don't know, Mike, maybe you've heard of this, making stealth camper vans. You ever heard of this?
Yeah, you kind of take these old sprinters and cut them up and.
Yeah, and then you basically convert it into like a living space, right? And I've been checking out some of like these stealth camper van builds that these dudes have been doing, where like the outside they don't touch it, they keep it literally like how the truck was when they bought it for like next to nothing. Like let's say like some old cargo van, right? That some old moving company had. And the company just went out of business or either sold it, got rid of the fleet, got like replaced it with new stuff, right? So they buy this stuff, they keep all of the old faded livery of the old company on there, right? They may like buff out like contact information or something, right? But on the inside, it's completely decked out. And so like these dudes will have like these things kitted up. It's like a small camper van. They live in it. And then what they do is they just go get a YMCA membership. And they go there to shower and whatever, go to the laundromat. I seen one dude, he modded one up to where he could park his motorcycle inside.
Wow.
Right? So this dude rolls he'll park the van, roll the motorcycle out and just go bounce around and go do what he needs to do. Then he pulls the motorcycle in, kicks it in the van, sleeps, whatever, and then dips out in the van, moves wherever, goes wherever he goes. You've also got dudes who are also they're like renting out like a commercial storage space, and they'll just park that inside, but they'll be inside it too.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And then they just pull out in the morning, you roll, go to work, do whatever.
Yeah, see, I don't like doing anything half-cocked, man. If I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it from the ground up, and it's gonna be dope, right? It can't just be like a little piece here, and a little piece there, and call it stealth. Nah, man, it's gotta be tight from front.
I've seen, dude, some of these that I've seen on YouTube, man, like cats like decking out some Sprinter vans, like the tall body ones, like so they'll get like one of those tall Mercedes Sprinter vans, and I mean, dude, these things look like a mini luxury apartment inside. Like when they just go all out, just shell the money out and just do it just for the sake of doing a build or something. I've seen some very exquisite ones done, dude. I'm like, wow. But my whole point in bringing this up is that this is actually kind of like a growing phenomenon in all actuality. This whole sort of stealth living, as they call it. So and I think things like the YouTube channel with the girl living out of her, like I said, the sister, cute sister living out of her little whatever rickety Dodge van or whatever, and this is more of like a normal. to me, that's more of like a psyop or like a normalization attempt of these types of things. Then all of these, like I said, my build feed has been filled up over like the last maybe like 2 months of these type of builds, and I've just been like, I've been casually, I've been like just kind of casually following this stuff,
Mhm.
and then I started really kind of putting it together, and like really, I think you have a lot of that going on in LA, dude. And like I said, you don't even know it because it's stealth.
Mhm.
I think there's a whole subsect or subculture, subsegment of people who live like in stealth, like I said, like a little cargo van.
Yeah.
Econo, what they call like the econo van, the Ford.
Oh yeah, the Fords. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, econo van 350s. Yeah, like I've seen some of those decked out. I've seen Sprinters decked out. I've seen box trucks decked out.
Yeah, because they're getting them for cheap. Like this lady bought it for $2,000.
Yeah, the one I saw the dude bought, it was like a 2010 Ford Econo van 350 or something like that. He paid like $3,200 for it.
Man, I'll be honest, man. I don't know what it's like to be in a situation, so I usually don't like to pass too much judgment. But if I were to land in a situation like this, man, I probably would go after an RV or something like that, a fifth wheel or something like that, man, and really just hold it down that way. But when you think about it, a lot of Black people don't even have. A lot of ADOS doesn't even have $1,500 in their savings. So
Right.
you can't even make a move like that. Like you're just gonna have to just accept a tent. My thing is, where the hell are they getting all these tents from? Where are they getting them from? Amazon?
No, dude. They go to like honestly like the surplus shops
Okay.
and stuff like that. Because they're used.
Yeah,
So
that's
it don't cost much. Sometimes they steal them from other people. Well, that's not, I mean, dude, it's really bad to see, man, because it's not even just like in LA, it's kind of like all over.
yeah, but it's
I mean,
sustainable in LA because of the one or two seasons that they have, right? But in the Northeast and in New England, you couldn't do something like that.
nah, but see, that's the thing, dude. In all actuality, what doesn't make it sustainable is the fact that because you can have it out in the open more and longer, um, you have more of the health hazard, the public health hazard element involved here. You know what I mean? As far as like things like fecal matter and shit like that in the streets and stuff. You
That's
know,
bullshit.
huh?
That's bullshit.
That ain't bullshit, dude. No, seriously, man. You run like high risk for like, contact with hepatitis and shit down in like in certain parts like downtown LA and shit, dude.
Why
It's,
don't they
it's,
just give
it's
like a one of those pooper scooper bags like they have for the dogs?
bro. You know what, dude? I don't know.
That might be something. But
I'm,
they
I'm
don't.
just saying, dude. It's like it's because it's literally, dude. In some parts of downtown LA, it is like a fucking shanty town, dude.
Yeah.
So where do you put the waste?
The thing is, they know they have a problem. Creating a parking lot so people can just
Yes.
park their cars there doesn't even that. I don't see how that helps anything. Well,
I was gonna say that ain't helping shit because all that's helping people who have some sort of vehicle to stay in. That's helping them.
yeah. I
But
mean,
the greater homeless population is not in that situation. They're
yeah,
literally just out there in the street.
sleeping under a bridge for that matter.
Right, in a tent.
Right.
With a shopping cart full of all of their belongings in it.
Mm-hmm. See, Earl always in the chat says the city of Seattle gives tents to the homeless. See, they're proliferating this sort of homeless problem, man. We'll just give you a tent and you can go live somewhere, but then you have the city code inspectors come by and take the goddamn tents when they leave.
Meanwhile, you have a whole bunch of unrented apartments and shit like that. But it's like give you the tents, but the city inspector comes and confiscates it all when they deem that there's a public safety issue with this encampment that's over here, right? Like it's like a vicious cycle.
Crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And the thing is, you know, you say you have a sanitation issue, you have this homelessness issue, you're creating parking lots, you're giving out tents. You don't seem to really want to actually fix the problem. You're kind of just shuffling the problem down, kicking the can down the road to the next administration. Let them come up with a solution.
Yeah, I mean, because see, you know, I I don't know, man. I'm at a loss for words at this point to figure it out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I mean for it to have gotten to the point. See, because dude, you know, we've all Skid Row has been a name that has been synonymous with Los Angeles for quite some time. This isn't a new thing. However, this wave of homelessness on Skid Row is unprecedented. Okay, like we have to make note of this. Is that Skid Row? Yes, it has been known as kind of like just like that section of a large city where it's just all home, but it's at a whole nother level now. Like I said, you have just certain streets and certain blocks where it's literally like a shanty town.
See, if they can live inside of a tent, right? Let's say a tent is 96 cubic square feet. Why can't they just build apartments that are like 120 cubic square feet and leave it at that? I mean, you need to get these people off the street, but you're not actually coming up with any solutions. California has is in the top 10 of GDPs around the world. California's GDP is larger than some of the fucking European countries combined, the pigs. And you can't come up with a solution? I don't understand this. Where was Kamala?
Man, we could get into it. We can get into a whole discussion, dude, about how California politics works.
Yeah.
You know, because it's going to largely be based upon region. Are you in Southern California? Are you in Central California? Or are you in Northern California? Are you in a city? Are you in a large city or a large metro? Or are you in a suburb or in a rural area?
Right. Where's Kamala Harris on all of this during her campaign?
Oh, nowhere. She was hamming it up with Charlemagne the God.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what she was doing. I mean, but you know, I mean, that's the sister that like was throwing brothers in jail and shit. You know, and basically trying to hold truancy, these crazy truancy laws, hanging that over sister's head. But that's your homegirl though.
She do the dab, she do the nay.
All that shit. She smoke herb, throwing niggas in jail over it though.
Puff,
right? Yeah, all that shit. Like I got homies, man. They got cases, dude, over some herb.
I think
she don't want like behind the shit.
Yeah, I think in the manosphere her name would be like Kamala Kush or something like that.
Somebody should literally do like in her honor, dude. Just like name a strain.
Yeah, like cocaine.
Yeah. You know, Kamala Candy or some shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Kamala Candy, dude. Like just fucking like immortalize her name, dude, by naming a fucking strain after her.
Yeah, putting up the Black Panther salute. It's so stupid. Man. You gotta laugh so you don't cry, man. It's terrible, man.
You know, but I mean, but that's what I mean, dude. That's like, I don't know, bro. That's like Cali for you, man. I mean, and I think even it's shifting, man. You've got a lot of people that I think have largely are pivoting. Not to say that they're going full on like Republican or whatever, but a lot of people are pivoting, man, and going not Democratic, going independent. And looking at people like Yang and Sanders more seriously. Like Sanders didn't get the vote here the last go around. You know, Clinton did. But this time around, he's got far more support. Well, you've got more millennials who have now come into voting age in California. So there's where your bump is going. But you really are seeing it. You're seeing a move or a shift away from traditional democratic politics here. That's largely been the mainstay in California since largely since Governor Brown's first governorship back in, like, I think it was like, it was at the time when I was like born, like in the late 70s. And then he was governor again for some time. And then Gavin Newsom, the current governor, became governor after Brown. But it's largely been Democratic. You know what? Like, one of the exceptions was Schwarzenegger. You know what I mean?
California's a blue state anyway, so.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of it's changing in a way, because, like I said, now a lot of the Sanders support, so the numbers is gone up in the state of California. So it's blue, but it's going left blue, right? And then you have like this growing number of independents and Trump supporters. Who's losing are the establishment Democrat constituency, the people who typically would support people like a Kamala Harris. That's why she didn't get no support, dude. Like, if your hometown don't support you, ain't nobody else gonna support you.
Right.
So like, when you saw her numbers were paltry, why do you think that is? Because Black folks out here know what time it is with her.
The optics didn't help her either, that who she was.
It was all fucked up, dude. Like, that's what I mean. Like, see, you can run that type of game. You could do that, but on a national scale, all it took, Black folks, all it took was just be like, nah, man, look, bitch is throwing niggas in jail over herb. White had one brother on death row and was trying to hide evidence that proved his innocence. You trying to kill niggas?
Yeah.
That's why Tulsi Gabbard blew her shit out the water with that one. Like, Tulsi Gabbard, and I was on record saying this, or King Sigma shit. Tulsi Gabbard nuked her shit. She was toast. She was done. You got no credibility amongst no one but that establishment Democrat base. And even then, people have jettisoned that shit. They either going like on some Yang Gang shit, Bernie, AOC, they go on that shit. But those centrist Democrats, man, I don't know. They losing out. And California is largely, it's kind of like the same thing in a lot of ways, man. So I said Bernie's numbers are up here.
Yeah. I mean, Earl Owens in the chat says San Francisco spent $54 million this year on street cleanup of the homeless. $54 million. What could they have possibly done with $54 million other than, street cleanup, right? Maybe they could have bought some tiny houses. Maybe they could have made some micro apartments. Maybe they could have created some hostels so that these people could sleep in.
Yeah, I think you do that. See, those are some of the ideas, man. Kind of like I don't want to say like an Airbnb type hostel, but see, a lot of homeless people do have like the subsidized smartphones or whatever, right? And so you can run things like an Airbnb and stuff like that. So not to say you use Airbnb, but you have like an app or something, and it allows you to reserve, like a tiny home, call it like a temporary tiny home or something like that, where you can get it for a day or two, and then you might go to a different area, reserve one in a different area, or you check this thing and you see what's available in a given location or something, but the fact of the matter is that you can put a $54 million to an initiative like that and get something off the ground. You can do that instead of just shelling out $4 million to clean shit up off the streets, but not address the actual issue.
Let me get to this next article. This one's on LATimes.com. This is the last one on the docket. Supreme Court leaves cities with one option on homelessness: more housing. Ooh, this image is actually pretty interesting. You have this Mayo person standing over this BM who is in the worst destitute position a human being could be in. And in the last article, they're giving women only coding programs for free with $5 million of investment into it. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. For Los Angeles and dozens of other cities across the West, all struggling to deal with a growing number of people living on the streets, Monday made clear that the only solution to homelessness are more housing and more services. The U.S. Supreme Court decided against hearing an appeal of the landmark case, City of Boise versus Martin, letting stand a ruling that amounts to a broad curb on police powers in California and 8 other states to stop people from sleeping on public property if no other shelter is available. In doing so, the justices took yet another tool out of the municipal toolkit for preventing people from building sprawling encampments that increasingly clog their sidewalks and streets. Local governments had hoped the highest court in the land would clarify how to comply with the Boise ruling or carve out more authority for police to clear encampments instead. Instead, homeless advocates celebrated the justice's decision as the death knell for local anti-camping laws that they say criminalize homelessness. I think a lot of jurisdictions were hoping that the Supreme Court would enable a much greater level of enforcement activity around the unsheltered homeless, and that won't be the case, said Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg, who, along with LA County Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas, is co-chair of the Governor's Task Force on Homelessness. The result, some officials and homeless advocates say, is likely to be an upswing of newfound political will to build more permanent supportive housing and temporary shelters to get people off the streets. In the past, such efforts have been slow throughout much of California and often have been met with resistance from local government officials and neighborhood groups. But for now, it is the only way. Our hope is that communities won't be nickel and diming this decision and figuring out the bare minimum so they can be legally compliant, said Eric Tars, an attorney with the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty, who worked on the initial Boise case and represented several of the plaintiffs involved in the challenge. We hope they take this opportunity to alter a completely unsuccessfully way of dealing with homelessness. Los Angeles City Attorney Mike Feuer said that getting people off the street is the priority. Still, he believes that until there is enough housing, there have to be some limits about where people can sleep. By declining to take the case on Monday, the High Court let stand a 2018 ruling from the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which found that it is unconstitutional to persecute people for sleeping on public property if enough shelter or housing isn't available as an alternative. Police can still intervene when there is criminal activity. However, such as drug use. Dozens of cities and counties across the West, including Los Angeles, had urged the Supreme Court to hear an appeal on the Boise ruling. Many argued that the rationale for its decision was far too broad, and local governments have been given enough direction about how much housing or shelter they need to provide to satisfy it. Feuer, for example, has been supportive of a plan prohibiting encampments around shelters, something he predicted will probably face court challenges as a result of the High Court leaving the Boise ruling standing. I would have preferred a clear standard by which to guide our future actions, Feuer said. In the absence of that, if the city puts in place the rule I want, it could well be that there's litigation around it, and that just dissipates resources we should be pouring into fixing the problem. Beyond that, Monday's decision probably will not change the legal landscape much in the city of Los Angeles, where thousands of units of permanent supportive housing are under construction, and a previously negotiated legal settlement barring police from clearing sidewalks and encampments at night is in place. Some cities have already changed their ordinances to comply with the Boise ruling, though not counting on a successful appeal to the Supreme Court. For example, the city of Novato and the San Francisco Bay Area amended its anti-camping ordinance. Also, a recently passed ordinance in the Las Vegas that makes it illegal for homeless people to sleep on downtown streets will be enforced only when beds are available at shelters. A city spokesman said Monday. Nevada is covered by the Ninth Circuit Court. Orange County has been at the center of several legal fights over homeless people. The Boise ruling has been crucial in other in those cases, said Brooke Weitzman, an attorney with Santa Ana-based Elder Law and Disability Rights Center, who has worked on several of the cases. In the coming months, she said, it will be important to educate cities on how best to help their homeless populations and ensure enough money goes toward housing and shelters. So what's going on here is that they're trying to criminalize people who are disadvantaged, basically policing the poor and actually the extreme and impoverished, because there's no shelters available for them. They try to, if someone came up with a great idea to actually, create a policy around homelessness, sleeping in the business districts, and then get rid of these people by arresting them, not realizing that what it costs to put a person into to arrest a person is something like $50,000 a year, just to keep them in a 3 hots in a cot in a jail.
Well, think about this, Mike, right? Like, so there's, they say there's a multitude of ways to skin a cat, right? So the end result is you want to get the person off the streets. Mm-hmm. That's the end result, because it's blight, right? It's, how it looks, in terms of how it looks in the public and all that. So the end result is you don't want it there. Now, what's the approach you want to take? Do you want to institute statutes that, I guess, by legal definition, you could levy on someone, right? Because they're already pre-existent, right? The statutes are already on the books. So a police officer can look at something that you're doing and determine that based on this code or this statute, whatever, you committed a crime. Mm-hmm. Okay. And there's statutes on the books that basically state that people in these living situations are actually breaking some kind of law. Okay. Now, extenuating circumstances be damned. By definition, you're breaking the law. Okay. So it becomes one of a moral or ethical question. It's like, well, wait a minute though. Don't we have some sort of responsibility, to our citizens, right? The very people who pay the taxes for the police to come and bust them for doing something that is not really illegal if they're in a situation where they can't do anything other than what they're doing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It becomes a moral and ethical discussion as it relates to instituting policy, policing, and basically administering criminal charges for something that, when you really think about it, it's kind of like, all right, well, look, just from a life scenario, what other option did I have other than to sleep in my car? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, and then you have to really sort of look at it again, just from a city standpoint. It's kind of like, well, wait, is this what we're trying to maintain here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess when GM came up with the Pontiac Aztec, man, that, although we laugh at it now and how hideous it is, that's an application right now.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, man, if there was like just a sudden abundance of them, people would be buying them things up in droves.
Oh yeah.
And what's the other one? That Rendezvous? It was kind of like the one that the version of the Aztec that came after it.
It's all based on the same platform.
Or it's on the same platform, right? Same thing with that thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Who's trying to get in here? Oh, Nicole's trying to get in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hill, you have anything you want to add to this, or?
I wanted to say like how come they don't leave, but you guys pretty much answered the whole thing. So
Leave in terms of what? Leave where? Where would they go?
Outside of California.
You mean the poor people, the homeless?
Yeah.
Well, it costs money to travel, man.
Dude, I read an article where it was like, okay, the cost to rent a truck, let's say like from Arkansas, right? And let's say you were going to do one way from Arkansas to California, is like a third of what it would cost for you to rent the same truck to take it to go to Arkansas. So the fact of the matter is that it's kind of like California has just become an expensive place across the board, and there really isn't. I mean, see, the thing is, there's areas and there's places to go in California where it's cheap. The only problem is that that's going to be far away from where people are typically employed, or where your most your most available employment opportunities are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not going to be out in the high deserts and shit like that, where you can go and live out there. It's cheap, but you know, outside of maybe working for like, you know, the penitentiary system where the private prisons are at, because that's typically where they are. Mm-hmm. So if you want to do that and stay out there, yeah, maybe work in an oil field somewhere way out there, something like that, gas company or something, great. But other than that, man, I don't, you know, not much.
New York City, some years ago, we were shipping homeless down to like Miami and some out to California. We were actually exporting.
That is true. That is true.
What was the justification for that?
Well, you know, winters was cold and too many, you know, homeless were there over here, and they
Tying off
better programs and some crazy shit. But we were shipping homeless out. It was ill.
Because I know in Massachusetts, man, a woman and a child, it's actually illegal to have them out in the street, destitute like that. That's why they build up all these freaking motels, paying them off, you know, millions and millions of dollars a year, and they actually hit their capacity. They could no longer, there was no more space available, and so thus, man, a lot of BMs, man, were left out in the street in the cold. You know, some of them froze to death under bridges.
40% of the 70,000 estimated homeless in LA, 40% are Black men. Okay.
Yeah.
But you know, meanwhile, in the manosphere, people want to just talk about, you know, they don't like you over there though. That's the position they're taking. But I see Tariq Nasheed is live right now, going in on Yvette Parnell. So she must have said something really nasty today.
You know what? Hey man, you know what, man? It's technocratic all day over here, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell them. Hopefully y'all work it out.
Yeah, see, this is an issue. I mean, we talked about this, I think, maybe the last couple of nights, man, about black male homelessness. You know, people living in dumpsters and stuff like that. I mean, they offer that as a solution. You know, a dumpster is just so wide, you know, so has so much cubic feet. You know, perfect for a place for a man to live. Really? Why don't you tell us about it? Tell us about it.
Right. Yeah, give it a week, and then you give us the living report.
Yeah.
You know, I would opt to go the sleeper van route if that's what it was going to be, and if I was going to be on some digital nomad type shit, like what you were talking about, dude, it would be like on some fucking kit and the damn transporter type shit. Some stealth ass vehicle. Inside, I'd have maybe like a fast ass electric bike parked inside, you know, maybe like a mobile hotspot in there or something.
If I was Lyft, if I was Uber or Bird or Lime Scooters or whatever it is, I'm offering it. Just would be a great PR campaign to offer these people free rides on these scooters.
Well, they have some, dude. There's already because in order to operate in the state, so in order to operate here, you have to allow for there, because if it's going to be something that the public can use on public roads, then you also are going to have to accommodate people with, say, like disabilities or like low income residences, right? So like with Bird, for example, all you have to do is just send in proof of, like, you know, you're on public assistance or something, you got EBT, you know, something like that. Yeah, and then you ride at a reduced rate.
Would it help if some of these guys came like EMT firemen, you know, something like that?
Whoa. Say that one more time. Say that one more time, Hill.
Would it be better for some of these guys to, I don't know, give them trading schools for free or for a, I don't know, like a price or a loan?
You mean for the homeless? Is what you're referring to?
Yes.
See, the problem isn't so much about even jobs or anything like that. It's the cost of living that is massive. I mean, we just quoted one of the apartments in was it San Fran or something like that? $2,300 a month for one bedroom apartment.
Stupid.
I mean, that's insane.
And dude, just for contrast, there's areas in California where you can have a house for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's insane. I know New York had rent control at one point. I'm not sure if they still have it, but there has to be something to control the market so that this doesn't explode in the way that it is right now. I know people say, "Oh, I like a free economy, this, and that." Well, how's that free economy working for you when you got people living on the fucking bridges and tents? How's that?
Yeah, I mean, no, that's a fact. We have a, it's a big homeless problem. New York City, we still have a fairly sizable homeless problem, and I've seen this problem actually start to branch out to other areas. Man, I've seen certain areas, even in Westchester County, you go up to White Plains and some places like that, downtown Yonkers, you see people, man, huddled up in corners. I mean, they have shelters, so they're sheltering you. Women are getting sheltered for sure. Women and children, they're sheltering them. Question, but if you're a big rusty ass Negro, you forget about it, man. You are subject to the elements. It ain't no joke, man. So
yeah, man.
That's the game. So yeah, homelessness is it's an issue.
Mike, what happens? You said we're in pretty much economic collapse. What happens when it hits California? Will people bail like last time, or will they just perish?
Wait, what was the question?
When we talk about the collapse, because all the money spending and stuff like that, what will happen to California? Will people try to leave, or like last time, or will they just pretty much perish in the streets?
No, I would say, well, first of all, it's not going to just be like you wake up tomorrow and then like everything's gone to shit.
Yeah, no, I ain't saying like that. Like,
well, this is what I mean when you say
Mad Max.
Well, but see, so you have to kind of look at it in such a way where, it reflects what. Or do you live in California?
Nah, I live in Florida.
Okay, I live in California, right? See, so there's a multitude of things going on here, right? You know, California has, from an economic standpoint, is a bit different than the other states. California is like the 7th largest economy on the planet, right? See, so depending on where you are, like it's self-sustaining. Like certain segments and sections of California, like exist on its own. Then there's other areas where not so much. Places like San Bernardino County, for example. But you know, like what last time, with the collapse that happened last time, look, you had people who left in droves. They did. A lot of people left, but guess what happened? A lot of people came here. That's why in a lot of places in California has a lot of new people here from other places. So people in places who had the money and always dreamed of living here, when the collapse happened, it was the perfect time for them. It was a perfect opportunity. They had the money. Property values were depressed. They were low. Hey, I can go there. Kids can go to UCLA. I already have their college fund. It was the opportune time for a lot of people who had done the right things financially to come here, and they did. So a lot of people who were living high on the hog in California and just basically got tapped out resource-wise and needed to go somewhere else for a fresh start, that's exactly what they did. They left and did that. And the people who had the money and was tired of living in, you know, bubblefuck Minnesota or wherever it's like super cold or something like that, guess what? They packed up and came to sunny Southern California.
Looks like a lot of people are getting priced out of Cali, and they're starting to roll over to there are a lot of them are rolling over now into Arizona. They're coming in Arizona a lot.
They're going to Arizona in droves because Arizona's the closest. Well, Nevada and Arizona, the closest thing to California you're gonna get.
But AZ is big. You got a lot of California transplants.
Yeah.
But they don't have ocean. They don't have ocean view, do they?
They don't have
They don't have ocean view, but I think that money. It's that money view. It's that money view looking a little bit better. You know, they have.
It's a whole lot better. It's a whole lot better in Arizona. Arizona is like slow. It's if you ever watched the movie Raising Arizona, it very much is like that. It's slow. It's slow because it's hot, because it's like the desert. So like I said, it's a lot like California. If you ever go up to the deserts, the desert areas and stuff, you go to Arizona, you think you were just in the deserts of California. It's very similar. Same with Nevada. So people leave here and they go right to Arizona or Nevada.
I was out there last year. It was starting to boom, man. I was out there out in Tempe, out in the Tempe.
I lived in Tempe for a year, dude. I lived right there near the ASU campus, man. Loved it.
And it's hopping. It's actually hopping. I mean, that area is growing fast.
ASU, quiet as kept, dude. ASU is one of the top schools in the nation, man.
Well, it's one of the biggest schools in the country. That's for sure. You got a lot of people going.
Dude, Tempe, Arizona is ASU. ASU is literally the entire city.
And the price is pretty reasonable as well. So it's actually it's a pretty good move. It's actually a fairly decent move out there.
Yeah,
really decent move.
Somebody in the chat just said Idaho. Jay Green says Arizona, Idaho, and Texas. But Idaho? Moving to Idaho?
Dude, it's cold as F. Look, a lot of people in like Montana, Idaho, Illinois, and all that, guess what? They all have winter properties in Arizona.
Yeah, well, they call the
Get
snowbird.
away from that stuff. Yeah, a lot of people who live in the Midwest and like the plain states where it gets like just butt crack ass cold. Okay, they leave there around like late October, November, and guess what? They head to their winter homes in Arizona where the winters are like on average like 70 degrees.
Crazy. Let me see this other statement. Doc Meteorite says invest in RVs. We've been talking about this for a minute. I know that Dr. Phoenix wanted to have a conversation about tiny houses and stuff like that. And he wants to know what the viability of it was. I think, if you look at the numbers for the percentages for like how tiny houses and stuff like that, they've exploded something like 80% or 2/3 of their typical growth.
See, if you build them on lots, especially if you build them on lots that are zoned for like RV parks,
Right.
then I really do see, like, you could have like tiny home cottages,
Right.
right, on something that's zoned for like an RV lot. And if you take that approach, and let's just say you maybe did like, communal Wi-Fi, public, maybe there's like a public shower area or something like that, where, I mean, it's all smart carded, operated and shit like that. So it's not just like, like a campground or some shit. No, we're talking like a legit ass, you know, like, let's like think future forward, right? How would something like this look? What, yeah, either modern or modern plus, or dare I even say future animities.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, these things also have like AI cars that just, go on routes in and out of the cottages, right? And you just kind of, request your ride, be outside in 5 minutes, boom, get in and go, come back. I mean,
Part of the
I'm
shared,
looking, huh?
part of the shared economy.
I'm saying, like, let's just think about it for a second. Like, if we were to develop like an entire like living community, if for me, in my mind, how I see a lot of this shit working with like electric bikes, electric cars, that's how I kind of see it in the future, dude. Like I said, like, you literally have like a cottage of tiny homes on, and look, you have spaces for RV living and stuff. Like, you have spaces in major cities that are zoned for this already.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's very feasible to do something like this.
The only problem is the zoning laws.
I mean, from what I hear, like, with RV parks, or RV parks or motorhome places that are zoned for those, it's like, okay, so the living space is essentially above ground. It has nothing that runs below the ground, right? So a tiny, we're looking at tiny home infrastructures where none of it actually goes beneath the ground.
Right.
So if we could develop like, like just basically a community plan based on these primary concepts, which enables these types of communities to be within a specific code. And let's just say, again, you want to target like RV or motor or
Well, I mean,
mobile home zoning.
that's what trailer parks were really all about.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
We wouldn't. What would we be doing that's any different?
it wouldn't be really much different at all, because
Exactly.
you had areas zoned for a freaking a trailer off a truck that you could plop down and throw some windows in there, put a bathroom in there, or whatever, a usable bathroom or whatever, and you got a home. So I mean, the small home or these tiny homes or whatever, I think are absolutely a legitimate option.
What's the difference?
To certainly be looked at, and utilized, and and we, contrary to popular belief, there's a lot of land here in the United States. It's not like there's a land.
Dude, that's why I'm kind of like, man, you do this type of look. Like I said, in certain areas of California, it's like super cheap to live. The problem is just it's kind of far away from everything. But if go ahead, Mike, I'm sorry.
No, I was just pointing out that Winnebago, which is one of the RV manufacturers, one of the major ones. If you look at, we're looking at the 5-year growth right here, just based on this quick market watch right here. Between 2016 and 2019, they've seen significant growth just of last year and to this year. So what I'm saying here is that there's a demand to actually produce more of these vehicles, more of these RV homes. So
I mean, we were just covering how, like, you have a lot of people that are, again, man, they're springing for a lot of these old used RVs that have just kind of just been out there. Man, these things are starting to be sold at a premium now. It's like, okay, if there's a stove, there's a little kitchenette in it. Like the one I was talking about, the guy who built one in that Econo van that he bought. Dude, this dude built a little like hand operated or a pump operated running water system in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's got internal LED lighting, flat screen TV. It's like, people are like, just like, yo, look, as long as I got like the proverbial roof over my head, I'm good. even if that means it's a tiny home or a damn stealth sleeper.
Well, Amazon has been selling out of these tiny homes.
Yeah, I just saw another article about that right there. Everything from about what the price range is like $4 to $40 grand. Like in terms of the tiny homes that you can find on Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, you get prime shipping and they ship it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Totally legitimate option. They're doing that in Japan with the small little tiny prefab houses that they do in Japan. They've been doing that for freaking years. And now that same model is coming over here. And the rip-off game now, since you're going to be hitting these kids with this ridiculous school costs and so forth, how are kids going to be able to get out here and jump out here unless you get scholarships and all for going to school and have the ability to save a lot of money, which a lot of kids just don't have. We have fairly wealthy parents. How are these kids going to get around and kind of get up on the horse properly? They're gonna have to make moves like this. I think it's definitely the right strategy. And if the society's trying to block that, I would have some questions about that.
Yeah.
Zone the area for small houses and so forth, and let people do their thing. Let people do their things. Set another area in the housing market now. Now there's smaller homes that can appreciate at a certain level and so forth and so on. Why not? Let's let it happen. Let's create something for them as well.
Man, I'm telling you, Nagon,
being
I'm telling you,
Go ahead.
In the hoods, I would find every goddamn open lot that is zoned, because certain lots are like they're zoned for like different things, right? It could fall under maybe 2 or 3 or 4 even different categories of things that could occupy that space, right? I would do a search, find all the lots that are open, that are zoned, that fall in line with the zoning for like an RV, man. Set up
44,000.
Huh?
I apologize. No, I'm looking at what Mike looking at 44,000.
Oh, okay.
4,400.
Oh, my bad.
And then basically acquire that as real estate capital, then have a side company that's a damn developer, and set up tiny home communities on this shit, man.
Well, that's a part of social enterprising, right? That's what social.
Yeah. Well, Mike, we've talked about it in depth, man. I'm trying not to do so much in-depth business modeling stuff, man, because I don't know, man. I think we need to like enrich ourselves on some of them ideas, but real talk though, as it relates to the feasibility of things like tiny homes, it's like, well, you take a real logical, objective view at it. There is practical applications for this stuff, and it's right under your nose.
Yeah.
Luke sees, what about solar panels and stuff like that, and getting rid of electricity? Would you see that like happening in 5 years, 10 years?
It's already happening now.
I mean, man, there's like thousands upon thousands of square miles of solar panels and shit all throughout the United States. I mean, that's just.
So I can buy. I'm talking about like maybe like buy one and replace it with like your electricity or something like that.
No, you couldn't live off of that.
Oh, all right.
You can live off of something like that. Those solar panels are meant as alternative energies. They're not meant to be a direct competitor to big utility infrastructure. It's meant to be to complement.
Backup.
Okay. It's meant to complement, to reduce the amount of consumption that you are tied to the grid. But I'm looking at this one from Amazon, man. This tiny house right here, what's considered to be a tiny house. I think it's just a container with a bed, and that's it. I don't see any bathroom or anything like that, so I kind of question the feasibility aspect behind it. But point of the matter here is that Amazon has been selling out of all of their tiny houses, man. I didn't know they sold so many of them.
Yep.
I mean, it's just really, really interesting to see new markets turn up, to solve issues that the government themselves had not, the government themselves have contributed to the problem. I don't see why somebody else would have to come up with it. I think that, elected officials, you put your vote behind them, they should actually be fixing these issues. it's embarrassing that other countries seem to get it right. I heard out in Europe, you have very few people that are homeless out there. You don't see a whole lot of that stuff out there like that. At least it's masked away from the public. I haven't been out there, but so I can't really speak to it.
Well, they have programs. They have programs for the homeless and all that kind of stuff. And in Italy and stuff like that, they have programs for not only homeless but for single mothers and jobs for single mothers and all that kind of stuff. So they have some specific stuff lined out for people who might be at risk or have certain issues. So they have programs like that. I mean, we technically do, but we don't really have like a real homeless. We don't really. I mean, we have programs for certain folks, but not everyone. And and that's just kind of how we're rolling up in here. So we don't really have a lot of programs to meet some of these issues effectively, like other cultures and societies do. And in Europe is very much that way.
Yeah, I mean, you see the situation right here. I mean, we were just talking about this last night. Shout out to Q, because Q, Mr. Research, I talked about this on MOT's panel, and people would tell you that the economy's doing well, but ask this brother right here sitting in the dirt, man. He would disagree with you.
Yeah.
Sitting down eating mud pies. So let me see if I can pull up the market.
Yeah, I got a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Now, could buying these small houses, could I have them transported like overseas, something like that?
You could. It would cost you a whole lot of money, but as long as you can find a logistics company that's going to move it for you.
Either that, or you're better off just ordering it from Amazon, letting them deliver it for you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shipping overseas is always a pretty risky deal. So you got to track it and know where exactly it's going to be at. So. All right, let me put the stock numbers, man. All right. What the fuck is going on with this page? All right, market leaders for today. Amazon closed out at $1869.80, so $1,869.80. Apple closed out at $289.80. Tesla closed out at $430.38. Microsoft closed out at $158.96, and Facebook closed out at $208.10. Roku took a quick dip and ended up at $139.52. AMD, and I probably should have covered that, but I'll probably cover it on Monday. Closed out at $46.18. When I told people to pay attention to AMD stock, that's when they were at $12 and $13 last year. Today they're at $46.18. Netflix closed at $329.09. And the Alphabet Group, who owns Google and YouTube, closed out at $1,354.64. So where's gold at? Let's look at gold for a second. Man, this site's really brutal in your browser. The site's all right, let's go here. This site's really brutal on my browser.
What side are you trying to get on?
No, I'm in investing.com not right now, but for whatever reason, bar chart is really, really slow on my browser.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really brutal on it. All right, let me go to gold. Yeah, so gold is up significantly. The last time I checked gold, it was at it was below 1,500. Now it's largely above it. Let me look at the yearly. Yeah, last time it was below 1,300. It was in July. So yeah, it was around July 1st. So gold is up at the end of the year. I don't know the historical data behind that or justification as to why gold is spiked up in the last quarter or 2 quarters. Is Nagone online? No, he's gone.
Is he gone?
Yeah. All right. I don't really have an answer as to why gold is up in that area, but silver is down though. Yeah, silver's down. Let's look at the 1 year. Although it peaked up in September, it has come down since then. It is maxed in max peak of the year in September for whatever reason. I'm not even sure what was going on back then for anybody to even jump on gold that much.
Well, I think honestly, man, and this is just kind of my take on it. And we did we give the disclaimer?
Say that again.
Did we give the disclaimer? Or are we gonna do that at the end?
We did that in the beginning.
Oh, okay. All right. So then, yeah, y'all got the disclaimer. So I think because we still have a relative amount of volatility in the markets, i.e., we still are in the midst of a trade war. We still have a lot of domestic political upheaval going on with impeachment and all that. See, these things don't really signal stability to the global markets, right? And it makes investors jittery because it doesn't really show that, you guys are on like a steady path somewhere. It just seems like you guys got a lot of shit going on internally. And, how is it that you guys are, primed for growth when you're trying to impeach your president? You see, so that doesn't really do things to suggest that there's confidence in the markets. as well as the economy in and of itself. I mean, a lot of what we've just been covering here this evening has had a lot to do with people losing shit and ending up on the streets. I hate to sound depressing, but that's kind of been like the central narrative here. You know what I mean? So, you know, for the investor class, what's always been a safe bet? Gold. You know, and so if we're seeing a spike or an uptick in the price in gold, again, we were just talking about, you know, preliminary signs pointing to a recession of some kind here, Q1 of 2020. So that would suggest that to head that off, because that's about what, 3 months, 4 months off. You know, you may start moving some money around now and putting it in metals and hodling. You know, I haven't, it's been a few weeks since I really kind of kept up on the crypto stuff because my work schedule changed on me again. But I would also imagine that there's probably some very interesting movements going on over on that side of things as well.
Well, it's all tied in with the dollar as well. So
yeah,
I don't put too much stock behind the crypto market unless it reaches below that of gold. If a crypto is not below that of gold, I don't see the value.
Well, no, I'm saying in terms of crypto, I'm just saying you're probably seeing some reflection in a lot of this stuff too. But you know, as far as why gold you'd see like a sudden increase or a sudden spike in gold, I mean, shit, man. Let's just look at all the stuff we've been covering over the past hour or two, and you know, looking at it from an investor class perspective, dude, I would park my money in something like gold too.
Yeah. I mean, cryptos, relatively speaking, have not really done anything significant. From an investment standpoint, it's not. I don't see it for myself being a vehicle of place. Although I have owned LTC in the past, I don't see myself owning BTC anytime soon. So.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not. I don't know if I would really paint it as like an alternate, right, in the face of a recession or something. I think you go with something that's more traditional. Again, precious metals typically. You know, maybe minerals. You may want to go in that area. Something of high value that's coming out of the ground that has high utility.
Yeah.
You know, maybe, you know, that's kind of what my thought is.
Yeah, I think for the purposes, man, based on tonight's subject, man, you know, people eating out of dumpsters and, you know, living in their cars, it's a sign of things to come. I mean, we've been looking at the market. I'm sorry, I closed out of the screen, so I can't even do the chart analysis right now. We've been looking at this stuff all year long, and all indicators point to a 2020 market correction by Q3, Q4. Several chief financial officers of major brick and mortar retail organizations such as Target, Best Buy, Walmart, and a few others have all come out and said that, we're closing down shop, 9,000 stores collective, and we're getting out of the market space. We don't see it being viable. We see a market correction coming in 2020. We're getting out. Now, some people will come by and say, oh, well, under the Tangerine Tyrant, things are looking good. Really? You can go to the mall and see how many stores have closed up, packed up, and have left.
Right, and that's kind of, and you know, and it's not. Look, I don't know how many times you've said this. we post a link, we say, look, I'm like this. I want the most accurate information possible.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got something that runs counter to what it is that, based on my feeds and my sources are telling me, I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's not this isn't for naught, and it's not for YouTube beef or some stupid shit like that. No, I mean, I'm not a big time investor, but I try to have my interests in areas where I can utilize my intelligence, right, to gain an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if there's like data that you could provide for me, or some sources or some information or something that suggests to me that trends are actually going to be pointing this way, and this is something that you're not maybe looking at, come on to the panel, please.
Mm-hmm.
But shit, short of that, let's look at what we cover here this evening.
Mm-hmm.
We already covered what your fourth industrialized entry-level position is. We showed you what that is. We showed you the effects of what current third industrial based industries and companies and business, in the face of automation, in the face of their competition, i.e. tech firms, what's going on with them and how they're faring. What was that? 800 trucking companies that are closed down this year?
Yeah.
Okay. People living in their cars. And these are people who work. These are actually people who have jobs too. Dude, you got people who are like work at Google who live in RVs.
Crazy.
Up in the Bay Area. No bullshit.
Crazy.
Come on, man. These are very real things.
You have an article right here that says African American men will suffer the most as automation destroys jobs once held by humans. But the market is doing well, though. They don't like you over there, though.
They don't like you, though.
Yeah, man. That's what they'll tell you. The market is doing good. Tangerine Tyrant, he's great.
Well,
AGA.
If we're to be subjective about it, yeah. Well, you know what? No, even if we're gonna be subjective about it, I'm gonna walk that back, because we've pointed sans the racial component, i.e. this article right here, the headline. So sans that, I'm not even sure I can even agree with the whole sort of the economy's doing great. Right? Employment numbers, the way they're reported, it masks the reality of things. Okay? It doesn't give you true employment data. It gives you employment data based on, I think it's like a rolling 60 count. So who's on the employment rolls, and then who after a certain amount of time who hasn't been employed falls off. So now they're not part of the sum total figure that's counted into the employment numbers. So if you have a large group of people that aren't even a part of the total count, then you can't look at numbers and say, well, the employment numbers aren't that bad. Ask the people who weren't even a part of the count, who don't have a job.
Stop looking. They
stop. Right. So the numbers don't tell the tale. And then to say that the economy is booming, again, one of your major indicators is commercial transport. Right? This gives you these are one of those things that pop up on like graphs and shit when you have companies that are sort of looking at how and where to invest money, where to park their money, all that kind of shit. They look at, durable goods and, what's being sold, where it's being transported. If the transport part of it is being crippled, that is a very bad sign. Right? The very thing that gets a good from point A to point B. Okay, 800 companies that are in the business of moving goods, right, across these states went under. One of which was one of the larger ones, Celadon. And then we come to find out they have been cooking books, right? Leave driver stranded. But the economy's picking up. It's great. In what booming economy does shit like this happen?
Now you can look at the I wish we could pull up the heat map, but there was a heat map that we covered before of extreme poverty. Actually, TRT just did a whole entire series on this last night. Let me see if I can pull that up.
Okay.
So I'll pull this up real quick before we close out. Yeah, here it is right here. Just only posted yesterday. So here you have a woman, a black woman on top of that, BW, living out of a suitcase.
I was just telling you, man, this is what's popping on Skid Row, bro, right here.
Mm-hmm. But they'll tell you, market is great. Tangerine Tyrant, good for the people. Tents everywhere.
This is downtown LA, mind you.
Yeah.
That's downtown LA right there. And those are the shanty towns that I'm telling you about right there.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all thought I was bullshitting.
Mm-hmm. There are 5 empty houses for every homeless person.
Mike, what was I just saying?
Maybe you wrote the article.
I cannot reveal who I really am.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So far in this clip, you sure are seeing a lot of black folks.
Oh yeah, melanated people.
Right.
Yeah, this was posted yesterday. I'll drop the link in the chat. You all can watch it on for yourself. All those are black men out there.
And there's a lot of black people.
Y'all thought I was bullshitting.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Is it because most of them are black? They're not helping.
No, it's just a matter of see, what happens with the federal government and local state governments is that they get the state can demand more federal assistance if they have more homeless people or more destitute people on the books. So there's a desire for year over year to carry over these destitute people. Now, what happens to that money when it comes in? It's supposed to facilitate programs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But according to this, we're not seeing any of this, right? We're not seeing any new houses being built. This video just pointed out a few seconds ago that, there are 5 empty houses or empty apartments for every one homeless person. So that means
one homeless person.
There's more than enough capacity to put people into these houses, but there's a desire not to.
If you put every homeless person in a vacancy, you're still gonna have a shit ton of vacancies, basically.
She's only 38, man. She's a millennial.
Wow, man. Yo.
That's a millennial, man. I mean, she probably looks more like a Gen Xer.
Yeah, I was gonna say she looked hella Gen X to me, and I'm a Gen Xer, so.
Yeah. So what I'm saying here is, regardless, man, these are the consequences, man.
Well, hold on. Hey, Dark Meteorite, he said they edited it to make it look like it's only black folks. Homie, I live out here. Don't make me roll down a Skid Row and shoot a video, bro.
Yeah, change your name from Dark Meteorite to Albino Meteorite, man. Cut it out.
Like, I'm out here, bro.
Mm-hmm. Mayonnaise Meteorite. There are 40%.
of the homeless on Skid Row are brothers.
Mm-hmm. More than one.
That's no joke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna ask you, how come people don't just vote out these people since they're not helping?
Vote them out?
Yeah, vote everyone out.
Well, I mean, there's a lot more than just voting for who, one individual person is not going to change it, right? It's a systemic issue. Systemic issue. There's a desire to keep these people where they are in order to for local municipalities to justify receiving aid.
I was going to say, there's a lot. It's bureaucracy, man. There's a lot of agencies that receive funding to quote unquote provide services.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if I just turn around and put these people in homes, okay, that cuts the funding for a lot of businesses and a lot of organizations that provide services, right, in a multitude of ways for people that are in a very fucked up living situation. So what do you want to do? You want to keep these people in a situation where you'll have then all of these organizations and businesses and stuff that provide these services, or do you want to put them in a home? And then, there's just going to be a lot of organizations that are largely assed out.
Yeah, and see, the United Nations in 1973, the United States signed on to these human rights policies that they have to abide by. Everybody in the United Nations have to abide by it, and providing the most bare minimum assistance is what they do.
Yeah, and they receive a lot of funding, grant money, all that type of shit to do just that, provide the bare minimum.
And looking into this type of stuff, man, in the long term, it just seems like a big crap show.
Oh, wait, you said it's like a big what?
It's a big crap show. I mean, you can't keep doing this like for the next 30 or 50 years.
Well, they just hope you just die off or something, probably take your organs at the end of it. But
damn, that just got dark. Jesus.
Menes Aptara in the chat says, wealth is calcified at the top. We have to determine if this is the type of society we want to live in. Capital and labor will always have an adversarial relationship. Yeah, but that's the sort of stuff we have been trying to talk about on this channel, and nobody wants to have that conversation. They just want to talk about, interracial relationships and stuff. And like, what are you all talking about, man?
But right, and to kind of speak to that, capital and labor will always have an adversarial relationship depending on the nature of the relationship. Now, if we're talking about if we're talking about equity based on like shared economic principles, things like organizing your businesses and your financial environments in more of like a co-op environment, okay, well now your relationship between capital and labor, capital and labor are now they're actually in parallel with each other. Okay, the two actually exist off of the other, both in beneficial ways. It's all about how you structure your capital and your labor, how it all works. So like, for example, employee-owned companies. Well, think about that just in theory. Okay, well, that solves your adversarial relationship between labor and capital, does it? Where your labor owns the capital? You see? So how is it that we're structuring companies in such a way where, one, we don't have an adversarial relationship between our capital and our labor, but we have more of a mutually beneficial relationship between it? Two, right, it benefits us. So again, these are companies that are created by us to facilitate capital to work in the way that I just stated. So having co-op owned, employee owned companies and stuff like that. Not all businesses are just straight up LLCs with some, Fortune 500 CEO type. There's a lot of companies that are employee owned. There's benefit in that. You know, having financial institutions that are co-ops, i.e. credit unions.
Yep. Public banking structure.
Public banking. God damn, I mean, shit, I think Mike and I spent most of the summer talking about public banking. They don't have, these things don't have to be adversarial.
Yeah.
And this homelessness problem doesn't have to happen either.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a desire to keep these people right where they are, create these sort of social dynamics, and then say, and then every single politician that wants to run will say, "Oh, I'm going to fix this problem," just like the last 3 or 4 candidates who decided that they were going to run.
And you know,
Mike, chat said they're correcting you that they thought it was 60% of the constituents.
I mean, look, here's the thing, right, dude? I'm trying to be conservative here. You know, like the times where I saw it, shit, it seemed like 70%. If you really want my honest opinion, times I done been down there, it seemed like the majority of what I saw down there was brothers. I'm trying to be nice by saying 40%. It could very well be 60. I ain't even gonna argue that shit. And as far as another comment, like the 1% don't care about anything but themselves. Let me tell you something, man. Look, over the last 30 years, Black folks then gave away $420 billion to the church. $420 billion. You don't need no 1%. Do you know what you can do with $420 billion? That was just freely given away.
Listen, there's 6 figures of super chat money and Patreons that flow through the manosphere alone. Why are people giving money to content creators who don't even care for the cause? I mean, we have to really think about this, man.
You speak with your money, folks, just so you know.
Yeah, even if it is a cash app.
Dude, bro, no matter what the medium, money talks. That whole notion or that whole saying, put your money where your mouth is. It's never been more apropos than it is today. So it's like, don't complain about solutions and shit, and then throw your money at the problem. Doesn't sound like a strategy for winning in my book.
I mean, you got Black kids out there, beneath 12 years old, sitting out there.
It's amazing, man.
Yeah. But, some people in the manosphere will tell you that the market is doing well. Tangerine Tyrant, love him. Great guy. Great guy.
Like I said, as far as I'm concerned, look, man, right about now, there's votes sitting on the table because Democrats ain't doing nothing to court Black folks. So, hey, put a couple of crumbs on the table, grab them votes up. That's about as much as I see out of it.
Yeah. All this stuff about, where your manhood is, where your masculinity is, and who's select, who's not select, who's alpha, who's a beta.
I mean, dude, you're just preoccupied with every goddamn thing that does not address the actual problems. Like pick something that is totally not related to what we're talking about here, and that is the majority of what is being spoken about. Like I said, 70, I don't know, anywhere from 40 to 70% of the homeless on Skid Row, Black men. Not a peep. Gynocracy all day long. April Mason all day long. Who else? Who else is there? Right? These aren't people that have any sort of real social impact. Fucking second, third-rate YouTube celebrities. No real sway, no real political power, right? No, and no sphere of influence to actually do any goddamn thing. fucking A, people, get your goddamn priorities together. You do realize it'll be 2020 next week.
Mm-hmm.
You let that one marinate for a minute. You're going into 2020, and I don't give a fuck who's listening at this point. Going into 2020, what do you think the hot button topic? Dude, 2020. I remember when I was a kid, that was like some off age of some kind where there's gonna be flying cars and all that shit. I remember when I was like 6, 7 years old.
There's a movie about it. I think it was called with Sly Stallone that was in it.
Yeah. What?
Demolition Man? No.
Demolition Man. Yeah, no, that was like 2020, 2021 or something like that. And when you really kind of look at it, I mean, it was kind of sensationalized, but a lot of the shit that you saw in that, dude, exists today. You know, and in my head, dude, 2020 was always like a symbol year.
Mm-hmm.
It symbolized like we are officially in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And in my view, if in 2020,
I think we lost Complex. Yeah, I think so. I think we lost Complex on this.
Yeah, you just went muted. So
yeah, might be switching devices. But yeah, man. Well, Ty City's been on the street before. He can tell you a thing or two about that.
California?
No, I think he was in the South, but
oh, okay.
Some of these guys can tell you about this. You know, going to Burger King, asking for some hot water with about 5 or 6 packets of ketchup and some pepper, and creating tomato soup out of it, man.
Yeah, I ain't trying to get no one near that, brother. So.
No, but they'll sit up here and tell you, you know,
who's select, who's non-select. Yeah.
No, not even that, man. They'll tell you that the market is good. This is a great place to invest. Yeah, this is a great place to invest. People living out of their cars, you know, pissing in paint buckets and stuff like that, man.
Jesus, man. It's that bad.
Even
worse.
Eating cat food, 6 for $5 toward the deal. And then people get mad when we say SYSBM. They get mad when you say that, though.
Sure, that's all I'm trying to get. I'm trying to be like them. SYSBM.
They are SYSBM. Look at this guy right here eating out of that damn mango. He's SYSBM too. See, eat that whole mango to yourself. Don't share that shit with nobody. Got people up in Harlem, you know, not even asking you for a quarter or nothing, man. They ask you for a whole $5. Let me borrow $5. How you gonna borrow $5 and get paid back, man? Let me just buy you a meal. Nah, just give me the whole $5, fam.
Oh man,
crazy.
Yo, I dropped off. I don't know where I dropped off at, but fuck, whatever.
Ulysses, man, let me hold $5, man.
Let you hold what?
Let me hold $5, man.
For how long? A couple minutes?
Nah, man.
I mean, like, you know, when somebody says, let me hold that, like.
Damn, Holmes, I'm just chiming back in. I'm kind of a little bit busy here, but I'm looking at this. Where is this? Is this LA, Mike?
Yeah, this
is Skid Row, man.
Skid Row.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't like you over there though. Nah, man. I mean, it's good. I mean, we're moving into cryptocurrencies, man. I mean, you can shake your cup all you want to, but I can't drop. I'm sorry, I can't drop XRP tokens inside your cup, man.
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to go.
How you sign with the Q code?
No, you know what? Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, what it is you sit there with like your cardboard placard, but there's a QR code on it.
Mm-hmm.
You just walk by and scan it, and then basically it links to their crypto wallet. Put a little something on it, send it.
And people talking about, oh, we don't need no UBI. Bullshit. Go ask the people on Skid Row, nigga.
Now is this a woman here with a kid?
Yes.
6 kids. She got 6 kids.
6 kids? Who? What?
Her.
She's a millennial.
That's a millennial, by the way.
The one in the pink?
Yeah.
That yeah, right there.
6? Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. What do you mean, oh my goodness?
Don't bash her, for having 6 kids, but look at the whole entire situation from a wide angle view. You talked about 2053, and people are like, "You guys don't know what you're talking about. Go to Skid Row; it's already there."
I'm not going, Mike. 6 kids could hold you back, bro.
Yeah, it could hold you.
6 kids can slow you down a little bit, bro.
That's High City. He's a funny motherfucker.
No, that's
you got to start applying the brakes around 2, 3. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
When the wheels start locking up.
When you get to 4, that's when you find you don't have any brakes.
This looks like a scene out of like New Delhi or something, in India, in a real poor area.
I was, dude, hey, they're going. I was telling earlier, man, this video, it really ain't even doing it justice, bro. Like, this shit's like a shanty town down there.
I mean, this is an obscenity in the eyes of God that we have this going on here in this country. This shit is obscene. It's obscene.
No, but the people in the manosphere will tell you, market is doing good. Tangerine Tyrant, love that guy. Not looking at the bigger picture. When we talked about 2053 months ago, a whole year ago, oh, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll do just okay. Go ahead.
We got the facts. I mean, got dockets and stuff here, literally stuff that's showing you, but people don't want to hear it. They want to hear apple pie and ice cream and blue sky. I mean, I understand that. I understand that we want to always put a positive spin on things, but we got to get to reality. This right here, this is a problem that's not going to go away. This is only going to get bigger if we don't start to address some of these larger issues. And I think the millennials have the right idea about the small houses and all that. But significantly dealing with this issue with respect to people who have gotten into catastrophic situations, can't get out of them, no type of job retraining the way we should have it for people to get into new industries and so forth. There's a lot going on and folks are just slipping through the cracks. And this right here is, I don't see how this is beneficial to any community to have this. This shantytown, this is crazy. Mm-hmm. This is crazy. Downtown LA, this is crazy.
Bro, but you know what?
This is like the favelas. This is like the favelas in Brazil. This is like the favelas. It's crazy.
Mag fellas.
You have to get out of there, bro. Like I couldn't live in that area where it was so concentrated like that, bro.
I mean, how far can you go, Tyson? That tent is massive. That's like a house, man.
I ain't going, bro. Sorry. Sorry, bro.
I mean, there's only so much room in your 240Z, man.
Hey, I can lock it. Hey, you know what, bro? This shit, it broke it down to me, man. Here in the Dallas area, bro, we had homeless people that they was finding frozen to death, dog.
Mm-hmm.
And that shit just made me realize, bro, like your well-being is nobody else's responsibility.
Mm-hmm. You might have to lease out that land there, Tasha, that you own, man. Them vacant lots.
Nope. As soon when they gentrify it, I'll probably put some charging stations.
I mean, it's a good idea, but I mean, the timing of it is just so critical. Jason Caesar asked, where are they getting these tents? I was wondering the same thing, but according to somebody in the chat, they said that the government gives these tents to them, and then they send the sanitation workers go out there and clean up the tents and take it from them.
That's cool.
We had a problem with the homeless people having these grocery baskets, and so they start giving people tickets for having them. So the homeless people walking around with baby strollers.
Crazy.
It's that bad.
Yeah, Gerbers and recycled cans, man.
Yeah, man. That ain't no joke, bro.
Entire city. Are you up on these? Mike and I were talking about it earlier. These stealth sleeper van builds.
Yeah. I was looking at were y'all looking at some of the outfits that was putting them together? Because you can buy them already built.
No, these are people on YouTube. They're doing build videos, dude. Like I said, there was a brother who did this one where he did one where he kitted out an econo van, like a Ford F-350 econo van,
Yeah,
and he made it where he could park his motorcycle inside of it. Has a fold down bed, a TV, a sink. I was like, what?
No, Cycle. It's a YouTube channel called Cycle Cruiser. He built one too, a bug out van, and he keep his motorcycle in it too, and he got everything in there.
That's what I mean. It's like this is kind of where like that whole sort of digital nomad, sort of like, nomad contract worker type of dude, where his whole living situation.
Yep. The childless, familyless.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. It's like a lot of like, MGTOW dudes. I mean, this is kind of like the lifestyle, man. And all they do is have a YMCA. All they have is a YMCA membership. A place where they can go to shower and shit.
And that's why I don't really go to gyms like that, man. I don't really like to work out there, man.
Because of that, right there, man.
Yeah.
You think the YMCA is going to bump up the prices because they got so much traffic?
No, because they just subsidize it anyways.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, they won't do that.
No.
Bro, look at this picture, bro. I could just, damn, man.
What?
Like,
what?
You can
what
just
about
see it. Like, they don't have. There's no success around those children, bro. I know. I was one of them. I'm telling you the truth, bro. Like, you could just stare in their eyes and just see nothing, dog.
What is this from, Mike?
We did this. When did we do this?
Wait, yeah, this looks familiar.
September. We talked about this in September about ADOS.
ADOS, that's right. Yeah.
Yo, that picture is hard, bro. Picture is hard, bro.
Yeah, for extreme poverty. The fastest growing demographic for extreme poverty in this country. They're defining extreme poverty as having absolutely no address, no nothing, no access to clean water, no access to food resources.
Yo, let me tell you something, bro. You can't fake that look on those children, bro.
That's struggle, bro.
Yeah.
Like that's struggle, man. That's a hard life, man.
No, but the people in the middle will tell you otherwise, man. They'll tell you that the tangerine tyrant got the market cooking.
Now, Ulysses, do you think they're going to start doing crimes just to get off the streets?
No, they already doing it now.
They are. I mean, yeah, man. I mean, look, man. People do. Look. So, for example, like out here in California, this is it's only going to be like for like this and maybe the next 2 months, where people are really kind of angling to get some sort of, living situation Man, look, the remainder of the year, dude, the weather's good. People like they just be out here, man. That's why a lot of people they literally come here to be homeless, dude. A lot of times, there's a people who come here from other places to be homeless because it's like in a lot of instances, like you can get free weed.
Wait, what?
No, as I say, you get free money, get some free weed, and you just kick it by the beach. And there's a lot of people that are like kind of good where they're at.
You got
Really?
You get to have get to have a license when you're undocumented.
Hold on. So you telling me people, let's say Florida, New York, they will go all the way to go to California just to be homeless?
They ship their homeless here.
Damn.
Bro,
a lot of people that are homeless in places like the Midwest, man, they come here to be homeless.
This is outrageous.
No, bro, this picture ain't no joke, bro. Them two boys got on uniform shirts, dog. Bro, it's some struggle going on, bro. That's hard, bro.
No, but they'll tell you, they'll come out here and tell you, you're not really an alpha male because you didn't help these people. This is 20. When we say 2053, they say you don't know what you're talking about. It's already here, dickheads.
Yeah, that's messed
fact,
up.
I identify with this picture, bro, and like I said, bro, they got a long road ahead of them, fam.
Man, if you read the article, this young girl jumped out of the shelter, man, and ran to her father, man. It says it in the article.
Yep. I remember this article. I remember covering this article.
Yeah.
Wait, so she jumped out. What do you mean? Like she jumped out?
They got put out. I think they got put out of the house after taking a home that ended up it got condemned, right? They shut the place down. Then they put them. The inspector, right? Then they were in a hotel where I think the Red Cross had given them like kind of like a debit card, and they were paying on that, and they were there for a minute, and then she had enough, dude. She just bounced.
Yeah, so I'm out of here. I'm going to my father. But black men don't take care of their kids though.
Bro, let me tell you, you know what? She probably don't have the same dad as the younger ones.
I think they all have the same. Yeah, supposedly they have all the same father. It doesn't really stipulate that, but according to the article, it does. They all do. But I think what's happening in the manosphere is that a lot of people are okay with the pontification, man. You sit behind a nice microphone with a nice headset, nice podcast kit with your backdrops and all that, and you want to talk about community issues. But when it's really time to have this conversation about the look on these people's faces, you know, the fucking shock and awe, the loss of hope. Where these niggas at? Where they at?
Well, there's a mythical. There's this gynocracy, right? That you can't quite put a face on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's pervasive. It's all around you, but you can't quite identify it, right? It's elusive. And until we pin this elusive, identifiable or unidentifiable, enemy amongst us, until we get a handle on this, we can't do a goddamn thing else.
Mm-hmm.
I've been told on no less than 2 or 3 different panels, it's like, well, look, until black men and black women figure it out, you know, like we can't really focus on anything else. Really?
Yeah, but
really?
But you know what? I feel like them kids, they gonna make it out, bro. Because because I'm telling you, bro, that could be me. One of them boys could be me, dog. Like that's how I grew up, bro. I identify with the look on them kids' faces, bro. Like no bullshit, and that shit makes you hungry, dog.
But
it can either build you up or tear you down, man. It's gonna go one way or the other.
They may be hungry.
I feel like, man, we in the information age now. You know what I'm saying? We not leaving the house with an information deficit. You feel me? I feel like these young kids, they're gonna have access to more information. They're gonna be able to find their way out easier.
Well, Ty, no, the issue, and this is largely what we, this whole this whole brain trust thing has been predicated upon, because, they got access to the same information everybody else got access to, right? The Google that a white dude goes to is the same. When you type in Google, that's the same Google you go to. What you choose to Google and then use to your benefit, and what a white dude or some other group of individuals choose to use to do it, okay, that's going to determine the outcomes of what type of information you access and how you apply it to your benefit. So if, like, based on what Mike was saying, if largely if from a macro communal standpoint, if the majority of your conversations have very little to do with what we've been discussing here tonight, then I don't expect the majority of those people who engage in those conversations to come up or to actually be Googling any goddamn thing that would change anything. I think people are just genuinely entertained by talking. I think that's really what this comes down to. People just like to hear talk. They just like talking. No action behind none of it. And action is the only thing that's going to fix anything.
Well, I have seen a few people threaten to be killed or be beaten, or take them out to a parking lot or something else like that, and meet them in the city and beat their ass. I've heard of some of that. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So.
But that you don't take that same kind of energy to your quote unquote oppressor though, huh?
Nah, man.
You don't be bringing that kind of smoke to your oppressor though, huh?
Nah, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Guys inviting dudes to their genitalia and all this craziness. We see a lot of that going on.
But that's what I'm saying,
Pause.
That's what I'm saying, Nicole. Like, a lot of these people that get on here, they talk about the Black community, but I don't think a lot of these people talking about the Black community, I don't think they experienced it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they actually lived it. Some of the stuff I be hearing dudes say about the community, I just feel like you don't have a connection to it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. At the end of the day, I'm gonna say it. Sorry, they don't give a fuck. But it sounds good.
It's profitable. It's profitable to talk about this type of stuff and not do anything about it. Just like the government won't do anything about the homeless on Skid Row, because it's profitable for them to keep getting federal aid for assistance to keep these people on life support, man.
Right. And I feel like, man, I'm gonna tell you the big thing about me, man. Growing up, at least I had my grandfather, because he put a level of seriousness into me at a younger age.
So, City, which one of the young boys do you identify with?
Oh, the tall, skinny nigga who got the with the air up tempos. That's me all day. Yeah. Just some nice shoes. Got them on my birthday. But it's for real, man. I be hearing these people have these conversations. I be like, it's for real. You sit here talking, but it's some kids somewhere, you know what I'm saying, all across America, bro. They don't have a clue. They hopeless. They don't know which direction to even go in.
And now you see why I do mentorship on the channel. You see why I openly do it.
Yep.
Do you go to these other channels? These dickheads ain't talking about it though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, even for me, I made the decision I was gonna drop out of high school, and then it was like, now what? And nobody around you can tell you now what, because everybody is failures. There's no success around you. There's no blueprint. You know what I'm saying? You just hopefully you can figure things out and run into somebody. You know what I'm saying? That's who I feel bad for, the children, man, because man, dog, I feel their pain, bro. I really do. I be feeling it, dog.
Yeah, they have no choice in this.
They have no choice in the matter. Yep, exactly right, Mike.
Right. Remember, I told you the story about the guy I got hired on in my job. You know what I'm saying? He able to have his little brother live with him now. It's easy to say that's them, but I mean, shit, man, that was me, bro. You know what I'm saying? That was me.
It's real, but they don't really want to have those conversations. They'd rather sit up here and talk about, you know, brothers going to SYSBM and stuff like that. Man, come on, man. Like this a much more critical issue that needs to be discussed here. Why don't we have this discussion?
Right, and I even pushed back on MOT. I was like, bro, it's got to be a place for everybody, at least the children, bro, because I mean, we make that point all the time about how resources are being used to rehabilitate people who made bad decisions. You know what I'm saying? We got children in the development phase. They're not getting no push.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir.
What wasn't Steve Jobs an orphan at one point?
He was a Syrian. He was a Syrian. And, you know, this idea, you know, that you should just ignore these people, man. He became one of the most prolific people in modern history.
Thank you.
No, we don't know what this young boy right here, the tall one.
We don't know. Exactly. We do not know.
We don't know what they're capable of doing.
Did you know who Elon Musk was when he was 5, 6, 7 years old, 10 years old?
No.
Nope.
He's got to be.
I'm just saying.
He's got to be like 13 at this point. But
what I'm saying is that, see, the book ain't closed on them.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, now that I'm older, you know what I'm saying? I've been living in better communities and stuff. You see incubators and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Tutoring places and stuff like that. Like, man, that stuff was nowhere to be found when I was coming up, bro.
But, you know, hell, you got things like Khan Academy and stuff like that where, again, this is what I mean. You know, these types of platforms, things like Khan Academy, Free Code Camp, when we talk about coding and all that, you know, and we give you guys the links to certifications and, you know, and all that, we say, look, these are minimal investments.
Yeah.
You know, think about what you spent $279 for. Hell, 300. Some people have spent more than that on a pair of shoes that they don't even own anymore. They wore them out.
Well, that's why I was telling you in the last hangout we did, man. The difference between daycare and private education for my son is just $300.
Wait, say that again.
The difference between daycare and my son going to a Montessori is
$300. $300. Exactly. And what are you getting for that extra $300, dude?
Take a lot of weight off of me because I know that he getting, you know what I'm saying, taught and he being pushed.
But it's just like I was telling you, man. He come out of there and dude, because I can tell you this from experience, from my daughter. Okay, he's gonna come out of there if you keep him in there and he graduates. He's gonna come out of there and go into the first grade on some third or fourth grade level shit.
Yeah, man. I just.
You already posted the IG, fam.
The what?
I said you already posted it. What your son is doing?
Oh yeah, he was doing colors. He was saying his colors and stuff too, at the same age. You know what I'm saying? He blasted through all that stuff.
Bro, when we did our Montessori hangout, I had my daughter read a legal document. From it was a legal document pertaining to the hemp business.
Man, that's what's up.
Read that. I had to read that shit on air, dude, on the hangout, bro. At the time, she was 7.
Their kids, though.
Well, say that again, Mike. You know say it again.
But black men don't take care of their kids, though.
Yeah, nobody takes care of their kids.
And when
what's up to go?
And when I saw Complex do that, I said, I haven't seen nobody else here on this, in the manosphere literally do something like that. But this is not strange to the Brain Trust. But like I said, I haven't seen it really anywhere else. But yet you hear a cacophony of craziness. of
yeah,
Negroes
but
talking.
That's what I'm saying, Nicole.
Hold on a second, talking all kind of craziness about how they're out there, the brothers ain't doing this and we ain't doing that and blah, 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 blah. And I listen to it, I'm saying, look at what, you have a lot of brothers just here who are actually trying to get things together. And you got brothers don't get along. We get along pretty well over here. I mean, so I'm just looking at a lot of craziness. That's why I'm saying it's getting to a point now with me. It's like, I'm not really trying to mess with this, with the bullshit, because I really clearly see what's going on. I've watched this. I've been on this YouTube thing, watching this thing for over 10 years, and I clearly see what's going on right now. And this shit ain't gonna stand too long in 2020. So I would say, to a lot of these millennials, definitely get focused, certainly on what goals you guys want to achieve, and work with people to help you really make a lot of that happen, as well as you putting a lot of effort into yourself. Because I see a lot of millennials who are actually doing that, with some odds that are against them. And and our job here is just to help that process in any way we can. And that's kind of where I'm coming from. The cacophony of people running around talking crazy and talking about getting with derelict folks and doing all this kind of stuff. It's a pure waste of time. I understand that it's Twinkies for the mind, and people want to watch a lot of this stuff because the reptilian arguments and so forth are entertaining. But at the end of the day, it leads to nothing. Most of these people, like I said, most of these people can't deliver you a fucking ham sandwich. They can't show you to go anywhere. They can't. They can point you in no direction to help get your shit right. So I mean, you got to think about some of this. That's how I look at this game right now.
Well, look. If they can do that, right, but can't do shit else, like, why would you find entertainment in that? Why would you find entertainment in something that leaves you like, okay, you give this shit 3 hours of your time, attention, and energy.
My father used to call it.
Go ahead.
The Negro rituals. Negro rituals. Old man, great man. He's gone. Too bad. He was here. But yeah, he called that boy.
Your rituals?
Boy, oh boy. The older I get, he said the Negro rituals. There's rituals.
Negro rituals, man.
Written by the Negrodamus.
Negrodamus.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, my son was doing all that before he turned 2 years old, and my brother has my nephew who is a year older, and my son is far ahead of him. And I just told him, like, I just put the right stuff in front of him. He soaked it up like a sponge, and we worked through this stuff. Maybe like 2 or 3 hours a day while I get out from work. It is what it is. That's what we do now. So now he's 3 years old, and we already doing simple addition.
Mm-hmm. So by the time Trump gets impeached, your son will be SYSBM for real.
Out of here, gone.
Pass me a passport, bro. At 5 years old.
Gone, man. I mean, I'm telling you, man. You like, to me, my heart go out to these children, but I know, bro, because I did it. And I know, bro. Once they get out, they're gonna figure it out. Once they realize it wasn't their fault, that's when they start. You know what I'm saying? That's when the life changing stuff happens.
But we gotta hope that they come to that realization, because a lot of people succumb to that notion that it was their fault. Right? It was their fault for fucking being born.
Right.
It's weird. I mean, that's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
So
Ty City, what advice would you give the young boy right here? Young boy.
Man, I know it sounds kind of messed up, but man, you gotta go outside your environment, man. Even if you just get your big toe outside of it. Because to me,
that's what changes shit.
I grew up in a small country town, and it's like everything happens in that one little section. So for me, the Sebring racetrack was like that was like going on vacation, bro. You know what I'm saying? Once a year, I go see 12 hours of Sebring. And for that, I start seeing other people. I start seeing, you know what I'm saying? No,
Yep.
people who live normal lives, dog. You know what I'm saying? And
Yep.
it's just one of those things, man. Like once you start stepping out, because when I lived with my mom, I was so normalized to living in the projects. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that the kids that I was going to, they had houses, they had homes and neighborhoods and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And you could just tell, man.
No, man, real talk, man. You know, it's the reason why I try to, you know, have my daughter in environments like motorsport, you know, and try to have business associates that are successful people, right? Because, you know, you're gonna take on the energy of the people that you're around, you know. So if you're always around in a bad environment, then it's hard to take on good energy. You know, you got to get around people who got good energy, who have success behind them, and you know, and are willing to incorporate you and have you as an associate, acquaintance, friend, partner, whatever. You know, and that requires you actually putting yourself. You see, that's just not going to come to you. You got to go to it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But see this unit right here with her and the kids, bro. I lived in a place called Martin Luther King Terrace, and
Martin Luther King Terrace?
Nah, terrace.
Oh,
it was a terrace. Like, that would be wild, bro.
I thought it was a bunch of Christian niggas with, you know.
But you know what? Y'all laughing, but they bused us to an elementary that was called Cracker Trail Elementary, dog. Yeah, no bullshit, bro. But that unit was everywhere. That's what everybody had. It was no dad, nowhere, bro.
Damn.
And I was doing bad in school, and my mom sent me to go stay with my granddaddy since by the age of 9, and I stayed with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but no, this is common though, man. I don't want people to think that this is an article.
No, and you know, and shit, I appreciate you for like putting your personal experiences out there, because you know, there's this notion of this idea that the brain trust is comprised of a bunch of, you know, fucking arrogant snobs and shit like that, and it's just like, no, you know what, man, like we're black men first and foremost, and we come from all backgrounds, and we have a whole multitude and a collection of experiences that's kind of brought us to this point where we've all sort of coalesced on the same platform here. So, you know, that means no matter what your walk of life is from, shit, I'm from sunny SoCal, but I done seen some shit. Thai City, what, you was in Florida for a minute?
Yeah, I was in Florida.
Right.
Out here, and then I had to move back to Florida.
You know,
but I mean,
being on the east and the southeast, you done seen some shit, and we both coalesce here, you know.
Bro, but this is the thing, though, man. And I know a lot of y'all come from an academic background, but let's say somebody like me.
I fucking dropped out of college at 17, man.
Bro, but this what I'm saying though. For somebody like me, bro, I never forget, bro. I fucked around and I failed the 7th grade or the 7th or 8th grade. I failed it, bro. And I had to repeat the grade, bro. Dog, the humiliation and like embarrassment, bro, of not passing the grade, bro. Dog, I was done, bro, with school at that point, bro. That was it for me. That was a wrap, bro. It was down. It was already downhill, but it was all the way downhill from there.
and lanky and over the other kids.
Yeah, it was bad, man. I mean, I look at some of these kids, man, and I look at this, and I'm like, there's no way she's on top of all 6 of those kids' education how she's supposed to be.
No, they're not going to school time. In the article, it says they're not going to school because they don't have a proper address.
Right.
So they all have to drop out.
We covered this article back in September, man. Yeah.
No, that shit real, man. I'm telling you.
Well, that's why the girl bounced, dude.
Yo, that shit is real, bro. I lived it. Sometimes I be hearing some of these talking points these dudes be saying, and I was like, bro, that was me 97. That was me 98. You know what I'm saying? That was me in 94. Like, I don't think a lot of it's more than talking points for a lot of people, man. And the solution to a lot of this stuff is it really is parenting, dog. That's why I always come from that standpoint, dog. I don't really be I don't really be talking about dating and shit like that. I'm always about like who really responsible. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And if it's the women, so be it.
Yeah, and the thing is, a young boy like this, man, and Nisby would take somebody like that into the Nisby Junior program, man, and cultivate him.
Man, turn that dude into a monster.
Because you don't know what his talents are, so you got to search for it, and you got to kind of carry him through the PCI, which is the pre-college initiative, in the K through 12 program, man, and you keep track of them on a regular basis.
That's why one of the things where you see some people who are starting these magnet schools or some of these charter schools, they're setting up programs where you can capture these kids, and these kids are smart, but they're walking around. Somebody should be in that shanty town, rounding up these kids, literally, and starting, a small school. I don't care if it's a 10 school or whatever, but that was one of the reasons why Sal Khan and Lizzie Khan and them set up their Khan Academy. Yeah. So you could get a very high quality education without having to be in a school. You can actually get a damn near Ivy League education from what they have, and they've got a very, very, very well programmed, very well set up program, literally from K through 12th grade. That if you went through this thing in a program fashion, you gonna be highly butterlaid coming out of there. They designed that specifically for this purpose, for this. So there's a lot out here to really help capture. That's what I'm saying. There's no intervention in these areas at all. They're just laid out there. It shows you they just don't give a damn. They just don't give a F about the folks that are there, which I find obscene. But yet, where are some of the business people, Magic Johnson and some of these other folks who have endless ends that could easily intervene here very easily, not having to give people a whole lot of money. But one thing I do know, and we understand crime and success and all these things are all more predicated on education than almost anything else. So if you set something up for them to get a better education, especially the kids, they're going to avoid this kind of situation for the most part, if you can capture them. So
our most natural resources are human resource, man.
Yeah,
we're not growing enough of it, man. A young boy like this is a shame that one false move, like Ty City said, man, he can end up in the peen, man.
But Mike, at the same time, Mike, how old would y'all say y'all think that boy is, the tall one?
Oh, one that Ty said that's 13.
13. So in 4 years, right? 4 to 5 years, let's say if he graduates at 17 or graduates at 18. If you give him the right experience right now, he's primed for a job at Tesla at 18.
Not even just that, man.
I'm just saying, bare minimum, just as you see him right now, you hand him to me, I got him in at SpaceX or Tesla at 18. Fuck it, 17, if he's got the credentials, I got him in there.
Not even just that. He's in your Pacific Rides shop after school, just watching you work. Just seeing.
I'm saying, right now he's there. like I said, you hand him to me now. I got him tearing down scooters. I got him learning the fucking I got him learning the apps to control them. I got him learning racing karts.
Yeah,
I got him learning everything.
I mean, that's one of those things with me too, is because my grandfather, he ran food trucks, so I was working with him. As soon as I got with him, and I was already mechanically inclined, but as a child, I was way mechanically inclined. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I'm able to do what I'm doing now. Because I soak that stuff up like a sponge. And even today, man, I look at how I would have been if I would have really had somebody over me. You know what I'm saying? Like my grandfather, he left the house when he was like 12, bro. You know what I'm saying? To be on his own. So he didn't really get a education either. Everything he had came through hard work. So now I'm like, damn, man. I have to hire a tutor next year so I can learn the math that I need to learn so I can get this so I can go through these programs I want to do, man. I don't have that solid basis, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a shame. It's a shame you don't see too many discussions like this happen in the manosphere. But for me, I see a situation like young boy here and young boy here. And I'm saying, I think there's a lot of opportunity that can come out of this beyond the Boys and Girls Club. I think the Boys and Girls Club has ran its course. Personally, that's just me. Taking over. I even look at the Black churches. Most churches are not empty during the daytime. How come we're not repurposing them for uses of things like this? Some of these ideas. There's a lot of blame that could be spread.
Right. So me, right? I look back, bro. It's no reason why I should never been like an automotive engineer or something like that, bro. Even as a youngster, bro, just obsessed with cars, obsessed with just, you know what I'm saying? And I Popular Mechanic magazines and stuff like that. Like I'll be deep into that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like the discipline to go down a path of education just was not set for me.
I'm a big fan, and this is where, Mike, we were talking about this during the hangout we did a couple of days ago, building gaming rigs.
Yeah.
So the whole sim racing thing that I was telling you about, that I'm gonna launch in 2020. So that's largely what it's gonna be too. Is it's gonna be to like train. That my target market here is young Black brothers. Is to coach them up and teach them racing. And then have that extend out into various things in the related fields, because that would spark an interest. For those that are really into it, but what really want to learn the mechanics behind it all, the physics of it, the sciences, the maths, the physics, all that shit. That's really what my goal and my aim is to do with that. And in lieu of, being able to go karting, because dude, it's not something that everybody can do. It really isn't. But sim racing, dude, man, look, everybody got PS4s and Xboxes and shit. Everybody got that shit. Everybody's got like a computer or something running bare minimum Windows 7. So, an iRacing account isn't that much. I think it's like maybe like $25 for 3 months or some shit, or whatever it is. You get your yearly membership and all that, get you your gear, Logitech steering wheel and pedal combo, $300, and you're in. And the racing is, as far as the physics of it and everything, it's all scanned off of the actual tracks. So all the bumps, the changes in elevation, the off-camber turns and all that, it's all scaled. It's real. That's all the very real, minute. You know what I mean? So it's like we can begin to immerse. There's so many different areas and venues to begin to immerse ourselves into this type of stuff. And unbeknownst to us, we possess the tools to do it now. We have these machines at home. We don't leverage them and use them. Like I said, man, you know, niggas got smartphones, right? But they want to be on Instagram with it and Snapchat doing dumb shit. Huh? What's that?
Rock with it.
Yeah. all up on World Star, you know, or just on YouTube listening to dumb shit for 8 hours out of it, whatever the fuck. But I'm saying you have the tools there. It's how you use them.
I'll say this. I'll say it again, bro. We got daycares in the hood making $10,000 to $15,000 a week, and the kids are in there coloring.
For all that money, you may as well be learning something.
Not an educator in sight.
Yeah. Or if you're going to pay that kind of money, you may as well just make the investment, pay the extra couple $100 and send them to a Montessori school.
Yeah, sitting down watching cartoons.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck that. Do you realize what they do at a Montessori school?
Yep.
Dude, they will have your kids multiplying at age 4.
Dora the Explorer was good at helping these kids learn Spanish. I got my grandson, he used to watch that. They did a lot of language stuff in there, and they putting that Spanish language out there. I thought that was pretty good. Yeah, I do think there's some value in some of these programs, but they just can't feed on them always. You have to have, certain segments are relatively valuable, and then you got to augment that with other kinds of teaching and teaching skills. I mean, good teachers are people who are trained to do it. So I have to say that you want people who are qualified in being able to do that, because being a good teacher, that's a skill. That is a skill. Being a good parent is a skill as well, that you have to really work at. But good parents with good teachers produce a good result with their kids. And and some single mothers, I know I've been very hard on them, but there's some single mothers, not a lot, but some who have been fastidious about their kids getting educated well, and taking them. I have to say I do see them. The tutorial has ended, and we will be back to it in the spring. But I've seen some of these mothers bringing their kids over to these tutorial programs, and sitting them down and knowing that they had some good teachers there and people who had some good skills, and they definitely were dropping them off and making sure those kids were getting it. So the consciousness is out there to certainly get their kids in better situations. We just don't have enough of them. We don't have enough of these programs around where people can take really a great advantage of it. And even a place like this terrible spot that we're looking at, something like that could actually take root and change that whole area where this wouldn't exist anymore. Now all of a sudden you got people teaching kids over here who can't go to school, and they're getting into some of these and they're working, well, like I say, with the Khan Academy and some of these other online teaching venues that can really get these kids right. All of a sudden people will be like, oh, hold on a second, these kids are not getting education, but they're doing this down here, and the news will be down there, everything else like that, and some of this shit would go away. So
yeah,
we would really, there's got to be a deep, there's got to be some commitment to the community. People talk about the community tie, and you're talking about women, and you got to get these women. Man, listen, I can't listen to craziness anymore. We got to look at things that actually make sense for ourselves, and that means we have to start establishing some institutions, and really working towards really intervening in the Black family's lives. If you're a single mom and all that, what institutions are you going to help to put together to really capture a lot of this and re-enable the community? It's about institution building, and I don't hear any talk like that. I know these guys, some of them don't understand it, but that's what you have to really be looking at if we're really going to talk about fixing and intervening in our community. And some of these other guys are talking about it, but
I don't want to get too deep into that on the Republican and Democratic side, but some are, and we need to really talk a lot about that a lot more, and look to intervene that way, because I think that's the only answer that we really have.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Dora, for teaching all the young Black males SYSBM through a second language.
Muchas gracias, amigo.
You go out for that one.
Me gustaría hablar sobre esto más. Está bien. Damn right.
Aquí.
Did you say that she was? Never mind. I'm not gonna go there. Go ahead, Mike.
We got Dr. Phoenix on the panel, man. What's your take?
Yo.
Heard.
Yeah, what's going on, brothers? How's everyone doing?
What's good?
Put some volume on your mic, brother, please.
Okay.
There you go. You good.
All right. Yeah. No. I agree with what Ty City was saying, and what Complex said earlier about this notion that the Black Brain Trust is comprised of a bunch of arrogant brothers. To me, that is a deflection, because the idea of smart play is always a problem in Black society. It's never in a Black man's best interest, as far as most Black people are concerned, where he can be a smart, forward-thinking brother, and people just know that's who he is. No, it's just that you have to play to the lowest common denominator. It has to be dumb niggas in the room. I mean, this was kind of the point I was making yesterday over on MOT's panel. What about that one broad that trolled the hell out of me on this particular brother's panel earlier that day? And I put up all my qualifications. This broad claimed she was a damn attorney and an accountant, but she didn't know basic numbers. They couldn't even tell you nothing like how much any of her clients spend in healthcare or childcare, and nothing like that. But she claimed she was in the financial services industry, and it was just like, it is like, well, what I do? Do I start putting up pictures of me in a 3-piece Calvin Klein suit with a stethoscope and a white coat, so they can start calling me goddamn arrogant? Even though you can go on Instagram right now and see black females all on Instagram, dressed to the nines, supposed to be clinicians, but you got 6-inch heels on like you're going to the strip club. But you got on white coats and stethoscopes, but the idea that brothers can be smart is always a goddamn problem in Black society. I'm not buying this anymore. I think as 2019 closed out, and certainly as I've gotten older, I'm just becoming a bit more hardline on what I think about the average Black person. Because it's become very clear to me in the last 24 hours that a lot of Negroes just don't want to see productive Black men. They don't. They really don't.
Dr. Phoenix, I was proposing to Mike, and maybe, because we're in the free chat, this is a good time to maybe even bring it up as something to talk about, because it's directly related to what you had just said. I had kind of taken the liberty here to go ahead and apply a patent to 3.1, which represents essentially the 2020 the 2020 Black male agenda. Okay, this is what 3.1 would represent. It's actually a modality for the 2020s, because we're moving into a new decade. So I think that's significant of having a 3.1 designation, because of the significance of the decade that we're moving into, considering the subject matter that we discuss, social issues that we discuss. Okay, you need to have an agenda now, right? I think we covered a lot of things to kind of move to a point now where now you put an agenda together, and this agenda is not comprised of goals, right? It's comprised of a to-do list, right? Because goals in the minds of a lot of people are lofty, it means that there's some sort of end game. So there's some sort of journey that they need in order to achieve the goal. Versus a to-do list is basically just like a list of shit you got to do. And you do it as if, yo, what's up, nigga?
I just want to ask, you're talking about the to-do list and all that. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to ask this question, and maybe you're able to answer it, or maybe anyone else isn't, and I'm not sidetracking anything. I think this is going in line with it.
Yeah.
What agenda do these, because when we ask the overall question to many Black males, you know, what is the agenda? What do we want to see for us? And you have so many different answers. What do you think the agenda is, or maybe anyone can maybe prognosticate on what might be agenda for many of these millennials? What would that agenda kind of look like, especially minority or Black millennials, Black male millennials in particular? What would that agenda look like? What kind of agenda would that be? I'd be very interested to kind of see maybe if you might have insight on that or others. I have some insight on it, but I definitely would like to hear from others what they might think on this, especially from people like Dr. Phoenix and Ty City and so forth.
Okay. So because I have some bullet points in mind. So I had hit Mike up about this. I wanted to collaborate with him on this because I was actually trying to model it after, I think it was maybe either the first or second Black Cultural Intelligence hangout that we did. Mike, you remember the one where we broke down the different types of intelligence quotients? There's EQ, IQ, CQ. I think those are the three, right?
Yeah, it's only three.
Right. And if we can either post that on the community tab or find you, I want to say it's episode 111.
I don't have the data sheets anymore because it's on my last computer and that died. But I have to go.
Okay. I'll dig it up and then post it on the community tab. But I want to say it's episode 111. But so I wanted to do something similar to that. Similar to that particular hangout, but this one would be more about sort of 2020 agenda. So now to kind of answer that question ago, so this is where I wanted to collaborate with Mike and shit. I don't know, man. Maybe we just fucking just throw it out there now and just get the discussion going and just say fuck it. But so it's basically crafting a cultural modality, right? For 2020 and beyond, right? It's going to kind of be like sort of like a fundamental cultural platform that it's not necessarily relatable to what is the norm now, right? We're going based off of all of the intel that we've compiled here over the span of shit. I don't know how long we've been doing these hangouts when you combine business wealth power plus Black Brain Trust. There's just so much data that we've covered, so much analysis, so much business modeling, so many political discussions, so many cultural discussions. You know, I think we've acquired enough data to put together a framework. And I've been giving this some thought for maybe like the last 2-3 months, right? Because 2020 to me is very significant. So I was thinking about okay, so Mike would jokingly say shit like, put it on the blockchain. So if we were talking about, so we talk about relationship shit. I remember one previous hangout, right? He was like, put it on the blockchain.
Child support on the blockchain.
Yeah, shit like that, right? And we laugh about it, but then I was really thinking about it. I was like, okay, no, because things are moving to the blockchain. So thinking about it seriously, what are very realistic applications for this type of stuff? And how do we exist, in a paradigm where, you're going to have automated things that move on its own and performs tasks and does things that you normally associated humans doing those tasks with, right? This will become the norms, right? So what's our cultural response to this? right? And I'm not even talking. And when I ask that question, I'm not talking about like theoretical bullshit and speculation. Fuck all that. I think we're 2020 is next fucking week. That's why I'm like, okay, enough for all the talking points and the bullshit and the debates. And man, look, throw that shit in the fucking garbage and set it on fire. 2020 is next week. What the fuck are we gonna do? Let's be real about it. And that's where I want to start 2020 at, where we're literally putting together an actual framework, right? Like, I don't think, and you know, and I don't care what anybody thinks about this. So I don't even think that like having discussions about like gynocracy, gender war, all that bullshit is even apropos in 2020. So anyone else who wants to keep doing it, all the best to you. But I'm talking about a strategy that works across the board. And like, this is what the whole technocratic approach is about. It doesn't really take into account your gender like that. It's about what works. So that's where 3.1 is oriented in application. You've had your discussions. What the fuck else do you think you're gonna unearth about hypergamy or male's nature, women's nature, the protective role, the submissive role?
You know what Nadal say. There is no debate. There is no debate.
Well, that's right. This is
there
what I mean.
Is no debate.
So now what?
Refired up.
So now what? 2020 is next week. So now what? We've been. Who the fuck has been putting in the work on breaking down the data and analyzing it? Like, come on, man.
But that's the thing, though, man. Like, no disrespect for anybody who pulling up the data or whatever, but when you live this shit, man, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no, this is the problem. Fuck the numbers. This is the problem. Either we fix it or we not fixing it. You don't have to research. You know what I'm saying? Just drive into these neighborhoods and just look around.
Bro, we gotta speed this shit up, dude. Like, no, real shit. You gotta speed this shit up. Like I said, 2020 is about application. So in order to apply something, that means you have to have something in order to apply it, right? What's the something? We need to go ahead and make a something now, right? And get the something down, i.e. the agenda, and then apply it. And like I said, I want to simplify this shit. No lofty, no goals, no journeys. Fuck all that. A to-do list. This is going to be a to-do list. Shit to do. This is what this is going to be. We're going to simplify it. It's going to be an agenda. And fuck it, since this is a decentralized platform, hey, the Black Brain Trust is soliciting all ideas. Boom. Put it on the docket. It's a to-do list. Shit to do. Based on all of the discussions we have here and all of the critical key areas. Geopolitics, technology, economics, right? And even the cultural discussions. Automotive technology, microtransport, hemp and cannabis, all of it.
Yeah.
What's the agenda?
Yeah, I think there'll probably be a section for like miscellaneous, abbreviated as like MISC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of these guys in the ministry will probably come by and like, what does that mean? Young MISC? Young miscellaneous? Where's his album dropping?
Young miscellaneous.
Young Miss. That's what I'm looking at. You see who's trying to get in here? King Sigma?
I mean, you all know what my angle is completely about getting brothers into the healthcare, into the scientific field. That's always gonna be my angle because
right.
that's what we need the most. We need more brothers that are in healthcare. We need more brothers that are scientists. And yes, brothers gonna have to do the work and stop looking for shortcuts to success. It's just simple as that. You're not gonna shortcut your way. You're not gonna doctor study your way. You're not gonna do no Laela, Africa, whoever the hell you want to use your way to some real change and to real things that are gonna have a real effect on people. Because right now I'm just leaving an event, man, where I was speaking, and I get people fill me with all kinds of questions like, my doctor doesn't give me my information. I have to argue with them for months before they give me my blood test results, or they give me my lab work, or they give me my medical records. And I get this stuff. This is filled to me all the time. And I get a bunch of black folks coming to me telling me this, and then they're saying, well, how are we going to deal with some of these issues? And the first thing I'm telling them, what do you have your kids doing? What are your grandkids doing? Because most of the time it's older black people coming to me. I said, well, what do your grandkids do? Oh, well, they want to go be a basketball player, football player, some other low impact, low IQ activity or career. And it's just like, well, that's where it starts. You can't expect me, when oftentimes I'm the only black man in the room, or the only black person in the room to begin with, to do all these things that is going to take a community collective effort. You can't have one black person in the goddamn room thinking that one black person is about to be the magical Negro, that's about to be the panacea of all things that black people have to deal with in the medical industry, for example. It can't be that way. And what Ty City was saying earlier about his experience, I've been pretty forthright about my experience growing up. I'm where I'm at right now because I put in a lot of goddamn hard work, and I'd be damned I let one of these damn hoes get on the panel, troll me, and a bitch can't even put up her own goddamn credentials. And to add more to what Ty City was saying, we know that the lived experiences of black males are vastly different than even that of black women. You are intentionally pushed to occupy the lowest rungs of society. You're intentionally pushed to occupy the lowest rungs of a career ladder or career. That's why you go around any city. What do? You go in any Walmart parking lot. What do you see? Brothers in security trucks patrolling the damn parking lot. But we think those little $15-hour jobs is going to be the business going forward in 2050 and beyond. Or hell, even 2030 and beyond. But I mean, for me, it's my own personal experience, man. I'm in medical school in my 30s because you know what? Things just never die, and that's how brothers got to be.
Hey, real quick, I just Gabe A said, he's asking a question, to-do list. I've asked a question on action versus talking. You said TVVT was only an intellectual co-op. Are there actionable goals now? Now, when I spoke of an agenda, I said, what is the black male agenda for 2020? And that agenda should be comprised of a to-do list. So, the Black Brain Trust will remain what it is. I'm speaking about the black male agenda for 2020. I'm making that a theme, a 3.1. That's the theme for 3.1. Now, the to-do list, in my view, and this actually is we kind of digress a little bit, but this is actually the answer to Nagon's question. When he asked the question, this is actually the answer to that. So, and again, I solicited ideas from people. What do you guys think? But what does a 2020 agenda for a black male look like? What are some of the data points or things on a to-do list for us to do? Is it either for us to assess where we're looking to take either our businesses, our jobs, or our careers, whatever, and we break it down into something where we say we're either going to A, start a company, B, get a certification, or C, pursue a degree, or whatever the case may be, but that goes on the to-do list. Either form the company, acquire the certification, et cetera, et cetera. That's on the to-do list. That's what I'm saying. This isn't about goals. It's about having an agenda. So clearly charting out what we want as the end result from this, and then saying, okay, look, this is a list of things that will work, that will get me to that. So it's not about a goal per se, but it's about creating a to-do list to support an agenda. And I think it garners more of a discussion than just simply my own ideas. I was just thinking about it in terms of just much like 2019, we had a specific goal and an agenda for 2019. And I think, in all actuality, I think we far surpassed it, because I never would have thought we would have gone over like 2,000 subs or anything like that. But in 2020, again, I see that as a significant year. And given all of the discussion, given all the things that we've done, I really do think that what it is that we do in 2020 should reflect a lot of this newly gained information. And I think that as a result of that, I think we should actually start to move forward in terms of an agenda or an action plan. And that's going to be for like I said, the 2020 agenda for the Black male. That could, I know what that is for me. I can't say what that is for everyone else. However, what I do know is that there are going to be some themes that these things are going to relate to, because the central thing that we discuss here is fourth industrialization. So,
what generally affects all Black, most of all Black men here? We have to look at what that major common denominator is and how we work towards it. So yeah, I certainly believe that we definitely should work towards an agenda, and I also believe 2020 it should be about goal setting. One of the things that we are doing here at the Brain Trust is we are mentoring people. We are mentoring some fairly sharp young men behind the scenes. There's mentorship going on, that's for sure. And one of the things that I do with some of the people that I'm working with is talk about goals. For sure, goal setting is important. Not that the complex is diminishing that, not at all. He's saying let's get an overall agenda, which I totally agree with. But goal setting,
because if we don't, then you got more of the same shit for 2020, man.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to get away from a lot of circular crap that's going nowhere, and people trying to bring up old defunct arguments and bring them around again as if they're valid. We have to really, get into setting goals also as well. Set your goals. That's one thing. If you say you're going to get certifications, boom, let's have a date.
Get them.
Boom, let's move to. Boom, let's set a time we're going to finish getting that certification. And let's work on that every day. If we're saying we're going to start to move in a certain field, well, what do we need to do that? What needs to be put in place for getting that together? What realistic views do we have? We're not talking about pie in the sky shortcut crap, but going for things in a very real and very programmed way. Boom, let's do that. Step A, B, C, D. So this is what we're really talking about, and I see the young guys that I'm mentoring, and a few of us others are doing. We're on the type of program, so that's the kind of thing that we have to look at, and certainly setting law. An agenda is very important. You go to most of these places wherever people saying, let's say they're Black first, or let's say they're conscious and they're this and that. You can go a whole lot of different places. Go wherever. Okay, what is the agenda? And you'll hear kind of a Ralph Cramden type of response. Hamana. They don't have a real agenda. So that's something that we haven't really gotten down. If we talk about a political agenda, don't have one. Together. So got a lot of serious planning and thinking that we have to do. And this is not rocket science or anything that's too heavy. It's just that we got to communicate, look to agree on some things, and move forward. What commonly affects us most all Black men? All right, we're Black, so we're affected by a few things. We can talk about white supremacy and everything else like that. But how do you circumvent that? How do you lessen that? What are some of the things that we need to do to it's always going to be around, but how do we make that much less of a factor? And what industry should we be looking at, and so forth? There are a lot of questions we have here, and we have to start, having some fairly serious conversation around it. Okay, I'm down with the entertainment stuff and all that, but let's have some serious conversations about this instead of listening to derelict females and others talking crazy. We need to really start looking at very real stuff that really affects us all. That's what the manosphere was generally designed for.
I mean, you should have. This is my whole point, man.
That's how it started.
I mean, part of your agenda is that like derelict females shouldn't be of interest, right? So if there's a derelict female talking, you should be repulsed by it, and you actually go to listen to like Bloomberg or something. Like that's what I mean. We got to change our mindsets about things. And I mean, if we're gonna remain entertained by this type of stuff, then I'm gonna tell you it's gonna be a slow crawl. Gotta be real with you.
Now, Dr. Phoenix, I have an extra question.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I was gonna ask you, you said Black men need to get into the medical field. Are there any openings, like there are wide openings or opportunities?
That's not typically how it works. So it depends on what pathway you go down, man. If you want to go down the nursing route, you want to be a PA, or you want to be a medical doctor. Typically how it works, you have to get into these programs. These are education programs. I mean, these are professional programs. So you have to go to some type of formal training. However, once you're in those programs, you're recruited. So I give you a prime example. If you went through nursing school, by the time you get to about your third or your third and your fourth semester, you're usually being recruited, or because you've done clinical rotation. So you're already getting in good with the HR, and every hospital has separate sets of recruiters that deal specifically with students who are nearing graduation, and those who have already graduated, and those who are already in the industry. The same is true of PA. You have recruiters who are looking to recruit people who are students and beyond. Same thing with physicians. You have folks who are looking to recruit, and it's not really in med school, but it's more or less when you're in residency for physicians, where your residency, you're already being recruited. A lot of physicians start getting kind of heavily recruited if they're in primary care, usually by their second year or so, because a lot of physicians actually moonlight if they're in primary care. They moonlight while they're residents. That's why many physicians tend to make a lot more than just that standard resident salary, because they moonlight, and so they establish connections that way. So it's not necessarily whether there's are there openings. The openings are there. The openings will always be there.
But I saw like many articles where it's like there's a bunch of people going for nurses, to where colleges are starting to turn people down because the classes are so full.
They're turning. It's not that the classes are so full. It's the same problem with nursing. You also see in medical school. You don't have enough seats and enough people to teach. That's the problem.
Oh, okay, all right. I see.
You don't, and this is especially true of nursing school, because you don't have enough professors to teach these courses. It is very, first of all, you have to have to be at a 4-year university. You have to have a doctorate degree, because they want you to do research, get tenure, all that other stuff. So you have to have a doctorate. So that's a long process. For some folks that can be upwards of 10 years. It can be longer, depending if you do postdocs and stuff like that. So I mean, it's not that need. I'm sorry. Somebody said something? Oh, well, I was saying it's not that the need isn't there per se. It's that the need will always be there too. As it pertains to nursing, you have roughly about 1 million or so nurses that are slated to retire in the next 5 to 10 years, which means that the nursing workforce will lose about a third of its current nurses, and these are going to be your most experienced nurses across the board.
So, Dr. Phoenix, in essence, you're talking about almost a perennial shortage. A perennial shortage.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it is. Same thing for medical school. I mean, you look at medical school. I said this before. We have there. I was putting out some numbers out there before. You're looking at a current shortage, right? At least in the next few years, of about close to about 130,000 or so positions.
Well, that's what they've come in with the PAs and the various programs for the nurses to kind of lightly fill in for that, because the medical, also the cost of a medical school education today, it's so cost prohibitive.
Well, it is economical, but there are ways to get around that. There are plenty of ways. I mean, the cost of nurse practitioner PA schools is not cheap neither.
Well, it's about $90,000 as opposed to where you're going to go to medical school, and that's going to cost you upwards of $250, $300, depending on where you're going. It could be,
$350 for a class.
About $300,000.
And that's true. But what
I mean, but a PA is about 80 to 90 grand, which is smaller. I mean, that's a smaller debt. You can service that a little bit better, especially if you're making some fairly decent money, because PAs are coming out. And they're making about 100,000 and then 90 to 100 or so. So they can pay that down over a period of time. But these medical school educations, and I know doctors who are still paying their loans, man, and they've been on years.
I know doctors that are around your age and they're still paying loans.
Yeah. I mean,
I know that. I would say this much.
So we're getting old. I'm getting up there, and
let's go to King Sigma, because he has had his hand raised for quite some time.
King Sigma, get in there, man.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good Friday night to you all. Great topic. It's unfortunate I came in just in the last 20 minutes, but that picture kind of caught my eye that you guys had up. Mm-hmm. It seems like there must be a very interesting story behind the picture that what looks like an American Black woman and her multiple children. I definitely would have liked to have heard that story, but yeah.
Now that we have your attention.
Yeah, like Mike, if you could send me that the link to that to my email, I really would appreciate reading that. But yeah, I'm glad that you guys are really pushing the job stuff now, because it's kind of catching my attention that. So Mike had sent me that link of the panel that he was on with Preem earlier today over at Gab's place regarding like the topic of SYSBM. And, I think they did a great job of explaining it, but I'm at the point where I don't even know why people are explaining their decisions at this point in regards to SYSBM, and really what it really boils down to is self-actualization. Okay, that's all SYSBM really means. But I heard Nicole mention when I came in about how this stuff is just a circle, man. That's what I'm starting to see, that it's the same conversation every 3 months, but with a new title. So, when I came in 2018, the winter of 2018, it was all about the Educated Lame Classic Man versus the Pookie and Ray Ray thing. That was the big thing. Then somehow, by the end of 2018, they started talking about this whole select versus non-select. Then like last summer, right around the time, what really motivated me to start my own little channel was this whole conversation about the men traveling overseas and smearing them as being into some kind of degenerate kind of lifestyle with no evidence. That was called Passport Gate. Now, as we in 2019, somehow it's devolved back into a conversation about staying on the plantation or being free. And I was just sitting there thinking about it today when I'm in the grocery store, and I'm like, this is how people ended up as slaves, man. Because here we are in 2019, and we're actually, people want to have like 8-hour streams about if a Black man has the right to move around and choose to be with or without who they want to be with.
We will be getting back to the Pookie and Ray Ray argument one more again with this circular crap going on.
You know what? But you know what? I'm gonna tell you right now.
You'll be right back to arguing about Pookie and Ray Ray.
Nagone, I'm gonna tell you right now. You know the backstory behind the brain trust and every goddamn thing that comes as a result of that bullshit. So I'm just gonna tell you right now, if any would-be content creators wanted to bring any notion of that type of discussion this way, it will be dealt with quick, fast, and in a hurry. I'm just putting that shit out there.
Dr. Phoenix.
Yeah, so yeah, I think I agree with Nego, and I think that's what's coming, and I don't want no parts of it, man. So
it's a useless nothing argument. But
yeah,
anyway.
I'm not doing it, bro. If that's where this is going, in the next quarter, then I have to thank the brothers of this space for what they've done for me, because it's really helping to sharpen my focus, and it's really helped me to become a better researcher. And I've also connected with other brothers that, now I feel really more confident about traveling to other foreign countries. But if it's just going to be every 3 months, going back to this Pookie and Ray Ray shit, I don't want no parts of it, because we've already had all the conversations. And I think that, again, like I was talking about last night with MOT on this channel, we know certain things now that weren't known to most of us just a year or two ago, like this whole trucking industry. Looking at the data, and I was shocked to find out that it was one of the few industries where Black men were actually overrepresented in compared to the numbers, and that there was a whole lane for Black men in the blue collar class to flood into those jobs, especially if they started to see their political interest, where they put themselves before all these immigrants coming into America, especially illegal ones, and they focused and said that we're going to take over this industry. We're going to force our politicians to create the resources and give us the training, whatever we need to take over this industry and get us a strong foot in it. That's for the blue collar guys.
Well, the only King Sigma, the only issue with that, and this is the reason why it's kind of like I have to stand firm on a technocratic position within all of this, because what that does is it negates some information that we discussed earlier in this hangout, where we talked about the trucking industry and the fact that all of the capital that's focused towards transport, commercial transport and all that is in the area of tech startups. Okay, so it's not in traditional trucking. It is in automation. It is in the very thing that will dispose people of their jobs, basically, right? In 2019, 800 trucking companies have gone out of business.
Yeah, and I've heard that as well, and I talked to MOT about that. But as someone that's actually in the industry, he refuted that, and he said that things were looking great for the next 5 years. So that stuff is debatable. But I'm just saying,
I mean, that's what here's what I'm saying, right? Like, there are people who are situated in such a way where their business enterprises are profitable, so they can foresee a profitable pathway. Others not so much. Okay, didn't you cover Celadon?
You said, yeah, but here's the thing, looking into the Celadon and looking into that information, they have a shortage of truckers right now, and at least for the next few years, they actually have a shortage. The
thing is, they're actually what we discussed is that they're actually under investigation for cooking the books.
Now you're talking about Celadon. I'm talking about the whole trucking industry. See, here's the thing. I talked to MOT about on that trucking panel. I wanted to know, the question was, Celadon a situation where them being a player in it and having, I think they had 5,000 or so employees. Now, did the pie shrink, or will those 5,000 truckers easily be absorbed by the industry because it's still robust? And MOT and the data that I looked at based on the trucking industry over the next 5 years, I can only speak for the next 5 years, they have a shortage. They have a need for people under 40 years old to come into the trucking industry because their average age was like 49, whereas the average worker in America across industries is like 40 years old. So there's a high turnover. They already have like a double representation as far as
there's your key point right there. The reason why there's a demand is because there's a high turnover.
They have a high turnover. Yeah, they do.
Right. So go ahead, Ty.
What I was going to say is not only that, but the next 10 to 15 years, all these drivers are going to retire at the same time.
Yes, they have the retirement, and they have a high turnover because, again, you want to get younger people in there. For example, okay, we got so many Black men in prison for non-violent, drug-related crimes. In my opinion, as a political goal for people that usually only have like a GED or a high school diploma, that's an easy entry industry. You need to do something with these nonviolent offenders who have been victims of a drug war that was way overreach since we have this new context of the opioid crisis, we see how they're handling that. So this is an injustice to them. So if you got like, let's say 100,000 of those people that are nonviolent offenders, they're in there for low-level drug crimes. They don't have the education to do the STEM thing yet, and that can be a long-term goal. I would say put those people on a one-year program, get the funding in there, and get those young people in there in the trucking industry that are these Black men that are in their 20s.
There's funding for that. I got a kid out of here in my area. You know, I have a very good relationship with a guy who has a CDL company, who has a trucking company, and well, he actually helps you to get the CDL licenses. You can get it through his school, and his family's has been in this business since 1964, so they've been doing very well. And I got 2 kids in there, and
I
one
think
guy.
that should be expanded. So what I'm saying,
They just came out and they're going to work immediately.
So while we're talking about politics in the next year, why shouldn't a program like that be expanded across the 50 states? It's an issue that's very direct to Black men. The industry is mostly a male industry because of the nature of the job and all that.
King Sigma, I want to say this. A lot these programs get state funding. They get state funding.
It takes initiative for people to actually take advantage of the funding that's there.
Some of these guys don't want to do it. And
I mean, you know what? You want to take the horse, lead it to the water, and dump his head in it too?
Well, if it's part of a prison rehabilitation program, you'd be surprised at what people will do in that situation if you make it a part of it.
Well, I mean, are we talking prison rehabilitation programs, or like what are we talking here?
We're talking about the whole need to rethink everything in the next decade. And that, to me, why house all these nonviolent drug offenders costing taxpayers $65,000 a year in most states to do nothing when these people could expand a program like the one that Nagone is mentioning, and that needs to be brought to the forefront that everyone knows about it, just like everyone knows about Medicare, or just like everyone knows about DACA. It has to be at that level where it's talked about to that degree. And
well, I guess the fundamental issue that I'm having with that though is that so how do you, in the face of fourth industrialization, like what's the long term in this?
The long term is that instead of having, I just gave you it, you just saved a whole bunch of money. That's the next 5 years. I just said.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that if what the goal here with the advent of 5G rollout is to fully leverage it in a commercial capacity, right? Which is going to largely negate a lot of the traditional positions that humans hold today in the workforce. Okay, because we just highlighted, I think it was like the first article in this hangout, we had been talking about this over the last couple of previous hangouts here, is that we basically highlighted what your fourth industrial based entry level position is.
Now, what is that for prisoners? What is that for prisoners exactly?
I can't really speak to prisoners because I'm not one. Okay, well, what I'm talking, no, hold on. What I'm talking about here, right? What I'm talking about here, and I think this is kind of maybe where we're actually on sort of different wavelengths, because I'm not framing everything from well, what do we do about those in prison? That's not really the angle that I'm taking in terms of my formulation of an agenda. So I'm going to be very clear about this. That's really not, I don't really take that into consideration in terms of how I'm viewing an agenda. Now, I can say that the model that I'm looking at has a pathway for that. However, that's not my focal point.
Okay, but you were responding to something I was saying to you. So isn't it like, if you're going to respond to what I was saying, it would make sense that you would relate the 5G thing to the topic at hand that I was talking about when they're going to regards.
Well, no. If you're speaking specifically about like what do we, because your question was asked, what are we going to do? Okay.
Well, I was specifically talking about the trucking industry being an opportunity for Black men that are now currently not an asset to the economy. They're actually a liability on the economy, and many of these people are in there for non-violent crime. So I say, instead of spending $60K per year to house a prisoner unproductively, I would rather put them people in an industry like trucking, because it has a low bar of entry from what I researched and what MOT confirmed. So to me, if you can take 100,000 of those prisoners, you do the math, multiply it by 60K, and put them in an industry that the median earnings are about 45K, that to me, in at least over the next 5 years, is a good move. Is all I was.
But
now,
the thing about it,
I just want to ask you one more question. Okay,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, relating to what I'm saying, you got 700,000 Black men in prison right now, and like half of them are in there for non-violent drug crimes, and it's costing taxpayers $60K per year for each one. What would you do with those people then? Now, remember, these are people who most of them are high school dropouts, a lot of literacy problems. Mm-hmm. So what would you do with those people to save money for the taxpayer exactly? What would you do?
Well, the thing about it is this: that taxpayer money supports a prison industrial complex, right? That also does business with commercial organizations, i.e., for-profit organizations, companies, LLCs, et cetera, et cetera. You see, so there's an actual industrial chain. So when you ask me that question, I say, all right, well, what link in the chain do you want to start with first? I mean, it's like, how are we analyzing this? Because you think look, you think you act as if, look, the prisoners are a cog in a prison industrial complex chain. Okay, so they are one component. You're talking about one component, but I'm like, okay, well, you do realize that there's a whole entire industry hedged on this. So you have to talk about, what are you going to do to get reforms at the industry level, industrial level, right? In order to create a pathway like that.
Well, that's easy. Well, I can answer that question. Those corporations need to pay the wages, the going wages in their states, instead of trying to use prison slave labor for people that are non-violent.
So then to answer your question, I would say that you would have to pressure every politician that supported any piece of legislation, right, that makes it more favorable for companies to do business with prisons to produce their product, as opposed to maybe, say, setting up shop in that state where you're hiring employees at a livable wage. Okay, you would have to pressure the politicians at that level, because they're the ones who okayed the shit.
And that process is happening, because that's why.
Well, so when you ask me that question, I mean, that's where the answer lies. But that's not,
is because you mentioned the 5G thing, and I'm telling you that based on what I saw, and with my conversation with Menno tomorrow, there's a high demand for young men in the trucking industry.
There's a high demand because there's high turnover. I mean, now, and again, this is coming from a former human resources manager.
If that wasn't
so what I'm saying is this: if you have high turnover, then by the very virtue of that, you're going to have high demand.
But high turnover was not the only factor. Just like Ty City just said, another factor was a lot of retirements, and also having such a high age as its average age of a trucker. So that was a factor. That the high turnover was a factor because a lot of truckers.
But the majority of your workforce, the majority of your workforce nowadays are going to be Gen Xers and Millennials largely, but especially if you're going to be talking about trucking. So what I'm saying is that high turnover is largely also going to be composed of, your Gen Xers and Millennials who are in the industry. They are a part of that turnover count.
But what I'm saying is that there's an untapped resource, as the program that Nagone is already mentioned that they have in their state. I believe that these people, which, remember, prisoners tend to be younger. Many of these guys go to prison at like 18 to 25. I don't have any position, right, that runs opposed like to maybe having people in prison perform trucking duties. I've never expressed any position against that. I mean, I don't know. It's like, we were more or less talking about where
the future trends are indicating. And so for us, when we looked at tech firms being the new breed of competition to traditional trucking firms, that is an indicator. That is an industrial indicator. When the sum total of venture capital firm, right, as it relates to tech firms in trucking versus traditional trucking firms is heavily tilted in the favor of tech firms, that is an industrial indicator. And these are the points that I'm speaking on. Now, where prisoners of non-violent drug offenses fit into the scheme of things, I don't really have a dog in that fight.
But you know, I wasn't just talking about prisoners. I just want to use an example of a large population that's going unused in what I think could be a more productive way. But again, you have to remember, most Black people are in the laboring class. They are blue collar. So the trucking industry itself, for those people, a lot of Black men don't want to do STEM. A lot of them don't want to go to 4 universities, and a lot of them don't want to do military. And a lot of them don't want to be married either. So to me, it seems like a lot of Black men, considering how they're already overrepresented and have a foothold in that industry, should look to that industry because of, as Ty City mentioned, the high amount of retirements that are coming over the next 5 years. And again, now I know you mentioned this whole automation and all that, but based on, look at Man of Tomorrow is there. I've looked at industrial reports, and it doesn't show that there's going to be like this huge automation takeover in the trucking industry over the next 5 to 7 years. If that's
no,
coming,
what I said is that all of that falls on the trails of a nationwide 5G rollout. Now, T-Mobile just announced their nationwide 5G band is live. Okay, and then you have others that are rolling out in various capacities. See, so basically, it's almost as if like the fuse has already been lit.
okay.
So there's a time frame on this.
All right. So
well, hold on, because see, see the job aspect of it from the blue collar standpoint, right? I think has a shelf life.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to set forth an agenda, right? That doesn't have a shelf life that say runs out in like the next 50, 60, 70 years, 100 years even, right? See, so I'm trying to deal with things that aren't in the immediate shelf life realm.
Okay,
so
but life
I'm talking. Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is that now you said that now in regards to this trucking industry thing, right? Okay, you say you're not living.
Before we, because again, I'm not in the trucking industry. Okay, so I'm speaking of it from more of a technocratic standpoint.
Okay.
Trucking is an industry that will be impacted by this, so I can speak from it from a technological standpoint. I am not an expert in trucking, though. Just needed to clarify.
I got you. Now you said it will be impacted, but that's
Yes.
just the nature of living in a free market economy, is that all industries at all time are going to be impacted by innovation. And so the question becomes,
yes,
what do you do with people, large populations of people in the meantime? Because innovation is not something to be feared, okay? There's too much of this ideas going around, and people are becoming fearful of something that historically has proven to be a plus. So what I'm saying is that in the next 0 to 7 years, what is to be done? Because even with the 5G timeframe, what is the time frame then exactly before it's gonna take over all these industries? What is the time frame on that then? I'm talking, people got to eat now. People need purpose now, and they need to be put to use in a constructive way now. And for the
but here's the thing, King Sigma.
I want to make sure we get Johnny Blaze in. He has had his hand raised.
Oh, okay, that's what's up, bro. Hey, what's good, Jay?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Oh,
good.
Hey, I just want to talk about this whole jobless and homeless thing. Actually, right now I'm on vacation in Hawaii.
Nice.
And man, there are a lot of homeless here, and I mean a lot.
Waikiki.
Yep, that's where I'm at.
Wow.
Is that's real?
Oh, it's very real.
Have you ever been to talk to anyone and find out what is the major cause for homelessness over there?
I was talking with my Lyft driver. One of the biggest things here is the cost of living is extremely high, apartments, but a lot of folks, they're too broke. They can't get off the island.
Yep.
So there's not a lot of
no way
industry
for a lot
outside
of
of
these folks
tourism there?
If you're not doing tourism type stuff, pretty much you're
Or the military.
not a whole lot that you really can do. Now, of course, they do have we have 2 large military bases here, so I'm assuming there's some kind of shipyard. At least there might be, but beyond that, you know, when I went riding around, I could see a lot of the areas are really run down. So, you know, once you get outside the touristy parts,
yeah.
Well, they've already pretty much like, you know, the UBI thing is coming. At first I wasn't really not big up on the UBI thing, and then as I looked out on the arguments and studied them from like conservatives, I didn't know that the strongest arguments for UBI actually came from conservatives like Milton Friedman and Charles Murray that wrote the bell curve. Because I always like to start at the extreme when I study an issue, and I didn't want to speak too much on it until I actually studied it. And after reading their proposals for getting rid of the welfare system that leaves so many people homeless, now I see why that is going to have to be the situation. Because if you're going to have this automation coming, let's say 10 years, this 5G and all that, you're going to have to do something with these people. So the way that Milton Friedman laid it out is that it's one of those necessary evils that it will be more effective than the current welfare program because of how it's mean tested and because of how large the administrative body is, because of all the different I think it was 126 different welfare programs, and they all have like all this red tape. So he and Charles Murray both made the case that they're going to scrap, that the best thing to do, and this is coming from the conservatives, not the Andrew Yangs, because see, everyone associates the UBI with these leftists, but that's not its root. Its root was with Nixon, Charles Murray, and Milton Friedman.
Well, the thing about Andrew Yang is that his UBI platform is tied into automation via a multitude of tax proposals, things like robot taxes and things like that, for example.
Yeah,
when you ask the question, right, about what about all these people that are, you know, that are employable, you know, if you got them out. Look, let me tell you something. I think a more realistic scenario is that those people are going to be largely just kind of primed for a UBI, and sort of like what it is that they can kind of, you know, kind of drudge up for themselves.
And see, what I'm saying is that something has to be done, okay? And I think that most likely what's going to happen is that if what you say is true about the 5G and all that, so now you have all these people that are unemployed, which we already have like the largest homelessness problem that we've ever seen in America. And if this 5G is going to knock out even more industries, well, obviously UBI is coming because the conservatives have already argued it, man. And it looks like it would be a program that would get rid of the current welfare system, and it would just be like a monthly grant, and they would leave the people to fend for themselves. So they say, hey, okay, it's 12,000, 20,000, whatever they decide, and that'll be it. But it won't be like
you kind of already do that now with a lot of insurance coverages type of things, right? Where they give you basically a spending account. Okay, they give you a debit card that basically you can go and take to, you know, certain service providers, urgent care operators and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you basically just debit it off of a card and they place the money on it.
Yeah, and that'll pretty be that's pretty much what's coming.
That's pretty much what it is. I mean, it's not as if it's something, you know, that that we're not familiar with conceptually. This is just more for on a larger social benefit scale. Everybody's going to have a debit card, you know, with an X amount of dollars that pops up on it every month.
Well, I think it's the messenger that's kind of really the messenger, and the goal has hurt the image of UBI because, again, the average person isn't going to go in, actually do the research, understand how it mechanically works, but also, like I said, the historical context is important because it makes it easier to tell a story, and people are more likely to listen to a well-said story than they are to actually go do the technical stuff. And that's where Andrew Yang kind of gave it a bad name, because if people understood the history of it, how it came about, and then mixed it in with the automation thing and understanding how it will actually simplify the current welfare system and save a lot of money. Because again,
well, the thing about, well, here's the thing, Kiki. Hold on. Well, the thing now we gotta really look at this realistically speaking. How much talking time has Andrew Yang got to really clarify his position on the UBI matter, right? To such
times.
Wait, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Mike has been cut several times during the debate just based on that alone.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, well, this is what I mean. So we can't really make these sort of insinuations or assumptions about that. Now, from what I've heard about his platform, okay, and you can't even delve too far. You can't even delve too far deep into that because of what Mike just said. He hasn't even been able to really even scratch the surface on it in debates. So how can you really get into details about something where in the debates you can't even address it because they cut your fucking mic? See, a lot of people are just uninformed, right? And I mean criminally uninformed. They're right about. I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead. I've been talking. Go ahead, dude.
No, I was just gonna say that and add that they've been talking about using the UBI as a form of reparations for Black people as well. So let that be known on the record that that's been discussed. We had a live stream about that some months ago back in the summer.
Well, I think that UBI, the way that it's been modeled, the reason that it's failed so far in every country that's been tried is because they've had the wrong goal. And their goal actually went against what the conservatives back in the 70s and 80s were trying to do, is that it just has to be a welfare benefit. And that's it. These guys in Finland and in Silicon Valley, they were trying to see, well, will these people go be employed? Will it improve their employment situations? And that's why they said it failed, because their goal was to increase the labor participation rate. And the conservatives already knew that that's not the way to go about it. The way to go about it is to say, okay, we have to take care of these people and give them a minimum living. And as a society that considers itself quote unquote civil, we're going to set a bar that no one can live below, let's say 12,000 a year. And we're, instead of all of this, because a lot of the money gets lost in administration because there's so many red layers of tape amongst the 126 programs for welfare. And they said, we're just going to do one check, one grant that comes per month. And you are going to be left with the responsibility of how you spend it on your housing, your food, your clothes, and your transportation. So that's how the conservatives said it. So that's why it's failed in like Finland, and that's why it's failed in San Francisco.
Well, but not every. But see, that's the thing, right?
Like programs, those weren't full.
That's exactly. Just because a pilot program fails doesn't mean that then indicates, the effectiveness of a program, right? Because I'll tell you right now. So this is just like a hypothetical scenario. So the robot tax scenario. Let me ask you, those models that failed that you referenced, King Sigmund, were any of them based on the robot tax model?
No, I'm not aware if it was based on the robot tax model or not.
What model were they based on?
Well, I'll give you an example. I know like in Finland, they chose like a certain percentage of people. They monitored them for a year or two to see if, again, their goal in Finland and the goal in the people that tried it in Silicon Valley was to see, would it improve their employment outcomes? And so far, that has failed to meet that goal.
So let me ask you. So I give you $500 a month, right? Because we come on, dude. Let's really think about this for a second. So I'm giving you money to increase your employment outcomes. That's what I'm giving you money for?
I mean, that's how they set up the experiment, yeah.
So let me ask you this. Just in thinking about that in concept, like how successful do you think you would be?
I mean, it would, if you gave me $500, it'd just be $500 more to go invest in whatever I want to invest in. That's how I look at it.
Well, no, because the goal and the aim here was to increase your job prospects. That's what you're telling me, right?
That's what the more liberal undertakers of that program, that was their goal, but that wasn't the conservatives' goal. The conservatives' goal was to scrape welfare as it exists in America completely. And
no. What I'm saying here, this is what I mean. Look, if you're telling me that you're giving me money to increase my job prospects, right? If that's the goal, can you explain to me like the logic in that?
I don't know. You have to read the report, bro. I mean,
no. I'm asking
telling you, I don't agree with that. I'm telling you, I didn't agree with it. I'm telling you that I agree with Milton Friedman.
Okay. Well, so my question to you is that something that sounds like it makes sense to you?
I mean, again, you know, on its face, I don't know. That's why you do experiments.
Okay. All right. So let's compare that. Let's compare that model, because again, so basically what we can say is we've got an inconclusive resolution on that one, right? Because it kind of doesn't, and we really have to kind of look into it more, right? But let's compare it to this model. So a robot tax model.
Yeah, I don't know about.
I said, and I spoke on this on Amir's platform, right? So let's take a robot tax model, right? So basically, if I am going to replace a worker with a robot, okay? Now, if a company was employing the worker in addition to what they're paying them per hour, right? So let's say they have an hourly rate. Let's say it's $20 an hour, $25 an hour, whatever, right? Okay, so let's say let's go with $25 an hour. And let's say this was some guy who he worked in a steel mill or something, right? He did manufacturing, and so the company says, well, we're going to automate his job. All right, and so let's just say that in the state where this company is operating, the state mandates, okay, if you're going to automate a job that you were paying a worker $25 an hour for, because when you also add into addition associative costs that go along with employing someone, so there's health insurance, there's unemployment insurance, there's disability, right? The companies basically pay $50 an hour. When you pay $25 an hour for an employee full-time, you're paying $50 an hour for that person.
You're talking about with healthcare and all that. You're talking about just like
when you add up the sum total cost of employing somebody,
right?
Okay, right. When you pay them $25 an hour, that's not everything you're paying out for that person. You're paying more for that person.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're gonna wipe that person completely out of the equation. We're gonna place them with a robot.
Okay.
Right. Once I pay for the robot, that's it.
Yeah.
There's no more cost associated with the labor involved in creating that product. So what that means is there's no more money going to the state. There's no more money being paid into the pension systems. There's no more money being paid into fill in the blank. So what to do if you have a company, right, who sets up shop in your municipality, right? Let's think macro here. They set up shop in your municipality, and so they're using resources, right? Water. Don't you have like a Department of Waterworks or something like that, right? Some municipal organization that has to be paid for. There's people who work for it, right? Who carry out waterworks and stuff, right? So there's a whole entity that manages that system in that municipality, and then a company comes in and uses the resources, right? And then you have an entity that has to maintain those resources, but the company isn't paying into the municipality that can cover the cost of maintaining those resources. So it's extracting more resources than it's paying into to maintain. Guess what it's also not doing? It's doing the same. It's also not doing the same thing for electricity. Okay, it's skimming on taxes. There's a company that's generating revenues probably in the millions and only employs what, maybe 5 people. How much are you paying into in terms of payroll taxes if you've got a company that's doing the work of like 200 people, but the staff is like 10 people?
See, what I want to know in that scenario, because there, you know, again, when you're talking about the economic stuff, you got to look at the stated consequences, but also
I'm pointing it out.
Okay, so now you said that in this situation, the robot takes the job, that company.
Well, not just the robot. I painted a broader picture, right? It's the company as a whole that utilizes automation.
Right.
Okay. It is the burden on the municipality, right? When certain things aren't paid into to cover the cost. So if I'm employing people, there's associated costs that then come back into the city, the state, the county, all of that. Okay. The only way you ensure that that same thing happen is that if you, one, employ a tax on the robot, no different than if the company was paying the state for employing someone. It's no different.
Now, how does consumption change in that situation? Because I'm kind of curious. So I'm going to look into the robot tax because I like to hear both sides of a topic before I can really comment on it.
When you say consumption, in what way?
So, for example, let's say that you got company A. Go ahead, Mike.
You're referring to the same consumerization. So, you in order to maintain that sort of economy, you would have to have a UBI that can subsidize that, right?
Yeah, that's what I was getting to, because it's like, it's fine if you say, well, you're going to fire all the human employees, but still someone still has to buy the product. So I'm wondering if you have company A and they make widgets, for example, and with human labor, they're producing, let's say, 1 million widgets per year, right? Now, if you're saying, okay, you get rid of that workforce of 1,000 workers, you replace them with robots. So the question becomes, does that company with those robots, who consumes those millions of products, is what I'm kind of curious about this whole robot.
The people who receive UBI.
Yeah, you also have a global market to keep that in place. But we know that in Alaska, UBI works.
Yeah, I've seen UBI, but they've only used it for like dividends, though.
Well, this is what I mean. How are you applying it? If you are garnering it vis-a-vis a robot tax, right? Then that means then what you could do is this: you can set up a UBI fund. And I want to say that like maybe a week or two ago, we threw this out here, right? Like, look, we dug deep into this UBI shit. This isn't no new topic for us. So we're now modeling how to put together a UBI fund. Okay, so if you're gonna tax robots, then the taxation on those robots would go into a fund or a pool of funds, right? And would be dispersed or paid out to those who were in positions whose jobs were affected by automation. The UBI is paid out directly to the people who were affected by the goddamn things that replaced them. Not to everybody, but those who were affected by it in that given municipality. There's various levels that you can have a UBI.
Yeah, I'll look into the robot tax.
Say that again.
No, so I'm gonna look into it because I can't really comment on it directly until I actually read it. But I've definitely dug real deep into this UBI over the last week, so pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is this: it's basically subsidies. It's no different than what governments do now. No different than what Trump did with the goddamn soybean farmers.
Hold on. Now you're saying that the company is going to pay this tax to the employees they fired, is what you're saying?
Not necessarily to the employees, but let's just say that.
Who's subsidizing them?
Well, what I'm saying is this: if a company comes into a given county or a given city or whatever, right? Let's do it at a county level. They come into let's say you had people who have been on the unemployment rolls, or let's just say over the past X amount of years. I don't know how you would sort of write out the criteria of legislation, right? Or right, because we're speculating here, right? We're doing this like on a county level.
Let's stick with the example that we were talking about. So you got company A, that they're in this jurisdiction that you're mentioning. They make widgets. They have 1,000 employees, and they produce about 1 million widgets annually. Now, those 1,000 employees, who, let's just say that they were making like, 50,000 a piece or whatever. And now all of those employees have been replaced by robots. Let's start from there. So let's go from there so you can explain this to me and educate everyone.
Well, first of all, those people, when we talk about UBI, like, and again, I'm looking at it because it's not one company. let's say you have, because you have industrial parks, right? This, in municipalities, you have industrial parks, warehouse parks, stuff like that. So let's say you have a bunch of companies. Let's be very realistic about it. So you have a bunch of companies, and they all employ some level or some form of automation. And in legislation, it stipulates like how much taxation is applied to how much of your how much of your processes are automated versus how much of your processes are performed by humans, right? So they're going to create like a tiered tax scale.
Now,
okay, those taxes get put, right? Those taxes are collected and they're put into a I don't know what you would call it. You would call it a
it's called
automation replacement fund, right? So this particular fund was for people who were affected, and then there's going to be some sort of questionnaire or some sort of criteria, right? So if you worked in certain industries or whatever, and your job was displaced, and you did this, it's much like applying for.
Now, what do companies do when you tax companies? Anytime you add a tax to a company, what do they usually do?
What do you mean? What do they usually do?
Usually when you, because get the system that you want, you're going to have to, because that company that we just talked about, the company we use, that payroll.
A company could pay a UBI tax on a robot and it would still be less than paying an employee.
Right. But I'm saying, so in this situation, but you still got to make, so you may be, but if you're using the system that you said, even though you're not paying an employee with this tax, because the goal of this tax, I would imagine, is to make that employee whole. So even if you said, well,
no, that's not what the goal. That's not what the goal is. We've talked about what the goal of UBI is. Nagone has said it. It's to keep some food in your mouth. It's no, that's not what it's not to make you whole.
So with that case, then that goes back to the Milton Friedman argument. So instead of doing all this robot tax, you just scrape the whole welfare system, and then you create UBI. And you set up,
but you're gonna have to source this.
Why do you got to source it when you already got like the source is the welfare system that already has a certain income? You're gonna save money, so you can get it from the same source, and you're actually saving money.
Who pays into the welfare system?
Right now, all taxpayers pay into the welfare system. Corporate.
Right. So if taxpayers' jobs are replaced, again, this isn't about, you have to look at it, right? The money's coming from somewhere. It's there. It's all about who's appropriating it. So in the automation scenario, guess what? It's not going to be as many humans doing it. It's going to be robots paying into it. And you'll be paying into it via the UBI that you then turn around and use to purchase goods and services with. It's just the flow of money changes a little bit.
But then with the UBI, though, if we're talking about the basic way it's been put out there, the consumer spending levels would be tremendously lower with the UBI system versus
that may very well be the case, or it could be a scenario where UBI plus maybe a combination of 1 or 2 gig jobs, right, may net you a $2,000 to $2,500 a month. Let's just say your UBI stipend's $1,000 a month, and then on top of that, through various means or whatever, you make an additional 12. So you're making $2,200 a month. And let's just say you're splitting the cost on a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment or a house or something, and you're paying $800-900 a month or whatever rent.
See, it seems to me,
look, the whole point here is that these are very realistic scenarios that we're looking at towards the future.
Exactly.
So part of what I was talking about in terms of the 3.1 agenda for 2020, okay, the black male agenda. So given these very, very realistic scenarios that we're looking at here, what type of living modalities, right, should we craft for ourselves? Now, this would be everything from obtaining certifications, degrees, or starting, companies or whatever it is, based on what your long-term trajectory is, what you see yourself doing long-term. So the 2020 agenda, one point that I had noted was like, okay, create a to-do list on the things that you need to obtain to get that going. So whether it's a certification, you need to finish up your degree or file the LLC, the paperwork for that, whatever the case may be, you do that. The other thing is, I don't know, diet. You know, are we, based on a lot of the discussions that we've had with Dr. Phoenix, you know, all the health discussions and things like that, does it make sense for us to orient towards a plant-based diet?
I kind of want to get back to that UBI because you kind of got me thinking about it. So could you just
go ahead.
Now,
I'm just saying, you know, this is part of a larger macro discussion that you walked in on, but go ahead.
Because it gives me a chance to put my own research to the test, and I like using like you know, simulations. So because it just seems that to me, the way that Milton Friedman described it is that with the negative, he called it a negative income tax, which is the same thing as UBI. And he said the best way to treat it is just to say, this is our new welfare system, scrape the old one, streamline it, because, and he was saying that since the 70s or whatever, but now you're mentioning this automation. And the problem that I see is that I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, let's take your 5G and your automation argument. So if it's really going to have this kind of devastation, and then you just take the basic model of, okay, like you're going to put food in people, you're going to have to give them enough to shelter themselves and all that. It seems like a natural unintended consequence would be that the consumption that was originally there is going to go down a lot. That's what it seems like to me. Because if you're saying that this this 5G is going to have all this tremendous destruction across industries, those jobs aren't going to be there like that based on what you're saying yourself.
Well, you say that as if consumption hasn't already gone down. I mean,
but it's going to go down
well, look, we've already seen this. Brick and mortar retail has been shuttering in droves. We have a new host of mid-size and larger retailers file for bankruptcy here. Okay, it's not as if the indicators aren't already in our face. Like, we keep talking about hypothetical scenarios, and we're like, no. We're talking about crafting an agenda on what's actually going on. This isn't about hypotheticals. I mean, you said his name is Milton Friedman?
Yeah, Milton Friedman is like one of the most famous economists in America.
Yeah, Milton Friedman. So I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm not professing to be an economist. I'm not. You know, look, I'm a guy who's adopted the technology and has like holdings and interests in it.
Mm-hmm.
So from a businessman, you know, I do my homework on this shit. You don't think I'm holding the same type of technology that Lime and Bird Scooters and Uber and all of them are holding, and what their plans to do with it? I see that this stuff isn't implemented large scale everywhere. From a fourth industrial perspective, like the playing field is open. From that other perspective, I mean, I don't know. I can't really profess to give answers to that. Like when you were asking about the prison population, I was like, I don't know.
I don't think anyone expects you to give the answer. I think that's why it's good to speculate. All we're doing is, you know.
Well, I mean, it's good to speculate if you know your position is a speculator. I mean, I'm an adopter and a developer, so I'll speak from that position. You know, I mean, if you want to speculate on things, you can. I like to be more hands-on with things, so I don't like to really speculate. I'll speculate to a certain extent, and then I'll say, fuck it. Let me go and, you know, get the device and let me find out for myself.
In this situation, I'm trying to get the answer to the part about how impacted will consumption be, because if you have the UBI, automatically UBI, the way that it's explained, is set up that it'll just have a minimum level of consumption. So if you're saying that all these other industries are going to be destroyed, what I'm saying is that who's going to buy all these products then? So if the UBI is going to be like basic level, that's how the conservatives want it set up.
What I'm saying is you already have that problem now.
Not to the degree that we'll have it when 5G.
So what I'm saying is there any indicator that we're on an upward trend where it's getting better, but then all of a sudden it's going to tail off? Yeah. Do you have?
How wise? Okay, maybe you can explain this to me then, because when we were talking about the trucking, the way you sounded pretty confident that this 5G was going to do major damage to employment process. So when I'm asking you, you tell me how big is how much damage to the current industries out there is this 5G going to do in terms of laying off and more homelessness? You tell me.
According to TU Simple, the automotive trucking company, they're saying by 2023, a large portion of 5G bandwidth will be consumed by autonomous vehicles.
We didn't say that.
Yeah, this is coming from the CEO. I mean, the chief technology officer. This was
that wasn't us that said that.
So based on what you've researched, how many jobs are they saying? Because I'm writing these questions down because I'll go look into the robot tax, look into automation. From what you know, how many jobs? Let's say over the next decade.
No, the robot. Just for clarification, the robot tax is a hypothetical model of how a UBI would work based on taxing companies that are more automated than they are human employed.
Oh, no, I get that part. I'm just saying that that's just something I want to look into, but I'm saying just in regards to the robot tax thing is something different that you guys mentioned, but I'm gonna look into that. But I'm saying just in terms of the impact of this 5G on industries, and we were using the example of trucking. Do you guys know how many? Usually they make predictions. They'll say we're going to lose 100,000 jobs over the next 10 years because of this 5G. Do you have those kind of numbers?
The World Economic Forum is estimating something close to like 75 million jobs.
So they're saying that 5G is going to, and what is the time frame in that?
5G is an enabler. So it's separate from the jobs aspect. So it's an enabler for the technologies that's coming on board. But what they're saying about automation is that automation will actually displace at least close to 75 million jobs.
So 75 million. Do they say how many jobs will be created, or is it a situation where these jobs are gone and there won't be a counter created job? Because that's important as well. So, or is it just these 75 million jobs are gone and these are going to be 75 million unemployed people? Which one is it? Because a lot of times when automation comes through or a new technology, it actually creates, sometimes it'll destroy, let's say 10,000 jobs, and then it'll create 50,000 jobs. So is it that kind of scenario, or is it where this is a industry changer where it's like it's the labor?
I think the two are mutually exclusive from each other, right? If they're saying that, let's say, automated point of sale systems are going to replace cashiers, but
where the new jobs created out of that?
Yeah, also the new jobs are going to be created by those who write the lines of code for the software that goes into the point of sale system. Those are two different sort of
Well, what I'm saying is that if you have a technology and it's coming in and it's going to eliminate a lot of jobs, I'm just trying to find out the same prognosticators, have they determined if it's going to create other industries where those
create other industries, right? Because of the technology that has to go into play. But the jobs that it's going to replace, it doesn't necessarily mean that those people, those example of those cashiers who used to be on the register now being replaced by an automated point of sale system
can go and write code,
right, and laterally move into that new role. It doesn't mean that.
Oh, I'm not asking the question if it's lateral or vertical. I'm talking about, are these people going to be homeless, or will it okay, there's different ways to destroy industry. One way is because the industry is gone. That means but those jobs are gone, and the amount of jobs in the total economy has shrank. What I'm asking is the total economy shrinking, or is it just that this one industry is dying and it's helping to expand the economy in another sector by creating more jobs? That's all I'm trying to get at.
No.
So you're saying that it's a shrinking economy and that these people are going to be homeless then?
No, what we're saying is
homelessness is the worst effect of it, right? You're mentioning the worst impact, right? The worst possible impact of it.
Jobless, or a better word would be, are these 75 million people who lost those 75 million, are they going to be jobless because the economy cannot absorb?
Well, King Sickle, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Where, based on what you know of new emerging economies, where do you see the shift going, where people dispose of their jobs in one industry where's the industry that you see them moving into?
You know, I really, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I really don't know the answer to that question because I haven't.
Well,
you know,
so to ask the question is to answer it.
not necessarily, because if someone just doesn't know, that's just
no, but see, no. The reason why I say that because that is the elephant in the room.
So but it seems like, see, I don't think it's the elephant.
And the only acceptable answer to that would, again, I'm gonna revert back to what Mike and I had covered at the very beginning of this live stream. What your fourth industrial-based entry-level job is going to look like in the future. Mm-hmm. It is going to be the job as a technician at Tesla. So that's going to basically be your entry-level job of the fourth industrial age. Assembling electric cars at Tesla. That will be an entry-level job.
Okay.
Right. So that means that everything that you know of now as an entry-level job, throw it away.
Yeah, I guess we were trying to get to two different answers, because what I was just trying to figure out is, if you say that they're going to have those Tesla jobs, are there going to be enough those Tesla jobs to absorb that 75 million, or will they be even more?
Depends on how many. That would
75 million is a global number.
So, okay, see, I didn't even want to go to. I was talking about the United. I want to know about the United States. That's what I want to stick to. Where we live at, the United States.
Well, that's going to largely be dependent upon state legislation, right? Because Tesla can't sell cars in every state. So that means that Tesla can't employ people in every state, and that's going to largely affect employment numbers.
Because, like with the trucking industry, I wasn't talking about. I just want to know how this 5G is going to impact the jobs in America. That's all I'm wanted to know about.
Let's go to Dr. Phoenix and then go to Johnny Blaze. Or that's Johnny Blaze. He has his hand up, and then we'll go to Dr. Phoenix.
Yeah, I want to clear up something, because I think there's a lot of misinformation about medical school debt, the cost of going to PA school, nurse practitioner school, because I think a lot of what's not considered into the reason why, specifically applying to Black students, why they have so much medical school debt, is that most Black students have a considerable amount of debt before they left undergrad. Yep. And so when you consider that over 4 years of you deferring loans and then adding more loans on top of that, because again, you don't have much in the way of loan options once you, it's not just something indicative of medical school, it's once you go to graduate school, period. You don't really have many options. And those loans and the options you have for financing typically tend to be higher interest rate loans. However, for physicians, if you're in medical school, you do have a number of resources available to you. I spoke previously before. Folks just wanting to, just get into research, because again, if you're a physician or a healthcare provider in general, you're going to do research. So you might as well start while you're in medical school. I spoke about the NIH having a program that will pay for your medical school, and they send you to Bethesda every year to do research, wherever you want to do it. The Human Genome Institute, or wherever it is you want to do, wherever you have an interest at. But I say that to say that, we don't factor in the previous debt that students have prior to entering medical school. But also, too, don't think for 1 minute that PA and NP schools are cheap. In fact, I will argue the NP schools are definitely getting more expensive. And if you go to one of these higher end schools, which I personally recommend you should do if you're going to become an NP, because many employers will straight up and down ask you where you went to school at, and it will very much determine what kinds of jobs you get and what your starting salary may be. And so, yeah, you go to one of these schools like Columbia or Vanderbilt or Yale or something like that. Yeah, you go pay some money. But however, just like with a practicing physician, practicing PAs, practicing NPs also have a number of resources at their disposal that will help them pay off student loans, most of which 9 times out of 10, you can get your first job at a place where they will actually pay off a percentage of your loans every year you're with them. So, I mean, I wouldn't be so worried, quote unquote, about the debt. The problem is that most Black students do not do their damn work. They do not do their damn homework. They just go into these professions because they think, oh well, I'm gonna be Dr. So and so, MD, and I get to walk around with a white coat and a stethoscope, and people are gonna bow down before me. And then you find out it's not quite what you think it is.
Well, the market is already kind of solving that problem, though, Dr. Phoenix, because most of those schools, like half of all grad schools, are going to be closed down over the next decade, because of how the internet has changed education. So that's going to solve that problem. And also, a lot of the schools are actually starting to offer free tuition at some of the more prestigious schools. I think that
we covered that article over the summer. We talked about Cornell and NYU. I would, if anybody wants to go look up the stats for Cornell's medical school and NYU's medical school, you don't have to bother telling me because I already know.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, they only go for the top 1 to 2% of students. Period.
But you do know that now. What is the demand in that industry?
Well, hold on, King Tim, I had a question for you. I had a question for you because in light of these new education platforms and ways of obtaining information, you said something very poignant. You said that there were people who were losing jobs as a result of this.
Did I say you said I said that people were losing jobs because of it?
Yes.
No. I didn't make a statement on if they were losing jobs. And I just said that as far as like those people going to school and accumulating debt, you don't have to worry about it because half of those schools are closing down over the next decade anyways.
Right. Okay.
You're not going to get rid of big. I'm sorry.
Oh, I wanted to make a point to that. So as a result of that, right? Because you when you have institutions, organizations, entities that shut down as a result of industrial shifts and changes. So that point that you, where are those people who now with school? Where do they go?
That's the question I think that a lot of people are asking, and I'm just now starting to investigate myself. And I took notes on this conversation, so I'm going to investigate a little bit more what the.
But that question, when you ask it, right, like looking at it, applying it in that scenario, it's no different as when you relate it to the effects of automation. Well, it's no different. Like you have the.
But it still doesn't answer the question, because the question that I was trying to get at is, is the economy position that even though there's a less demand, let's say in this example let's say lawyers, let's take lawyers because that's what I'm most familiar with, our law schools.
We've had 2 straight quarters, right? Mike and I, we were just talking. This is another point we were talking about earlier. You've had 2 straight quarters, right? Where the economy's been on a downswing.
Now, when you say that, now on a downswing, the economy. Now, what numbers are you? Because if you're looking at what's coming from the government, the economy was on the upswing over the last 2 quarters. So now, what are you referring to exactly? What report?
Can you guys hold this off for a second? Because I really wanted to get this out here.
Go ahead. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Phoenix.
Yeah, I really wanted to get this out here.
No, go ahead.
Maybe one of these days I will do something where I will specifically address it. I will never start a YouTube channel talking about this stuff because I don't have the time and that's not where I'm at. But maybe at some point I might address this, in further thing. But, people who have spoken to me offline, I've directed them places. And I'm telling you, the options are out there. The problem is a lot of Black folks don't do their damn homework. It doesn't matter what it is, especially in healthcare. A lot of folks don't do their homework. A lot of folks don't go where the money is at. I since day one, I've been talking about the convergence of healthcare and the tech industry. It's where it's going. There's tons of opportunities out here, tons of jobs. I was just talking about this a few days ago. The NIH is practically paying for people to get their damn PhDs. If you want to go be a data scientist, they're practically paying for it.
There you go.
All the PhD programs are pretty much funded. The only places, if you do a PhD program and it's not funded, you're an idiot. I'm gonna tell you that outright. You're a damn idiot.
But wait a minute,
PhD program is not funded, you're an idiot.
But Dr. Phoenix, 2 points. One, you said you basically said the position was what? As a data scientist.
Yes.
Okay. And 2, we told you the opportunities that exist to have the certification or the degree actually paid for. Okay. That's something that we do here routinely. I don't know how many IT summit how many summits, how many certification chats that we've had, like pointing you in the direction where to go. Okay, that's what this platform is largely predicated upon. You see, so there's the supplemental information that goes along with what the data suggests we ought to be doing.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And see, my take on it is that if brothers are gonna get into these fields, like specifically my take on it, you might as well go for the damn moneymaker here. You know, just go all the way. I am not for this half step and two step and stuff brothers have a real bad habit of doing, which I think that was kind of what you was getting at earlier about the whole trucking thing and brothers getting involved on the tech side of it. Sound like, you know, brothers need to kind of be looking at this from all angles. And that's kind of where I'm at with healthcare. I believe fundamentally, if you're going to do this, don't do no half step and no half ass shit. Just do it. You know, the problem is that, and this was something that was being discussed on MOT last night, is that you got brothers as a whole, they don't want to put in a lot of the real work. I mean, yes, these careers are not easy to get into. That's why that's why they pay you.
That's why they pay the money. Like Dr. Phoenix, why is that such a foreign concept to understand, man? That's the reason why they don't pay a damn fry cook $100,000 a year.
Yes, they're not gonna pay you no damn they're not gonna pay you no $200,000 a year to go be a damn data scientist because it's easy. You go work for it. Hey, there's no company, no corporation on this planet that would just hand you a 6-figure job thinking you go cruise by doing whatever it is you do. That's not how this works. And I'm just saying, even the brothers that make a lot of money in the trucking industry, they are hard working. They put in work, no doubt about it. But I'm also saying too that, you know, I'm personally of the belief, and maybe this sounds elitist of me, but you know, I want to see more brothers going all the way in these fields. You know, that's why I've been pushing the healthcare angle now since I've been coming on these panels, because this is an area that brothers don't even look at because they're, in all honesty, most brothers are intimidated by it. Let's just be real. When you start to really look at it, you start to look at what you need to do, kind of sort of time commitment, the investment up front. Yeah, it is daunting, but it leads to high-end, high-earning, high-income careers that you can use to build wealth. Because contrary to popular belief, I do subscribe to the Dave Ramsey school, where he talks about your biggest wealth building tool will be your income. And so the more brothers that we have in high-income careers, that means that's the more brothers we have that can invest in stuff like telemedicine startups. Where do folks think these folks get a lot of this money from? These are folks who left high-paying careers in whatever industry and started their own startups.
And got on the board of a startup, became a partner in a startup.
Do you know how heavy these startups, these biotech, these pharmaceutical startups, these genetic startups, how heavy they recruiting goddamn doctorates and postdocs? They can't find them fast enough. They got folks, and this is what they're offering you. They're offering you goddamn equity up front in these damn startups. Yeah, be with us. Help us build this out.
See, I guess one of the questions I would have to ask in regards to like something like a data scientist, because like, you know, even in the panel that I was on with you before, Dr. Phoenix, when you came and talked to me, looking at the engineers and things like that, I think one of the problems that's being faced by the Black majority, and that's who we're referring to, is that, you know, we have to be realistic about where a lot of these people are in terms of even having the prerequisites. I mean, let's be honest. When you have 7 out of 10 18-year-old Black high school diploma holders reading at a 4th, 5th grade level, I mean, how much remedial courses has to be taken before these people would even be qualified to absorb a data scientist curriculum? That's what I want to know.
Well, it's not even just a data science curriculum. It's just when you entering these tech, these STEM related careers in general. You know, even coding. There was a brother on MOT's panel last night that said, yeah, he thought he was going to be a coder, realized he wasn't all that good at it. He ended up going into digital marketing. He sounds like he makes a very good living from doing that. So I mean, there are other avenues of approach, but there are a lot of folks who become physicians who ultimately get the hell out of clinical care because they hate it.
Yeah,
it's not that, and I say that to say that, you know, and I know that's kind of a little not answering the question, but I say that to say, because again, the problem that we're fundamentally facing here is that, even what you guys were kind of going back and forth earlier about the prison population. Mm-hmm. What do you think it takes to do that? And that goes actually to that email Mike sent me. I watched that video earlier, Mike, and I will say this much. I was just talking about this last night with the whole mental health issue and brothers in jail. I was talking about this a week ago when I talked about you essentially have the entire prison healthcare system that is both private, that's both privatized and public. And again, you see, and I spoke about how you see a lot of brothers that are homeless that intentionally go back into the prison system because they're homeless and because they're dealing with a bunch of other issues. So, I mean, that's something we should definitely talk about, but I just want to leave it at this, and I'll let Johnny Blaze take over.
Oh, go ahead, man.
I want to say that when it comes to the models of education changing, that's clear. I can tell you that's clear. I mean, med schools, for the most part, you do most of your, you don't even, most people don't show up for classes in med school.
Pretty much.
Unless you're doing anatomy lab.
It's
most of your courses are online.
Because the professors, the law school is the same way now, damn near. But go ahead, John Blaze.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey, what's good?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, not
what's going on,
too much. Hey, I just want to clarify like two things. One, Dr. Finch, you were speaking about nursing school, and you were right. One of the biggest issues with that is the turnover. We go through nursing instructors at my university on a regular basis, man. Sometimes, I mean, we'll go through, I think we have like 10 instructors. We're getting like 7 brand new ones, damn near like every 6 months, if that. So if anybody has any skill sets out there, they may want to look at coming into the teaching world. That's one of our biggest things, particularly on the college side, is we need a lot of instructors, particularly in healthcare. And
a lot of those men are running into see with the teaching. A lot of men are avoiding those industries that are heavily female because there's been a lot of the Me Too shit.
I can attest to that because right now where I work, it's about 95% female. I am the only Black male on the healthcare side, at least at my campus.
A lot of dudes are kind of scared of the schools, man, because of how they treat men in those environments. And with this whole Me Too thing just out of control. I mean, even today, you saw what happened to Dame Dash yesterday.
Well, Dame Dash is a special case. I'm just going Dame Dash a bitch ass nigga. I'm just gonna just say it needs to be said. He is a bitch ass nigga. Like, just
feel real strongly about him, huh?
Look, Dame Dash been on some fuck nigga shit for a long time, and nobody ain't called this nigga out on this whole ass shit he's been on. But I to what Johnny Blaze was saying, he's absolutely right, and I think part of the problem with nursing school is that one, typically you do need to be a clinical instructor, you don't need a doctorate, but to be a professor, you do. And a lot of brothers don't think there's a lot of money to be made as professors, but truth be told, being a professor is just one part of your job. Pretty much every person I know that's a professor, they do consulting, they write books, they do all kinds of stuff. So they're making a lot of money on the side. They're running research programs. They're doing a bunch of stuff. So I mean,
you mean like a Jordan Peterson, for example?
Because most doctoral students publish their work at some point. Whatever they wrote their thesis on, they publish it at some point. Well, that's pretty much how it goes. But I say this to say, there's opportunity. If maybe one of these days I'll put up a picture of my class picture. But if you see a class picture of me in undergrad, man, I'm the only damn Black man on that damn class of like 100 and so people. Yeah. Pretty sad. So I mean, I feel what King Sigma is saying, but brothers kind of need to get over this intrepidation because I kind of look at that as an excuse.
See, I don't think.
It doesn't matter what you do. Women are infiltrating most of these industries.
Well, here's what it is, though. Here's what it is. Not necessarily because they try to push women into certain industries, but they're not constitutionally equipped for all industries. So what I'm noticing, and I study this a lot of men are shifting from those industries into other industries or creating business for themselves. So remember, because this is why I was mentioning the thing about prerequisites. The reasons that a physician can leave the physician's field after finding out they don't like it is because they've acquired the ability to learn and retain information, which can translate to many different fields. So they're already seasoned, and they can easily move to other fields if they focus their mind that way. And that's why I was talking about the prerequisites, because a lot of these dudes in industries outside of, like, let's say, for example, Wall Street, they just said we can't lose these good men. So they instituted like a Mike Pence rule. So they just said, we're not even going to deal with this Me Too stuff anymore. If you date a coworker, you're fired immediately because we can't handle the potential lawsuit. So they've already instituted that. But for other industries that have not instituted the Mike Pence rule, like Wall Street, you have a lot of men leaving those fields, taking their intellect, taking their creativity, and going into other fields that have a high demand, that are more that lean more towards a men's way of thinking. So that is something that's happening as well.
Well, you have a lot of people that are.
That.
Oh,
I agree with that, and I would just simply add to the fact that yes, that is certainly true. But again, I think even if I just related to nursing, because again, that's how I started out. For me, you know, it's certainly been the case. I'm in an environment, man, where I am the only brother there. You know, I'm not even just the only brother, I'm the only man. You know, and so, you know, if you go into a clinical setting, you go to a hospital, man, at least 2/3, 3/4 of the workers there are female. So you're not getting away from it, no matter what you do. You know, I think the problem fundamentally does come around to brothers have had this notorious reputation for years now of doing low skill, low wage work. And I think that's a lot of what I think Complex was getting at earlier.
Yeah.
And so, you know, for me, you know, my personal take on it, you know, most nurses I know, man, they get like 5-10 years in, man, they're gone. They get out of clinical care because nurses and physicians get burnt the hell out, dude. You see so many folks after a while, man, you get just tired of looking at patients. I mean, you see the same stuff, you know exactly what's gonna happen. And so you move into other fields. I mean, I've talked about this numerous times where you got nurse practitioners that are doing UX design for Microsoft. You got nurses that are chief nursing officers for Microsoft. I mean, you don't see Black folks moving into these areas, but you do see white folks and other groups of folks.
But again, it goes back to that's where I'm glad that we're having this conversation, because I just, you know, this is a challenge for me to look at really the true impact on both sides of this automation thing. But more importantly, the reason why I'm glad that this is the kind of conversation I'm having right now is because, see, this is why I'm moving completely away from this conversation about if Black men are free to move or not. This is remedial type stuff. And Black men need to be talking about stuff like this. We need to know at the drop of a hat how many jobs are going to be destroyed in America in this industry, and if it will be absorbed in the other industry. This is the kind of stuff that Black men are supposed to know. This is what we're supposed to be talking about, because this relates to the present and the future. No, we sit around talking about stuff that other cultures have already figured out. They figured out how to align the relationship between the man and the woman, the parents and the child. See, this is what I'm talking about.
It's not even that they figured it out. What they did was they developed their own business networks, their own political affiliations. You see, they developed all that stuff so that their aims and objectives work in their favor. You see, I don't like to look at that whole WS thing the way it's sold, because what I understand from all this,
what WS thing?
White supremacy.
Well, I think the Black Brain Trust doesn't get enough credit for the fact that they've been the one facilitating these types of conversations and pushing the quality of the dialogue forward.
I mean, I can't really recall, you know, we coalesced on BGS and stuff, and that's where, you know, this collective here, you know, was having these conversations at, you know, but prior to that, I don't know where it was being had.
No, I wanted to hear Johnny Blaze's point on online schooling, because it is my take. If you're a professor, that's probably really good for you. That means that's less time you have to spend looking at students and more time you can probably spend doing consulting and research and other stuff that can make you some real money. But that's just my take.
Now, I really can't say much on the online because I teach in the classroom. I was like you, man. My background is medical imaging. I was trained by the Air Force. I did 20 plus years, retired. Now I teach college full time. Now that's something that I want to do, is hopefully get into doing online. That way I can go do other things. Because like you said, I don't want to be in the hospital anymore. I've seen it, done it, been there. But I will say, Black men need to look at some of these more highly technical fields like medical imaging, like nursing or what have you. But I did want to speak something that Complex was talking about earlier about the whole automation. Because I'm here in Hawaii, they're building this rail system here, and my Lyft driver was telling me, I guess they built the system wrong. So I'm going to throw a question back out to you guys with the whole automation coming online. And I think there's one thing that we have not talked about is sabotage. You know, because there are movements out here to make sure that some of these things don't work. And I think that's something that we have to kind of, you know, be prepared for.
Well, I mean, well, that's where a lot of what's been taking place over the last few years. I don't know if you maybe remember this, maybe like 2016, 2017, like Uber was testing self-driving cars in California, right? And they just went ahead and did it. They didn't get any approval,
right,
for it. You know what I mean? And then they went ahead when California threatened to pull their business license here in the state. They went ahead and did it in Arizona, where the state of Arizona said, yeah, come over here and do the testing here, where consequently, I think somebody was killed in an accident, but which was then found out to be at fault was the human who was killed and not the car. Okay. The next major or critical piece to this whole story here was the transportation bill that was passed in 2018, which basically laid down the legal framework to begin deploying all of this stuff. So this is the reason why when we talk about the trucking and stuff like that, I mean, I'm largely indifferent to the effects because I'm like, well, look, here's the thing. Your legislators have already passed the bill that basically opened the floodgates to allow this to happen. So it's in motion. Okay. Now, there's a number of critical components in play here. One has to do with a 5G infrastructure. That's what's critical, to have a whole bunch of like self-driving cars just driving around everywhere. That's not in place right now. So everything that's led up to this point has largely been done on like a very crisp LTE connection. Let's just put it like that. It hasn't been done on 5G because only until recently, you know, was it being piloted out in certain areas like Chicago, New York, Minnesota, and then T-Mobile literally just 2 weeks ago, a week or two ago, just announced nationwide 5G, but that's on the consumer level. It's not on the commercial level. On the commercial level, you need to have a data infrastructure, much like you have in the 3 and 4G realm. That's going to take time to roll out. So in the meantime, a lot of this stuff is being tested, and the tech companies are pushing. They're pushing ahead of legislation, and legislators are slow getting things done. I mean, this is what happens when you lag on innovation. Your tech firms say, okay, well, look, you know, in terms of global competition and and where the industry is moving, we're behind the ball. We have the technology, but you have legislation in place that hamstrings us. So first legislation has to pass, then the R&D can happen. Meanwhile, China has like factories full of Huawei product waiting to be deployed in the US, but because we have a trade war, right? So that's really what this all boils down to here. Is that when it comes? Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Phoenix.
No, I was gonna say something because to what Johnny Blaze was saying earlier, you know, he's absolutely right. Brothers really do need to consider these more highly technical fields. Again, it's not just the fact that brothers need to be in these fields, it's the fact that look, when I did my undergrad program at the University of Wisconsin, there were more Asians and East Indians in my program than there were Black folks. That should tell you something.
Oh yeah.
They were damn near 2 to 1.
And the truth is that most black people don't even care about that stuff. I mean, you guys are beating around the bush. The truth is, and I've definitely picked it up in this space, that most black people, what you guys are talking about, they don't give a fuck about, bro. What they want to go around talking about is who should sacrifice what for this or that female, and this is what they care about. The stuff you guys are talking about as far as like how black men should be jumping into these higher levels, that's not what they care about, bro. And you can see that by what they put their energy into. So, I mean, I'm not even...
we can see that by our subscription numbers. We can see that by our video views. We can see that there's a number of data points we can see that by.
Oh, I've seen even live casts that I've done. There's a big difference. It's crazy. Like if you talk about something that's salacious or related to relationships or some celebrity shit, you might go viral, bro. But if you talk about like what you guys are talking about, you'd be lucky to get 1,000 views. So it's interesting to me, man, because I've seen it in my own situation where if it's something salacious and sensational, man, like people just gravitated towards it. But
what I'm saying is, look, I was speaking to this earlier, right? We have a cultural predisposition that's largely predicated upon being entertained.
Yes, that is overboard.
That's really what this boils down to. Entertained. So what we do is we entertain our outer senses: taste, touch, feel, all that shit, right? Everything that makes you feel good, that's what we're experts in, right? That's why sex is a big thing, and why things that hinder sexual activity is such a hot topic, i.e. gender war, gynocracy, fill in the fucking blank.
Well, I'm gonna let you guys go. Appreciate you letting me on. I'll definitely be back with some new info, because I'm gonna dig into this.
When you're out of YouTube jail.
Man, I ain't getting out of YouTube jail until March, man.
Oh shit.
They changed the rules. Like, I mean, the rules are completely different now, man. Like with the new rule change, there is no warning.
We did about 3 hangouts on it.
And I had a situation where, it was retracted, but the way that YouTube's doing things is crazy now. So as the things are today, it'll be March. But yeah, man, I'm going to look into some of this automation. I want to hear what the economists said on both sides of the argument.
Here, why don't you do this? Start with this one. Look up, Glenn Beck did a podcast with Jeff Brown. So look up the Glenn Beck, Jeff Brown podcast on AI and 5G. Start there.
Yeah, I'll check that one out this weekend. So yeah, you brothers have a good night, have a good weekend. And until next time, just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep pushing forward. But again, I think that it's not important to have like quantity. I think that Black men going into 2020, we got to move away from this quantity stuff, man. That whole like that just ain't where it's at now. The focus has to be on quality and efficiency, and how we're going to use our energy and time moving forward. Because I can see that the majority, it ain't happening, bro. It's not going to happen. They would rather see create regressive kind of discussions, put their energy on things that really don't have no substance. So that's just how I feel about it. So yeah,
they need bread. They need bread circus, bro.
Yeah. There you go. That's pretty much it. And so I think that that's where it's at. And for most of them, they're just gonna have to accept whatever's coming, because they have fallen in love with bread and circuses to the point where you can't even tell the difference between where Hollywood ends and reality begins, type of thing. It's really gotten that bad now, bro. And you see it here in these YouTube spaces. Like, I mean, it's crazy how people treat this YouTube shit. Like, I didn't know it was like this, but they treat this YouTube like it is the beginning and end of life, man.
It's the gutter. It is the wasteland for fucking failures, dude.
Yeah. It really is, bro. I didn't know that you could have a digital ghetto, but I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, you can. I did not.
All that is bad code.
You know what I thought though, bro? Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I always assumed that like one would try their best to create the best image possible digitally, right? But I'm actually 100% wrong. There is a thing called the digital ghetto. It really is.
Yeah. You would think, right? You would think that in a digital world, this is your opportunity to be like perfect in every way you've ever conceived in your mind.
Exactly. Right.
And what do? You act 10 times as fucking ratchet as you are in real life.
Well,
you do the diametric opposite.
What it proved to me, now they do take your advice when it comes to the avatars and their pictures and the filters, but when it comes to the character part, it does that old rule that's been around.
Man, when it comes to the actual goddamn conversation, how people literally talk to each other, right? Yeah. The lack of intellect. Should I continue?
Oh, go ahead. It's your channel, bro.
Yeah,
but I'm not. Go ahead.
I think just simply what needs to be said that even me, man, I've been thinking about. I'm probably gonna scale back my time, dude, because like I said, after that bullshit I dealt with on that one panel yesterday, I mean, it was some wholesale BS. I'm still.
Which panel was that?
With everything that I know, with my background, if I wanted to go in, Negroes thought Tommy gets channels banned. Man, I swear to God, by the time I'm done, they'll be thinking goddamn black women's wombs are.
Now, which channel were you referring to?
This was actually, it wasn't even on YouTube. It was actually another platform. It was Obsidian's, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you told me about it.
Yeah, and like I said, it was to his credit, the brother's real fair. He defended me. Kevin Samuels defended me, but it was just the fact that you had a bitch get on the panel.
He uploaded it here on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Wait, Dr. Phoenix, which one was this one?
It's on Obsidian's channel right now. It's the recent upload, something like the Spinster Bubble. I just checked it out earlier while I was running errands. And
because the bitch tried to say, "Oh well, you're not a real doctor. You're in med school and all this stuff." Like, bitch, I said that from the very beginning.
Again, this is what I'm talking about. See what I'm
saying? But you're also employed in it too, right?
Look, none of that mattered.
I'm just saying, dude. Like, look, we have to get past the point here, right? Because
that's what I'm saying.
The argument isn't whether I'm in school or not.
Yes.
The argument is whether I make a living doing this.
But that, if you listen, you can go listen to the conversation because Obsidian uploaded it on YouTube today, so you can listen to it. And if you listen, I was just sitting there, and I'm thinking to myself, and I'm like, see, this is why this whole conversation about the black woman or the black man, it ain't going anywhere.
Well, okay. So real quick here, King Sigma.
Huh?
So part of the 2020 agenda, right, has to do with moving beyond that schism there, right? It has to deal with moving beyond having women as your opposition.
Yeah,
your opposition, right? We have to really now look at your opposition being of a business or professional nature. Okay, so now your opposition or your competition are those that you compete against in your area of industry or in your profession.
I actually put myself on because I always do this every year, reflect on the goals that I had, that I achieved and I didn't achieve. And my theme for this year is the opposition is yourself. So I'm actually taking it to a level where it's conquering my own limitations. I want to find out what my limitations are next year. So that's
and one other thing to that. I said this earlier too. I said, look, let's get goals out of our mind, right? Because here's what happens. People think of goals as this thing, right? That involves a journey to get to it. Like, and I find that if the mind perceives achievement as something like that, then it'll tend to not fully commit. So
it depends. It depends.
Well, what I'm saying is this: let's actually kind of just orient our minds to do things based on a task-oriented method. So instead of goals, have a to-do list. A to-do list is something that's simple to follow. It's shit to do.
Yeah, I treat them both the same because, like my father.
Well, I know. Well, what I'm saying is the difference is that if you give somebody like a list to go to the store and get something, guess what? They typically don't think twice of doing it, right? They look at the list and they say, okay, I just got to go to the store and get this. And you say, yeah, go get it. And they go and do it, right? But if you coach people into this notion of a goal and why the goal is important and all this type of shit, so much is put on it that they don't feel as though they can fully commit to it, and they never do it. So no, I'm trying to simplify. This is part of this whole 3.1 agenda for 2020. It's the 2020 3.1 agenda. That's what we're gonna officially fucking call it. It's been coined on the Brain Trust. I don't hear anybody else say a goddamn thing about it. It's been coined here. So the 2020 3.1 agenda is practical means and measures.
Yeah, I think that
getting shit done and having a focal point, right? Having a focal point and being more oriented to things that don't have to deal with bullshit and dysfunction. Is this too much to ask?
No, if you're a person that don't write down your agenda every year, or you don't think like that, then I just don't know, man. Like I said, for me, the way I was raised is that you set a goal, deadline. You have a goal. A goal is only as good as the amount of time that you allocate.
Bruh, listen. I'm trying to do as much of the thinking as possible for people who need it. Okay. I can only lead you to the goddamn water. I can't dunk your head in there and make you drink the shit. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, you know what? Again, this is why I let it be known to everyone. I'm out to improve myself. I ain't trying to educate no one. I'm not trying to. All I'm doing is sharing information. See, I think so differently than a lot of other brothers in this space. Like, I don't think I can educate another person. What I can do is share information with you, get information from you, and then educate myself, or you can educate yourself, because I believe that you guys have the capacity to do the work on your own. But I just believe in sharing information. But you and your goal, good luck, bro. You said you don't believe in goals, but that sounds like a hell of a goal.
No, what I didn't say I don't believe in goals. What I'm saying is changing the context of the agenda. Instead of making it goal oriented, make it task oriented.
And what I'm saying is that good luck to you in getting the people.
Here's the thing, right? Like well, let's clarify this, right? So much like 3.0, right? Which is it's a manifesto. It's a list of things that we would like to see, what actions that we're going to take to try to affect things to such an extent where we can see the results of what we would like to see. That's basically all we can do, because see, outside of the Brain Trust, we all have individual pursuits, and then there's projects on the table where some of us were partners together in certain projects. You see, so things are measured.
Well, I think
what we're not going to do is pigeonhole ourselves to where we're not putting things on the table that then don't serve as impetus for our own growth and development. So last year was 3.0, this year will be 3.1. Each variation has a specific agenda.
Well, that's good.
Okay, see, so for 3.1, an agenda has to be met. Now, here's what we do. We set it forth, and there's things that we're going to do to adhere to it. Because we're over 400 live streams deep into these topics and discussions. We are by no means spring chickens, right? You see, so what we like to do is we like to take the sum total of what we covered over the year and say, okay, what does the application of all this look like for 2020? That's where 3.1 comes into play.
Oh, for sure. I think that's a very good goal, to do that. You know, that's how you should be moving out here. But I just guess what I'm saying for me is, man, I've seen enough now. Actually, I think I would have been better served in my outlook on the Black majority if I never came to Black YouTube, bro. No, I'm dead serious. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'm saying, like,
no. I mean, because that's a very keen point.
Because what I've seen is that, again, like you were mentioning with the Britain circuses, because we see things before the internet, it was more of what you're dealing with in your direct life, what you're dealing with in your region. What the internet has done, man, it's like being a fly on the wall to the world. So what I've seen, just listening to people on Black Youth, not just Black YouTube, but just social media, bruh, I wish I would have never knew what I know now about the majority. Like I had more of a optimistic outlook on things before 2018, but now what I've seen over almost the last 2 years, I just say for channels like yours, just bring it, just keep doing what you're doing, keep pushing your message, and don't even, I mean, just keep pushing forward. It's almost.
I mean, you're telling that to me, and I think we've been doing this longer than you. I mean, really, I think I should be telling that to you because I think you're the person. What, do you have more subs than us?
I don't know, man. I have.
Or at least I know some of your videos got like shit ton more views than us. You made, in my view, you've done shit that's been way more impactful than us. Just kind of look at, if you were to look, what was the video that you did that had like shit that said like what, maybe like 1 million views, or I don't know, 6 figures?
You talk about the DJ HIV, yeah, DJ HIV, yeah.
Yeah.
Jason Roger Pope.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing on that scale yet.
Well, I mean, you may not think that you've done it on that scale, but it just depends, It's,
well, no, well, it's not even what I think. If you can't find a video in our catalog that has the views that yours does.
What's the
unequivocally
you guys ever got on the video so far?
Maybe 2,000. Maybe.
I think we need to shut it down now. We've gone way over a lot of time. So.
All right, man. You guys have a good. We'll definitely, like I said, I'm gonna look into some of those references that you guys mentioned. I'm definitely gonna come back with a little bit more in-depth knowledge on it. So it'll be a good conversation. So you guys have a good weekend, man.
Love to hear it.
Yes, sir.
Shalom.
Yeah, appreciate it, Mike. I did read the 2 articles you sent me, the one on sickle cell and the video you sent me earlier on the prison. If you want to talk about that, man, just let me know, man. I'll put aside some time.
Yeah, we can chop up game tomorrow.
What's that?
You can chop up some games.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. I'm free tomorrow afternoon.
All right.
All right, cool.
Peace.